edition of TVC News. I'm Nifemi Okuntoye.
And I am Precious Amayo. Together, we welcome you to Ekiti Decides 2026.
Indeed, the waiting is over, everyone. The campaigns have ended now. The posters will no longer win votes. The rallies are over. Today, only one voice matters, and that's the voice of the voter.
And across Ekiti State this morning, election officials are already on the move. Security personnel are taking positions. And voters are preparing to head to polling units to decide who becomes the next governor of the fountain of knowledge.
The interesting statistics we're looking at this morning: more than 1 million registered voters, over 97% PVC collection, 16 local government areas, 177 wards. There are 2,445 polling units. And one question is, how many of those 1 million registered voters will actually show up today?
Now, that question is particularly important. If you follow Nigeria's history, it tells us that while voter registration continues to rise, especially in Ekiti, actual turnout has remained significantly lower. For example, in 2018, turnout stood about 44%, and then in 2022, it fell to 36.5%. Will today reverse that trend?
It's a big question. I was speaking with the resident electoral commissioner last night, who mentioned that this particular voter register was curated as far back as 2011. Apparently, some people would have died, some people would have, left the country. And he said the only time we really can talk about a valid voter turnout and accurately measure voter apathy would be when a revalidation of voters have been officially done by INEC. We're not likely going to see that before 2027. This election is significant for another reason. It's the first governorship election to be conducted under the amended Electoral Act 2026. That means the spotlight will now be on tech, on resort management, electronic transmission processes, as well as the practical implementation of the new legal provisions ahead of next year's general election. Many observers are already describing to this election as a dress rehearsal for 2027, Precious.
Now, Nifemi, over the next 24 hours, we'll bring you comprehensive coverage from across Ekiti State. Our reporters are stationed across the 16 local government areas. What we will be tracking would be, we'll track voter turnout. We'll track logistics, security, deployment, accreditation, voting, and every major development as it unfolds.
We'll also speak with analysts, election observers, stakeholders, and every important person today about what is at stake, not just for Ekiti, but for Nigeria's democracy. This is Ekiti Decides 2026, and the journey to the first ballot of the day begins right now.
Interesting statistics out there, Nifemi, but one of the things, there's two things stood out for me. One of them is the fact, well, that state is the fountain of knowledge. It's very, I mean, so many professors in Ekiti State, but I also, you mentioned how this is the first time that we'll be testing the first election conducted under the 2026 amended Electoral Act. It just sort of occurred to me that Ekiti State has become the test rabbit for every amended electoral act. Remember 2022 as well, they were the first state to be,
absolutely,
to had also used that electoral act. And so we'll just see how that plays out and how the viability or validity of the new amendments.
The biggest talking point would be the electronic transmission of results.
Absolutely.
The opposition wanted that badly, but now we understand there's a proviso if tech fails, and then you have to now fall back to Form EC8, and that collation has to be done manually. But it's interesting, the history behind the off-cycle election today in Ekiti. You can trace it back to 1999 when Nea Adebayo was elected governor. He was governor for 3 years, for 4 years. And then Fayose was elected, but he was no doubt impeached sometime in 2006 when, the Nigerian electoral system, the 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 when Shegoni was elected. There was a prolonged battle between Shegoni and Kayode Fayemi that led to that particular Court of Appeal declaration of Fayemi as winner. And that's why we're here we are today. We have lots of reporters across board who are monitoring this election across the 16 local government areas. And one feeler we've gotten from yesterday is just how peaceful Ekiti has been. And it is the body language and the mood that we've read even in the days and weeks leading to this election.
You kicked off this conversation on the elections in terms of just a few days before the election, not the preparations. But, kicked it off yesterday with all of the interviews you had. And like you mentioned, I was having a conversation with someone, I think it was last Saturday, we were talking about the election on, Maestro Standpoint's weekend. And then I was asking the person, what's going on? We're not hearing the usual, Nigerian elections, whether it's state or national, you find that we have days leading up to it is always very, tense.
Perhaps we're used to accustomed to the baseball.
As we say it here in Nigeria.
Yes.
But we didn't have that. I was asking the person, is it that the primaries sort of, overshadowed this particular election? Political parties were having the primaries, perhaps. Or is it that, the mood has changed in Ekiti? Maybe it's calmer now. Maybe that kind of politics, we don't have it anymore in Ekiti. But it remains to be seen in today's election day. Absolutely.
Especially attention will be turned to the voter turnout, because what we've seen is a steady increase in the number of registered voters in Ekiti, which has now shot up to over 1 million, this year, 2026. But what you've noticed in the past is that we've not had more than 400,000 people come out on election day. Many people are saying that we're going to, in fact, the REC yesterday was saying it's expecting 60 to 70%, and I told him that is going to be unprecedented. We've never had such turnout since 1999. But I think that this is going to be a litmus test, to see how enthusiastic, Nigerian voters are, especially as we count down to 2027. Something is fundamentally wrong, because the voter register we're using has been on since 2011, and we've not revalidated it. So even the entire voter apathy that we talk about cannot be accurate until we actually know the number of people on that register.
So people have been talking about the cleanup exercise for voter registration, voter register. But I'm wondering, how do you clean up when you do not have data? Right. It's very, because I am also, one of those advocates of a cleanup, exercise for the register. But I am back of my head, I think, how do you clean up without data? Do you know those who have died? Do you know those? Are you not going to say to families, bring the death certificates or come and revalidate your existence? How do you do that? Because normally, in other systems or in Western climes where you have everything is entered into a database, you know who has died, you know who has traveled, you know who has moved. Those things are there, and so you can tell. But how do we tell those who have traveled? How do we tell those who have died? How do we? It's a bit difficult, and I'm wondering how we're going to do that.
You know that we've had. I'm thinking back now to the yellow fever registration you do when you have to travel out. There are times when they revamp the entire system and they say, you know what, everybody come back and revalidate.
Absolutely.
So at that point, we can do it manually for a start and say, for the next election season, everyone needs to register again. So return with your voter card or whatever form of identification. And anybody who doesn't show up, we're just going to assume
and
that.
And just link it to the NIN.
Yes.
And then, link it to the NIN.
I think it sounds simpler than it is, but I don't think we're ready for that conversation yet. All right, everyone. We'll now take this report from Adiola Adirubigbe on what Ekiti indigenes actually want as we count down to the big one today.
From the bustling stores at the Ojaba markets to the quiet street corners of the state capital, the common feature among residents is a desire for a non-violent process. Voters who spoke with our crew stated that they expect an election that is free, fair, and devoid of the political thuggery that historically characterized off-cycle polls.
My expectation is a peaceful election, a successful one for the best government. I don't think there's any reason why there should be a non-peaceful.
My advice is that I want all those people to take care of the people in the environment because of security. You know that you don't know tomorrow what is can happen. Maybe, as I know that good they can happen tomorrow. So,
many express a strong willingness to exercise their franchise, but maintain that their active participation hinges heavily on the absolute assurance that they can return to their homes safely without fear of stray bullets or localized intimidation.
My advice to them is, let there be no problem. They should vote in peace, and whoever win will go. And whoever win again, let things be better than before.
This high demand for safety has placed a massive spotlight on the security agencies deployed for the exercise.
Tomorrow will be peaceful election. I assure that there will be any problem. Anybody that want to, they should do everything peacefully. I'm sure that all these police they will not do anything that is contrary to the peaceful of people.
Electorate in Ekiti State, the INEC and the Ekiti State team, they should look forward to dignity, honor, and every Ekiti State indigene are expected to portray themselves in a respectful manner, and we expect that they conduct themselves in a peaceful manner.
Final countdown ticks away, and the streets of Ado-Ekiti grow unusually quiet ahead of the movement restriction order. The true power of tomorrow's election rests squarely with the people.
You know, like you said earlier, Ekiti is the fountain of knowledge, right? Mm-hmm. Our people have a strong tradition of education and political participation.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that fascinates me about Ekiti, just the sheer amount of, number of professors in that state. But I don't know what it has translated to, right? But that's not a conversation. Don't start defending. That's not a conversation.
But the good thing is that the people seem pumped up and they sound like informed people who understand what is at stake and what it means to come out and exercise your franchise ahead of the election. The good thing is it doesn't look traumatic as it always does. And I know the media loves the frenzy when people
that's the news.
when people start saying all of the nonsense about one another, but we haven't seen much of that in the lead up to this election.
So I think first of all, just from that report and how everyone was speaking, you will realize that we have, first of all, people who are now more involved in politics, not just in Ekiti, but just generally. And then I also think that some states are more elite than others when it comes to politics. Yeah. And I want to believe that Ekiti State, just from what I'm hearing from that report, it's a bit more elite, maybe because of the level of education than other states. Some other states is war, right? Indeed. We know those states where it's always, it has to be guns and battles, and you're wondering why. But and then there is also a change. I think there's also a switch in Ekiti politics in this cycle. For some reason,
absolutely,
there's been a switch.
We've seen in the past 3 or 4 years, we've seen some level of collaboration amongst the gladiators. People who were on dividing sides for whatever reason just decided to come together and work together. But talking about guns and battles, let's take this report from Zahid Aribisala on police readiness ahead of the electoral process.
Beyond the deployment of election materials and officials, the provision of adequate security remains a critical factor in guaranteeing a credible, free and peaceful election. With this in mind, the Nigeria Police Force says it has activated a comprehensive security strategy to effectively secure the Ekiti State governorship election. The force says a multi-layered security framework has been deployed across the length and breadth of the state to enhance voter confidence and maintain law and order before, during and after the election.
And both permanent staff and the ad hoc staff, members of the National Youth Service Corps that are participating, we have provided another layer of security. We are doing confidence building measures, which is yielding positive results. And that's why many people have indicated their willingness to come out and vote.
The police also assured residents and voters of its neutrality, stressing that officers assigned to election duties have been directed to conduct themselves professionally.
Public, if you see anybody trading votes, buying or selling, draw our attention to it. We will ensure the arrest of such persons, recover the exhibits, conduct the investigation that we need to take them to court with, and they will be charged to court accordingly. Registered voters, they should come out and vote tomorrow. Nothing will happen to them. Then let me also say restriction of movement, but this restriction of movement, this set of people are exempted. There's examination that will happen tomorrow.
In a demonstration of the collaboration among agencies under the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, officers of the Nigeria Immigration Service were seen at the Police Command headquarters in Ekiti, finalizing deployment and coordination arrangements ahead of the poll. The dotting of the I's by the Nigeria Police Force, it is expected that months of preparation for the poll will result in a foolproof security architecture on election day and beyond. Sahid Aribisala, TVC News, Ekiti.
It's a few hours to the 2026 Ekiti State Governorship election. Attention has shifted to the off-cycle election taking place in southwest states. At the INEC headquarters in Ekiti, the state resident electoral commissioner, Bumi Omoshaindemi, is seen monitoring the movement of sensitive materials from various local government areas to the polling units. Observers were also at the INEC Electoral Operations Support Center for on-the-spot assessment. They say the number of female voters are higher than their male counterparts.
So in this election, there was no female solo candidate. There was no female vying for the position of a governor. And that is due to a few reasons. You know, the cost of politics is extremely high. So we need to appeal to the political parties. They need to make quotas, gender quotas within their political parties at the national level. You know, there's talks of the reserve seats bill. It has gone from one woman per state, so one per political zone, and it keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, you know, so we need to more advocacy.
In a vibrant and diverse democratic landscape, effective voter education is vital for empowering citizens and fostering participatory governance. I spoke with some eligible voters to sample their preparedness for the election.
We've done a lot of voter education, not only while going about, from street to street, local government to local government.
Ìbò bá ti dé la tó bá ti fún mi ní ìwé ìdìbò mi tó bá ti mi níjẹ́ kó bá another party máa fi àtàpàkò mi máa fi tẹ̀ sójú ẹ̀.
Mo fẹ́ kí ìdìbò mi kó cancel, so mi ò lè dìbò lásán láì count ẹ̀. So tàbá dẹ̀ dìbò ká kúrò ńbẹ̀ àbí ká dúró tì.
Ẹ ti fi hàn mí wípé ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ ṣe máa dìbò lọ́la.
Mo ti mọ̀ bí màá tẹ̀ sí.
So ẹ fẹ́ ṣe ti ready láti lọ dìbò lọ́la, aago wo lẹ máa ti jí lọ́la láti lọ dìbò.
Before 6:30 màá ti dé unit mi.
Tó bá ti dọ̀la ṣe máa lọ dìbò lọ́la.
Màá lọ dìbò lọ́la, màá tètè jí màá lọ.
Aago wo lẹ máa jí?
Màá jí ní 5, màá fẹsẹ̀ rìn.
A PVC is useless if you vote incorrectly. It is safe to say that the people of Ekiti are aware of how to vote correctly. One candidate, one box, one thumb, because an invalid vote means a silent vote. Sharon Ijason, TVC News, Ekiti State.
And joining us in the studio now as we begin analysis of the election process in Ekiti is in-house analyst Biodun Showumi and public affairs analyst Femi Lawson. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Happy election day, right?
Good morning. Happy election day.
Good morning. So we saw how in 2010 the Court of Appeal decision, changed the calendar for Ekiti where governorship election is concerned. We've been following this election very closely as well. It's been quite peaceful. Ekiti is also relatively known for you get the results earlier in Ekiti than in other states from what we've observed in the past few years. But what would you say makes Ekiti politically unique compared with other states as we count down to this election?
Ekiti is homogeneous. Everybody in Ekiti is Ekiti, whichever way you look at it. The only difference is that the boundary, moving from one community to the other, they've actually built into each other in many areas. So therefore, they see themselves as one, and in reality, they are one. Ekiti speaks with a voice, but even then, you still have multiple perspectives within that one voice. Their interest is Ekiti State. They're able to galvanize support around any particular candidate they think will serve their interest. If you look at the case of voting, they have a very relatively low voting population. For instance, in this election, you have about 1,059,000 voters with a high collection of PVC rate of over 1,028,000.
97%.
About 97% PVC collection. Going by past elections, you have about 40 to 45% of the people coming out to vote. So, predictably, we are looking at nothing less than about 500,000 voters coming out, to elect the governor today. In this very election, there seems to be a common opinion. You need to go to Ekiti and talk to the people. Even the opposition are so weak to the extent that, they are putting up a feeble resistance to the re-election of the governor. That does not mean that the people will not choose to vote wherever they want to go to. For instance, Governor Yebamiji, when he came in, decided on an inclusive approach, in terms of leadership in Ekiti. And along the line, very early on, something very unique and rare in Ekiti, he was able to galvanize the support of virtually every past governor in Ekiti State. And they all rally around, around him.
Today will be the litmus test to see
whether how successful is that tactics or not.
Yes.
Whether it's successful, he has succeeded or not. We don't know.
I even want you to touch on the voter turnout that you mentioned. The highest we probably have seen is 400,000. And the registered voters, in fact, have now increased to over 1 million, like you said. But it matters the number of people who come out to vote. Because the narrative has been that, yes, somebody eventually wins the election. But is it by popular votes? Because if most of the people sit back at home, what does that also say about the bridge between politicians and the ordinary voters?
In the past, the fear of violence had always kept people at home. In this election, many people think maybe more people will not come out to vote. I think more people will come out to vote this time around. It's not just about voting for a governor. Because of the climate, there is peace in Ekiti now, no matter how you look at it. If you look at the campaign period, we didn't have any significant incident of thugs or anybody harassing anybody. So it's been so peaceful. So that would be a motivating factor for the electorate to come and vote. And we are expecting more people to come out and vote. If you look at the nature of Ekiti, majority of the population in Ekiti who lives in Ekiti and who are voters are older people and civil servants. Many of the youths are out of Ekiti, either working one place or the other because of low level of industrialization. It's really an agrarian state, no doubt about that. So when you look at what we are likely going to see, more of the elderly people will come out and vote. And in that situation, you are likely going to have, a higher voter turnout than in the past election. So I'm predicting about 50% this time around.
We'll take you up on that. If it's not up to 50%, we'll have to find you.
It's a prediction. In the past, it's always between 40 and 45% turnout. So I think we should have a higher turnout this time.
It's fine. I just said we're going to take you up on it. And even we'll find you up to. But I wanted to see, there's something about that psychology he mentioned, where people think that this person might likely win. And I'm going to use the US election that had Hillary Clinton, for example. People looked at Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump and thought, she's going to beat him. And then most Democrats did not turn up. How do you think that psychology will also play out in Ekiti when people think that, this person is likely to win?
It will definitely play out. I just came from Ekiti yesterday evening. Had some training with election observers on the ground, and the truth is that we will not even have up to 40% of voters turn out in this election, because the election is as good as, of course, INEC will decide, will announce the winner eventually. The people of Ekiti State will decide the winner. But the truth is that the election, as it stands, as of yesterday, while I was living in Ekiti, looks so much like, an already decided, faith. Because, just like he mentioned, there's no serious competition in the race. Because what would have been the major political opposition to the incumbent seems not to be practically on the ground, except in very few places, like in places like where the candidate of the major opposition party, PDP, is coming from Nikere, one also prominent politician coming from Ilawe, who even on the ground there, because we did an assessment across the local government. So it looks so much like a lot of people, even in our interaction, have seen this as a fait accompli for the governor, and they are not enthusiastic. If you look at the zeal that has followed these elections in the past, during the election, even the first time election of this incumbent governor, you could see the enthusiasm, the zeal on the part of the people to be part of this process. But this time around, we are beginning to see something that looks so much like, of course, it's not decided until the vote are cast.
Because in Nigeria,
we may not have up to 40%.
We'd like to bring in the God factor
of the registered voters turnout.
It's too early in the day to say the way Ekiti people will vote. Let us talk about how this is a litmus test ahead of next year's election, because it's perhaps the first governorship election we're having following the amendment of the Electoral Act. The biggest controversy then was about the electronic transmission, and lawmakers included a proviso where if network fails, you fall back to the form and do manual collation. What are we looking forward to in Ekiti today in that regard?
Well, INEC has demonstrated preparedness. Seriously, if you look at deployment of logistics, and as at Thursday, almost everywhere in Ekiti, where these elections will be conducted today, I've had logistics, materials provided already. As at yesterday evening, I'm not sure there's any polling unit in Ekiti today that should anticipate the arrival of voting materials, later than scheduled by INEC, because, of course, it's a small state and INEC has shown preparedness. But that said, what is most important is not just about deployment of materials, personnel, but the outcome which people would expect will signal what INEC will do in 2027. And the outcome is about the result transmission. And we are hoping that if, of course, even the provisos available that in peradventure there are network issues, but I'm not expecting that INEC should do less than 95% transmission of results electronically today, based on how well it has prepared itself for this election. Of course, we know there will be issues, particularly in the rural communities, considering the reach of the internet in places like those communities in the interior part of Ekiti State. Because Ekiti entirely is not totally urban. But yet, I think INEC should not be doing less than 95% real-time transmission of results today. Because
transparency matters, Mr. Showumi, and that's where credibility of election becomes a key issue for many Nigerians. They feel like if we don't see IRF buzzing in real time, then something is happening in the back end.
Yeah, but there's no real-time voting anywhere in the whole world.
No. The real-time I meant is that if voting ends by 2:30, there are elections in this country, I think it was in Osun, that by 10 p.m., the last election, we had about over 90% of those elections uploaded already on the IRF portal.
You are likely going to see that in Ekiti. I agree completely with Femi. Yes, Ekiti would have challenges around area like Ileje, Meje, bordering Kwara and some other places which are totally rural with poor IT infrastructure and telecommunication infrastructure. No doubt about that. But in most of the major towns in Ekiti, the results will come in very, very fast. And trust Ekiti, they will vote and they will stand there and make sure their votes are counted. So no matter how we talk about transparency, the real experience of the voter, of that an average voter, is what matters. If they perceive the election to be very free and fair, then they're happy with it. For them, that is the definition of transparency. And because of that, I think the results will come in. The usual hotspots, Ifaki, Idosi, and other places, you won't have any trouble. You are not likely going to have any trouble. I mean, just go to the place and speak to the people. You see that it seems more relaxed, no tension in the air, nothing. I mean, that's the situation in Ekiti. So many voters will wait and make sure their votes are counted and the results will be transmitted. INEC has done a perfect job. I mean, the INEC rec has ensured, like Femi said, virtually all the 177 wards in 16 local government areas have been covered already. Less than 24 hours to the election. For me, that is a high state of readiness. We expect that in future elections.
You know, talking about...
I wanted to follow up on what he said with the issues around the electoral, the newly amended Electoral Act, because it has to be a concern when you're always the first, you know, upon which that new amendment is tested. Do you think that if not properly implemented, it could be problematic? Because again, we're at the point where, you know, a lot of jurisdiction, a lot of legislation rather, you know, around litigations around the election is so much from the electoral primaries. If they don't get that right in Ekiti, how problematic could it be?
It could be, you know, so problematic for us in 2027 if we don't get it right in Ekiti. And I think we should begin to look at a situation where our elections are won on election day, not in the courts. Because it's a very terrible thing when people have to vote and we have to wait on the court to decide who is the actual winner of elections.
It's how we got here in the first place.
So because it's so terrible. So INEC has a duty, not just INEC, but also stakeholders. But most times when we talk about election, INEC is always our focus. But the truth is that in every election, there are stakeholders beyond INEC that actually determines the outcome of every election. INEC could deploy all the electronic infrastructures, INEC could deploy whatever it has to do, personnel and materials today. But what roles are the security agencies going to play? What roles are the political parties going to play? What roles are the citizens going to play? Because if you detach these core stakeholders from the process, if you like bring an angel to come and conduct these elections, the truth is that we may end up in the courts again. And if tomorrow somebody who comes third in the election of fourth becomes the winner by the virtue of, you know, legal gymnastics, you know, as we have seen in Nigeria. So we must begin to emphasize and focus on how elections will be won on election days, not only by, you know, focusing on INEC capacity or preparedness alone, but also what roles are the stakeholders playing in this election? Because if not, we may have to go back to, you know, your submission that, of course, there'll be legal issues that may have to challenge whatever, you know, each may come out from the process. Maybe, of course, it could be issues of accreditation. People can go to court for any reason as far as this election. So we must begin to look at how, in the manner of orientation, you know, education, we'll keep insisting that our elections are won on election day, not, you know, after.
Do you think that has gotten better if we count down from 2010 when the appeal court interrupted the governorship cycle in Ekiti? Do you think we have improved as to getting the elections won at the polls?
Look, elections, when you talk about election, you are talking about the game of power. You know, I want power, you want power. So it's highly competitive.
And if I don't get it at the poll, I'll get it in the court.
One way or the other. It depends on most importantly, the issue is about if people think they've been cheated or the process is flawed one way or the other, then they will go to court. Even there are cases where the process is not flawed, they will still end up in court. The biggest democracy in the world is United States. Trump, when he lost the election some years ago, actually went to court. That's in the United States of America, against the currency of public thinking at that point in time. So one way or the other, you cannot stop a politician from going to court for different reasons. Some people do go to court with a view to bargain, not necessarily because they think they have a very good case. I will point to the last presidential election. Go and read the Supreme Court judgment. Nobody could fault that judgment, but people went to court, not because they were not aware of those positions. They knew. So at times people go to court for different reasons. But
I was going to pick that up with you because when you said when they feel cheated, because it sort of feels like we have moved from the feeling of being cheated to just looking for technicalities. And I wanted to ask you if some of these amendments have also brought that about, where sometimes the reason why someone who was voted, who won the election that election is now upturned, is because there was a technicality, and sometimes it has to do with guidelines or the Electoral Act. How again, just looking at these amendments, are we not creating that loophole for technicalities?
You would always have technicalities. That's what law is about, you know. And when people think there is a way out somewhere, they will try and exploit it. Look at Bayesa's election. You remember the case? It was the deputy governor that had issues. And then that led to the election being cancelled. I mean, the governor, the man who actually won the election, lost the governorship. You know, so that is what the law is about. You know, the judiciary is the final arbiter. Don't forget, when you go into a game, you need an umpire. And the judiciary, in this case, is the final umpire. If you disagree with INEC, go to court. The reason why people say go to court is not because anybody wants the court to decide. It's simply because nobody wants violence. Don't resort to self-help. Go to another body that will independently look at your case and make a decision.
It sounds very interesting, but it's also disrupting when people wake up early, you know, because we keep advancing the need for people to go out and exercise their franchise. It's why people don't come out for election. What they feel like, even when the election is done, somebody will still go back to court and interfere with what has happened. Fundamentally, because you saw what happened at the court recently, where the Court of Appeal, you know, indicted a judge of the Federal High Court of what they call judicial rascality. And then the NJC is now being petitioned. Now, why would you go ahead with that kind of judgment, you know, given the facts on the ground? Do you think there are other fundamental things we need to fix that would make it impossible for an election that have been won by majority of voters to just be taken away and given to another person in the four walls of the court? Because that's not democracy in the real sense of it. If we're saying the government is for the people, it's supposed to be the voice of the majority who have come out to vote, not the minority who have picked up some technicalities in the courts.
Yeah, but at times it's not about technicalities. It's about the real counting of votes. People's vote must count. I will remind you of Osun State. You know, there was a time they had a very terrible situation. They had to employ forensic experts to actually come and determine the valid votes from votes that are not valid. You remember this issue so many years ago. So in some cases, it's also about upholding the votes of the people to ensure that the people who actually voted, that their votes count. And it's important for people to come out, you know, and vote. So we can't preclude the role of the courts, no matter how we look at it. We might think, just like saying, for instance, so the police is corrupt, so therefore we don't need the police to police an election. You try that and see the chaos that will ensue. So whichever way we look at it, many people think there is what they call perfect election. There is no perfect election anywhere in the world. And that is why the law is properly, you know, crafted in a way to ensure that there must be a significant disruption to an election, you know, to make the process flawed. If you don't have that, the result of that election will be announced. There is no perfect election anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, particularly under the presidential system of government, it's really very problematic. It's totally different from a parliamentary system of government where people are only interested in their local member of parliament, and then you have a very few number of people who would vote, and the votes get counted, and it's about proportional system. You know, if you win 10% of the vote, you have 10% representation in parliament. It's unlike presidential system of government where it is winner takes all. And that is it. And that's one of the major problems with the presidential system of government.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Lawson into the conversation, because I just want to stay on this issue. I know there are lots of issues to look at, but this is very fundamental because we're talking about voter turnout and what has impacted voter turnout. We find that in some cases, you know, as much as we know that there are times people go to court because they feel like they have won. One of the most famous one would be the Oshomole case, where he knew that, look, that first time election, I won that election. I also have people turned out to say, and people were literally following him to court. People, you know, on the streets waiting and, you know, some protesting and say, this is our vote. But these days, we do not find that happen. And I also wanted to link that to, because Nifemi mentioned it, how that has impacted voter turnout. If people feel like, look, even if I vote for you, somebody else might get it in court. and you may also get into court. I mean, this thing is really end up in court, so why should I even bother to come out in the first place?
Just like I stated earlier, determining winners of election on election day is not just about ensuring that, who has the highest number of votes is declared. Because when you talk about determining election on election days, that we should excuse the role of the courts as it has become the norm here. The truth is that that will only be achievable when we have a truly transparent and credible process. Because if we want to insist in alignment with what Cabinet said, the truth is that if we say, okay, well, let's make sure that elections are won on election days, and people begin to bring coconuts, Mark Tyson, and every other all sort of fake identities to vote, like we've experienced in the past, in the case of for sure, the election of Ondomimiko Agagu, where foreigners were imported on the voters list, just because. So
just hold that for a minute. Let us quickly get to the field where Rafiu Hamid is joining us. I believe is in the state capital, Ado-Ekiti. Rafiu, it's about 19 minutes to 8 a.m. Where are you and what's happening there?
Okay, it's a Sunday morning here in Ado-Ekiti, the Ekiti state capital. We set out early enough, and with what we've seen, you can still, if you the roads passing through this place, you can see motorcycles, many of them still passing, still plying the road. Even vehicles are still plying the roads, and we know they are maybe by 8 they will all go back to their various homes to pick their permanent voter card to come and vote. But we've been to some polling units this morning, and interestingly, electoral officers, they arrived at various polling units 7:10, 7:15. Even some people got to their various polling units at 7. And very close to us is a particular RAC center, registration area center here of the Independent National Electoral Commission. And they've been distributing various electoral materials to the electoral officers who have been moving with security operatives, the police, the DSS, the NSCDC, to their various polling units just to ensure this exercise commences as early as they can. Presently, we are at Ward 11, Unit 9 at Irona, and we met them there at around 7:15. They were setting up, pasting some information that will be of interest to the electorate. But voting is yet to commence. Accreditation is yet to commence, but people are already waiting. Some people are already waiting. I think this is one of the newly created polling units, so people are no more here. But going down the street, we learned that a number of voters, hundreds of them, are already queuing up to ensure they cast their ballot when the exercise commences at 8 a.m.
There's restriction of movement from midnight to 6:30 p.m. How come we can still hear vehicular movement in the background? Is that not being fully implemented in Ado?
In fact, it's inexplicable, because that's how I can describe it. Because I wouldn't see, I can't understand a situation whereby we're having hundreds of motorcycles still passing. If you can hear from the background, those are the voices of motorcycles, vehicles plying various routes in this axis. They are moving from one place to another, carrying passengers, doing businesses as we speak. But the only thing we have noticed is that shops are not opened, businesses are not operating, but vehicles, motorcycles, hundreds of them are passing by as we speak. I think maybe security operatives will swing to action and ensure they implement this order of movement of restriction, particularly vehicular movement between 8 a.m., particularly between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. when the election will have been rounded up.
Or perhaps it is already living in the future where your life can continue whether election is holding or not. You mentioned that some voters are at the polling units where you are. Can you see any security operative or INEC officials around as well?
Yes, INEC officials are here. We met here the officials of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. We also saw some police officers coming, inspecting various polling units, maybe visiting various polling units to ensure there is no breakdown of law and order. But as we speak, the atmosphere is calm. is peaceful, as we have met here since we arrived at Ekiti about 2-3 days ago. There is no tension, no apprehension of any sort. So people are going about their lawful activities up till this moment. No reason for anybody to cause crisis because things are moving on very smoothly. So, and we believe this will continue until the end of the exercise, possibly around 4 p.m. Today.
Well, Rafi, you mentioned that people are already seated, even though the voting is to commence from 8. Just speak, in terms of those early arrivals, just speak to us as to the demographic and then gender as well. All right, I understand that Rafi isn't there anymore, but we'll just continue conversation in the studio when we'll have him. Yeah, we'll continue to take those reports from him.
Ekiti, people are not sending restriction of movement, and that's very interesting. You know, some people said, why are we asking people to sit back at home because it's election? Do you know how many millions of naira we're going to lose for that? But what does that say about Ekiti and its state capital?
Look, two issues decides what people do when it comes to election. One, fear of violence. If you don't have any anxiety around violent conduct, you are likely going to see people wanting to normalize their day-to-day activity. Even on election day, they won't be bothered about it. The second issue is the stomach infrastructure. You know, these are the elections where you are not likely going to see a lot of stomach infrastructure, you know, playing out. So therefore, people want to give their normal business activities, you know, to say, look, I need to earn a little money after all.
They've calculated how much they would like to lose.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, the inflow of, we are not seeing money playing a major role in this election in Ekiti. So that plays out, you know, when it comes to the psychology of the people. But the most important thing is that
Mr. Show, we do have to put it on hold. I will know. I mean, we are putting both of you on hold. just hold that. Rafi, I was asking you. Here we have you now. That in terms of the early arrivals, speak to us. What in terms of demographics? Who are those who have arrived? Male, female, age as well.
Okay. You know, even in the total number of registered voters that we have in percentage, we have about 52% for female, while 48% for male. And at this polling unit, this is polling unit Ward 11, unit 39. Here we have female who are, you know, in any election, there will always be the set of people that will arrive. They are already seated here waiting for the commencement of the exercise. And we are also having young people, maybe just 18, 19. We've seen them at the first polling unit we have visited this morning. And they are also here sitting down, expecting the voting, the accreditation and voting exercise to begin. And as we can see, some people are also coming from this side now, just now. We are expecting them as they are coming to this polling unit, just to ensure they arrive here on time. I think the enlightenment the Independent National Electoral Commission has put up, maybe has embarked upon in the last few months, with that of the political parties and civil society organizations. I think it's working because the rate at which people arrived, the various polling units that we have visited this morning is highly interesting, and we can only hope that it will continue to increase to give the electoral process in Nigeria a credibility.
And I know it's very early to tell, but one of the fears of elections is that once you have heavy security presence, people might be intimidated. Just so far, what is the relationship or the body language between the security agents and the voters who are already waiting?
Yes, one of the concerns raised by civil society organizations, YAGA, we have a number of them, the Kuka Center, at their last press conference they held, the joint press conference that was held yesterday here in Ekiti. They raised concern about intimidation. But what we have seen so far this morning, there is no sign of intimidation or harassment. People are just coming. Security operatives are here. In fact, since yesterday or day before yesterday, they've been patrolling, embarking on show of force. The police, the NSCDC, the DSS, they've been moving from one place to another to ensure that everything goes well. But as we speak, as we speak, people are just discussing, laughing, and there is no sign of intimidation or harassment prior to in the run-up to this election. And they are open, and we are also open as journalists too, that this will continue, because this will also give us that opportunity to exercise, to perform our responsibility as expected of us.
And I think one of the promises made by this, the chairman of INEC, is that he was going to improve on inclusion, which will include PWDs, people with disabilities. He talked about, having a right of way for those who are physically challenged in terms of the ability to walk, and then brailles, for those who are visually impaired. As in some of the polling units you have been to today, what have you found out in INEC's inclusion of those who are living with or those with disabilities?
Yes, we have just visited about 3 polling units this morning, and we believe that those who are PWD, particularly and women, they have special case for them, and even the elderly. They have told them right from yesterday that if you see the elderly people, they should be given preference by allowing them to be number 1, number 2, number 2, be the first set of people that will be attended to on the queue. The PWDs, we have not seen them here at this polling unit, but we believe plans must have been made for them at the various polling units, as stated by the Independent National Electoral Commission in their various press conferences, meetings they've held with stakeholders, with election stakeholders, leading to this election. But we believe that by hate, those people, the PWDs, they should also be coming down. Then we'll start moving and monitoring the processes they will be following in ensuring that they cast their vote. But we must state that we must give them the INEC benefit of the doubt till 8 a.m. when we continue, when accreditation and voting will commence, so that we'll have a clear picture of whatever they will embark on and how they will adhere strictly to the Electoral Act, and particularly to the guidelines set by the Independent National Electoral Commission itself prior to this election.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Hamid, for that update. Interesting. We're going to get back to you, especially when accreditation begins, so we can find out exactly what's happening there. We know for sure that there are 5,500 NSCDC officials deployed for this election. But when we spoke with CP Shogunle yesterday, for the first time since covering elections, he did not declare the number of policemen deployed for this. And I asked him that, why are you keeping more money? He said it is the police strategy. We know that they have deployed some to the forest based on intel. One thing you won't be able to accuse government of in this election is over-militarization, until maybe when we now hear police precisely saying the number of people they have deployed. But interestingly, from the polling units we just saw, women arrive early for election. It's just that you don't find them on the ballot. At least there is no female governorship candidate in this election.
Well, they say we are good for deputy governors.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, we'll have a conversation behind the scenes.
But let me get your reaction on that. Why don't we have, we have yet to have the first democratically elected female governor in this country?
It's really challenging, and we should be worried, even though we still call it a nascent democracy. But of course, this republic is 27 years now, and I think we should have gotten to that point where political parties, just like the APC did in Adamawa in 2023, should begin to push the women forward. And one thing about what APC did in Adamawa in 2023 wasn't just to unpick, because sometimes you have to also challenge the women. Senator Binane fought major aspirants, including former governors, to pick up the ticket of the party. And she almost won that election. In fact, the election was not decided on election day. So women also now have a duty to begin to see themselves beyond being able to play the role of deputies. I just saw, the political parties in Ogun State a few days ago. The major political parties are fielding women as deputies, and it's a reserved state, and I think if you look at the capacity of our women, look at the turnout today, you find out that you have more women most likely in most of the polling units voting in this election. Because as we speak, most men are either on their way to the farm or are riding motorcycles just like.
But you know, I like the Benani example. It's just that with the benefit of hindsight, it also did not pan out well the way, you know, the REC announced the results. I mean, do you think that has set a terrible precedent in any way?
No, of course, you may not be holding her responsible for that, especially when you look at some of those antecedents that characters who found themselves, you know, in INEC have been made up of in the past. There was a time in this country that we had result of election in states being announced in Abuja against the law. So there are instances where people are manipulated easily. Of course, but overall performance.
It's all right.
If you look at the performance of Senator Benani in that election, you will know that she was not just a push aside as a candidate, because for a woman to have contested with an incumbent governor and have put up such, you know, a serious, you know, fight to the extent that who won the election became almost a subject of controversy. So you know that
the controversy that was created by her camp anyway.
Let us hold on for a minute, Precious. I'm hearing that Solomon is standing by from Ikere. Ikere is interesting because he has about 67,000 PVCs collected, and you look at that, it's one of the high-ranking local government areas to look out for in this election. Solomon, it's 4 minutes before 8. Where are you? What's happening there?
So I am in Ilakpetu Ijao ward. That's what they call here, Ward 8, polling unit 10 here. And it's impressive here in Ikere that the people are out to vote. Even before the voting materials and officials arrive, the people have been and see well before 8 o'clock in some polling units, even without polling starting yet. At 7:30, they are already here, setting up, ready and waiting for the kickoff of the voting process. It's amazing that while we were coming all the way from Ado and monitoring events in all the polling units, men and materials have arrived. At least in Ikere, we can tell you that confidently. The presiding officers are here. The people are waiting for the official kickoff of the voting.
It's a similar report that we're getting from a polling unit in Ado Ekiti, Solomon, that INEC officials and police operatives, security operatives are already on ground, and some voters are also waiting. But what can you say about vehicular movement, which was restricted from midnight? What's your experience in Ikere?
Well, you can. The road is fairly free, but there's also a bit of laissez-faire attitude here, where town and there are states and passing through maybe Ekiti to other parts of the country of saying, "Oh, don't pass."
We'll probably have to get back.
Amongst the people, there is very little vehicular movement, and it seems that the road has been designed for people who are trekking, who are walking, going to their polling units and everywhere. There's not so much movement other than people walking to their polling units, and there are so many polling units in close proximity to each other. We are here at Ward 8, Unit 10. Just about 100 meters away from here, there is a polling unit. Right in front of me, I can see a polling unit about 50 to 70 meters away. In this polling unit here, polling unit 10, where we have 142 voters here, and they're already waiting. Some of them have been here to check up their names to see if they are supposed to be here to vote. But the impressive thing here about the Ekiti 2026 governorship election is that men and material earlier, at least 1 hour before voting will commence.
Sounds like we're going to leave here early today, Precious.
Absolutely. But Solomon, I mean, one of the issues there right now is the network, which we believe that is going to also be an issue at some point. But just tell us about the security deployment at Ikere. What have you noticed?
Well, right here at this polling unit, we have 3 officers,
All right,
we have to hope that INEC's internet is better than,
Hopefully
I was speaking with the rec yesterday and something interesting happened. The light just went up in his office. And I said, Residence Electoral Commission, are you sure that you're going to have enough power? And then, interestingly, before I finished following up, the light came back and said, we have everything. We have IPP, we have generator, we have solar. I said, calm down. I was just kidding.
Hopefully you are making a very important point about female gender inclusivity in our electoral process. We should not forget the first woman that became a governor in Nigeria, Virginia Etiaba, who was deputy governor until 2006 to 2007 for 1 year. The major problem which we have is the nature of our society being patriarchal.
But she didn't become governor through the ballot?
No, not directly through the ballot, yes, I agree. That was why she was only there between 2006 and 2007. But the major problem is also we need to look at, our makeup, which is a lot of it about our past history, the role of women and all that. Things have changed. But politicians who are supposed to embrace the change are the real enemies of the change. Leaving people like you and I campaigning to say, hang on a minute, women can play, a more significant role in our system. Go and look at the Senate, for instance. How many women are in the Senate? About 4 or 5.
About 4.
In the Senate, 4. In the Nigerian Senate, you can imagine. So what that would tell you, that's a poor reflection.
We wanted to suspend one of them last year. You need to add that.
You then have 3 functional female. Honestly, this is a very sad thing. We need to look at it and say, look, how do we deliberately engineer a process?
When you were speaking, I knew you were going to mention, Virginia, because that's the go-to, right? And it has stayed for years as the only one. Because once everyone is talking about it, you just point at her. And once you're talking, because she's the only one. And I'm wondering, we have not gotten to the point yet, let's be honest, where we vote for individuals. Yes, maybe 2023 sort of tested that in presidential election, but so far people still vote for parties, which means that if parties decide that they want to field candidates and say, okay, we are the big parties, let's push female candidates, they might get elected. So what do you think the challenges are within the party that these women are not being pushed out?
It's from the foundation. If you look at the constitution of most of these political parties, they are drafted in such manners that even until very recently, PWDs were not even captured, in the provisions of most of the political, because deliberately the parties must create, that opportunity for people who live with disability, for women, to the extent that it must be clearly stated, not through, not on the podium of political campaign or through NEC meetings or NWC, as the case may be, but it must be stipulated in the laws governing the party. That's the foundation, that to start with, a particular percentage of offices to be contested by parties must be allocated to, and the minimum must not be the limit. Because if it is possible for women to even occupy the majority seats, why not allow them? We've seen parliaments in Rwanda, in some other countries, where you could see very visible representation of women, even without dictates of political parties.
I kind of understand affirmative action for appointments, but I don't really know how it works for elective offices, because we make a reference to Rwanda and places like that. For a political party, it's about winning elections. So when it comes to fielding a candidate, they want to field the most popular candidate, because they're not the only one in that election. Do you think we're going to be able to affirm and say, give women more role so that they can become governors? Do you think that's going to be a sustainable pathway to getting women to that post? Or perhaps it's something a little bit different culturally, that we need to get more strong women who can evolve by themselves politically, have the political clout. No.
There are a lot of women, even in the current political,
who have the political clout to emerge as governors.
If you look at,
are you sure we have enough of them?
There are a lot. We have a lot of them. Even in Lagos State, there are women that are not only grassrooted, they are not only brilliant, they are not only vibrant, they are not only even economically empowered. That many of these persons who have been chosen by political parties to contest election in Lagos. And this is the situation across so many other states. But just a cultural thing. And we have this very terrible psychological problem here. That it looks like, the men must sit on the table to decide what happens. And that is what we are living on. Because the moment we realize that for every man you bring forward, there are women with equal capacity. And the truth is that just throw it open and see if truly you don't have women who can dethrone a lot of these persons. But the truth is that it has got a mental issue for us. It is. It should be men. And as if it's,
Mr. Ashowome, just to follow up on what Nifemi said, because I would think that all it takes is one woman, because all it takes is one man. But we'll come back to that. I understand we'll have our reporter, Zaid Arabisala, standing by for us. Zaid, tell us where you are. Vote accreditation should have started at this point. Give us updates on that as well.
Good morning, Precious. It was good to join you live there. I'm currently at the police headquarters here in Ekiti to see what exactly the security arrangement, of course, on election days like. We've been to some polling units on our way down here, and I can confirm to you that here in the state capital, we have deployment of materials, get to locations very timely. As at about 7:30, when I sent some materials back to the office, we have INEC officials, security agencies at various polling units. A case in hand is that of Unit Ward 10, Unit 31, along the New Inn Road, where we have people already coming to the polling units, even as INEC officials are setting up. So I can confirm to you that election is gearing up, of course, across different parts of the state capital. But where I am currently is the police headquarters, where we have on ground special team of officers who are on standby to respond to issues whenever they arise. We have men of the counter-terrorism unit, which the commissioner in charge of this election has said they are part of the special team that will be deployed for this particular election. They are here. You'll see them with their red berets and their red berets ready for deployment whenever the case arises. You also have other officers distributed in batches who are on standby. You see some with a yellow tag. The tag on their neck is having the color yellow. And what I understand is that those officers are on standby, and of course they are currently in the command. They do not have access to go out with that card until it is changed. But on the flip side, you also see some who are on green rope tag, and that tells you that those ones are the ones that would go swiftly should the case arise for deployment. And you have them also ready, standing firm for that signal to move out should any reason arise. Earlier before today, the commissioner assured that the officers are ready, and we see that the polling units we've been to, they are also on ground.
Just to say that accreditation actually begins at 8:30. But I wanted to ask you, Zaid, because one of the things we've been hearing from other reporters, we heard from Solomon Arafiu, is the issue around compliance to restriction of movement. Is the police reacting to that, or has the police reacted to that at all?
We've not gotten any reactions from the police, but yesterday, while the commissioner in charge of this election spoke, said there is actually restriction of vehicular movement, and of course mentioned the fact that he understands that examinations are happening today, and of course those persons will be able to move. But I can tell you this morning, we've seen motorcycles on the road, we've seen vehicles on the road trying to also move, some with elections coverage stickers, others just trying to move. But I understand that some of those persons who are also using these motorcycles are perhaps heading for election duty and all of that. So we've not seen much of a strictness in terms of the restriction of movement. But officers are at different strategic points within the state capital to monitor the situation of things. I also have people walking with their legs, of course, to their various destinations. I even saw an ice cream truck moving this morning, and I'm imagining perhaps it's going to a polling unit that he knows he would have.
No, that is a strategic business move, because it will come handy on a sunny election day. But there's an entire battalion behind you, just standing at alert. What are they still doing at the police headquarters? Shouldn't they be in the cities?
Just like I told you, these ones here are on standby. The officers have been deployed for election, attached to various training units and strategic locations are already on ground. So these ones are on standby. If any need arise, they will respond. We also have a team of the Commissioner of Police that will be going out.
Zaid Arabisala is at the police headquarters in Ado-Ekiti, where we see that the police seem to have enough hands. They even have a standby team, who are getting ready to swing into action. We spoke earlier with the Commissioner of Police yesterday, who said they have identified flashpoint areas, including forests, where the police will be monitoring on election day. Let's get back to the studio. We were discussing
inclusion. I was
gender inclusion. I was
speaking to him about it because sorry, I'm not interacting with, but I have to say this. Nifemi had mentioned about having enough, but it's one person who runs for office at a time, and so when you find that one woman, it should give her the opportunity. Is it really about? And I know you mentioned the patriarchal society, but is it really about not finding a woman who has that popularity? Or just that men are not ready, even amongst themselves, without men battle for that office, are not ready to say, look, they give that opportunity to a woman?
Look, if you go into history, we're faced with two problems there. One is cultural, the other is religion. Historically, we've been running on the rule of exceptionalism. Except a woman is double better than a man, that is when she's fit to lead. Go back into history, look at the role of Queen Amina over the snake that she ended up killing to save the whole community. Go and look at the role of Madame Tinubu, then also Mrs. Fumilayo Rason Kuti and all that. We've always been running on that, strand of exceptional woman, and that is not good enough. We are in a situation where we have to take deliberate political action to break down those cultural and religious biases to ensure that women, can have meaningful representation. I know it's a bit difficult in a winner-takes-all situation like presidential system of government. It's totally different from parliamentary system of government. It's a lot easier, like what they did in UK, saying that, okay, maybe 30% of the seat should be reserved for women. In Nigeria, for instance, in a presidential system of government, the question is whose constituency should be ceded to women, and then you see everybody being protective, trying to guard their own corner. But it has to be by law. We must compel, political parties to ensure that at least 30% of the seats should be.
It sounds like we're going to.
It must be something deliberate.
We are waiting on men to yield rather than women taking it. In a system that is largely driven by men, who is going to convince men otherwise? But I hear that Zaid is back. Okay, Solomon, we have Solomon back from Ikere. Solomon, we lost you for a minute. You were talking about security presence at the polling unit where you are.
Yes, just beside me here are men of the Nigeria Police. They are here, full presence, eagle-eyed on the voting, on the process. Of course, the voting does not start until 8:30. We expect that the preambles of the elections addressing the voters who are already waiting eagerly should start with the electoral officers now, with the polling officers. If voting is to start at 8:30, the polling officers should by now be addressing the waiting spectators, the waiting voters, to tell them the procedure, because voting, accreditation and simultaneous voting will start at 8:30. So the preambles will be done shortly before 8:30 so that the people are aware. But the important thing is that the people are eagerly waiting. You have Look at them sitting patiently. This is where, for the first time, it seems, or in a long while that I have seen, that voters have arrived at the polling unit before polling officers and materials. They were already waiting. But then it must be kudos to the polling officers for INEC who arrived here in Ikere at least 1 hour to the voting time. I mean, that's impressive.
So if we have INEC there, the materials are there, police is there, all things being equal, accreditation and voting will start 8:30. Is that what you're saying, Solomon? Solomon, I'm saying that it looks like all is set for voting and accreditation to commence at exactly 8:30 a.m. where you are, right? And perhaps
people are waiting, the officers are waiting. If you in front of me, just opposite me, there's another polling unit. You know, the people there are also waiting. They are already on a queue. Well, you can't start queuing now until the polling officers have addressed you to take position. They have to first of all address all the voters, tell them the rules. They will understand the rules before they can then set out to take their queues and all of that. So polling will start at 8:30, as we can see it from here. And an interesting thing is that if you look a bit to my right, you see some young people. Maybe they got the message that we've been talking about. Some young people have come here to also show young adults that they are ready to vote, to take their destiny in their hands, as it were, to decide who becomes the governor of Ekiti for another 4 years. You know, so it's not only the older people that are here. In this particular polling unit 10 in Ilakpetu Ijao, in Ikere, it seems there are more young people, young adults, than you have old people. 142 people are in this unit to vote, in all.
Solomon, I guess those young people have been watching TVC News, because that's the conversation we're having, you know, on air right now, the issues around inclusion. But just speak to us about, I know you've touched on it, young people, but generally, what's your observation when it comes to inclusion, whether it's for women or for men or for people with disability?
Now, if a cursory look at the people who are waiting to vote here, you can see that there are more women here waiting to vote than there are men. The question you'd ask, where are the men? Are we having a reenactment of what happened on Resurrection Day when Jesus Christ rose from the dead? The women went to the grave and the men were hiding somewhere. But what you have here is majority women waiting to vote. Maybe with this, the men will wake up, but the women are more here waiting to vote.
And what about PWDs? Any of them there, has any provision been made for them to vote? So I was asking you about the PWDs, if there is, or if any provision has been made for them to vote.
Well, I do not think that there's a specific provision other than the setup here until we see someone, persons with disability, then we'll know how they will handle that here. At the moment, we have not seen anyone we have not seen any one of them here. When the voting eventually commences, they will see if there are aids or if the people within the community will also come to their aid to help them. But there is no specific special provisions made for people with disabilities to vote here. I guess it's just what everybody is doing here. It's a local town. There is no major problem for them. Maybe when the voting starts, then we can say, okay, oh, there's no provision, there's provision, they are having difficulties. But at this polling unit, at this time, nothing like that.
Solomon, thank you for the updates there. We're back with you shortly, especially when the voting and accreditation commence by 8:30 to see what happens there. But let's turn to Ado-Ekiti, I suppose, where Sharon Jason is standing by. In all of the places we monitored this morning, we've seen more women at the poll than men. Sharon, where are you? And is that the same case there as well?
I'm right here at the INEC headquarters here in Ekiti State. It's been a busy morning, and we've had lots of ad hoc staff stay up all night to ensure that the election today would be smooth, free, and fair. Visiting the INEC office this morning, I could observe that the election situation room, which has been activated since 12 noon yesterday, was already active. According to them, they were up all day, all night to ensure that they monitor what is happening at the rack, and to ensure that materials get to the polling units in good time, and also do some testing to ensure that when voting commences at 8:30, it will be seamless, and they'll be ready to monitor back end what is happening at various polling units. It's safe to say that voters' enlightenment actually took place before now, and the polls on the streets here in Ekiti signifies that the voters are ready to perform their civic responsibility. This morning at 6 a.m., I was trying to observe the environment, and I could see how even elderly people were moving from their homes to actually move to their polling units so that they're going to get there in good time. Now, what is going to happen technically in the next few minutes is election will commence 8:30 and it will end 2:30. However, there's a caveat. Until the last person on the queue is able to perform its civic responsibility, they won't close shop, and counting of the votes will commence immediately. So for them here at INEC, they are ready. If you can see what's happening behind me, you will see that you have the security operatives on ground. Place is fully secured, so it's expected that sensitive materials and non-sensitive materials, by the time it will arrive here,
we are ready to go. We are ready to go. We are ready to go.
Indeed, Sharon, INEC was very optimistic about timely commencement of election today. We've recorded that in all of the polling units we've seen this morning, we've seen the ad hoc staff, we've seen security personnel. But what is INEC saying at its headquarters as at this morning? Are they still optimistic about early commencement?
They are ready for the election. They're ready for the election because as early as 4 or 5 a.m., most of the sensitive materials had left rack to various polling units. So they are ready to start by 8:30. Remember that Ekiti State has just 16 local government areas, 177 wards, and more than 2,000 polling units. So they are definitely ready for this election, and they are ready to encourage citizens to come out in good time so that they can start and finish in good time, so that perhaps the new governor will be announced as early as possible.
Sharon Jason live for us at the INEC headquarters in Ado-Ekiti. We'll get back to you shortly. Thank you for the update there. Let's talk to the Commissioner of Police in charge of the election in Ekiti State, CP Abayomi Shogunle. Good to see you again this morning, CP. We saw your men standing by at the headquarters earlier. What do you make of events leading to this election, and what has happened thus far this morning?
Thank you for what I can say this morning is that everything we are meeting up with the timeline that we have set. Just as expected, polling will commence in the next 6 minutes. And as expected, our plan was to make sure that polling units set up and ready latest 8 a.m. And from the reports I've receiving that we have been able to achieve that significantly. So, using accreditation, to commence 8:30, that's the next 5 minutes.
You know, we saw a particular polling unit in Ekiti earlier with 3 of your men seated. Is that the arrangement for the 2,400 plus polling units across Ekiti? Are they going to have 3 policemen attached to each polling unit?
As per the regulation of INEC, we are deploying 4 security agencies to every polling unit. And these security agencies is made up of mainly 3 police officers and 1 officer from any of the security agencies, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense, Customs, Immigration, Road Safety, and so on. So every polling unit will have a minimum of 4 security officers made up of 3 police officers and 1 other security agent.
It looks like we can start doing the maths, even you are not willing to tell us the number of men you have deployed.
We'll just time the number of police officers
we'll just start doing the multiplication ourselves. But are there any flashpoints that you have identified and that you are monitoring closely in any of the 16 local government areas this morning?
Yes, we did identify some flashpoints shortly before the election, and necessary measures needed to be put in place was put in place, and actually those flashpoints are no longer posing any threats because we are taking care of the endpoints to live cause the threats. So as we speak, there are no to be worried about. Notwithstanding deployment to take care should there be any need of any threat from any of the
CP, beyond the flashpoints, we know that you would be getting regular security updates and reports as this election progresses. What more can you tell us about your reading of the security situation in Ekiti State this morning?
We'll get back to the Commissioner of Police in charge of the Ekiti election, CP Abayomi Shogule.
Seems to be a network challenge today. We hope that doesn't impact on the process.
INEC says it's super ready. I think
I guess they're using.
They are taking their service directly from the satellite.
Well, that has to be. But let's get back to. I know we touched on the issue of inclusion, but I wanted to bring in a question that Ifemi had raised earlier, and then raise it with you, Mr. Femilas, which is the issues around compliance to restrictions. And even I touched on how people say, look, let's just have elections that without having to be restricted. But others will say it's a security issue. For us, it has to be that we can monitor what's actually going on without having too many people, moving around. I mean, where do you lie in that conversation?
What actually entrenched this culture of restriction during election was our experiences, particularly in 2003 and 2007. When elections almost became war in Nigeria, you find armed thugs moving from polling unit to polling unit, maiming people, even up to 2015, we had the situation where election was almost becoming war. And why was it then? Because then election results are collected from the polling unit, written in papers, somebody is taking it to collation center, from ward to on the road, somebody has hijacked it, sometimes replaced the originally written result. But I think we should be getting to that point where elections should just be a mere event. For me, after 27 years, we should be talking about, do we impose restrictions during national examinations? Do we impose restrictions during other national events? Why should we impose restrictions? And one of the ways to get out of this
doesn't involve
one of the ways to get out of this is to ensure that we go further in ensuring that our election becomes more electronic because the whole idea of violence during election, voters intimidation, ballot snatching, is what sometimes on election day you think you are on the battlefield. I'm happy that as of yesterday, before leaving Ekiti, I did not notice any visible presence of the military. Unlike we have seen in previous elections. In actual fact, CP Shogunle is overseeing this election on behalf of, in the past we have seen one DIG deployed and also. So it should get to that point where people can freely move from their home to their office where they have registered. For instance, if I am a voter in Ajao Estate now, and I work on the Victoria Island, nothing should stop me from voting and coming to my work place. You know, but so I think for me, it is as much as necessary for us to deepen the issues of election security, not only about providing thousands of men, civil defense, over 5,000 police. I'm sure we'll not be less than 10,000.
The body language of the CP is such that there are no flashpoints.
Yes. But doesn't that reflect on, wouldn't that be around maybe the issues leading up to the election?
Exactly.
How volatile is state
exactly the point I wanted to make, that perhaps our biggest problems in this country are the politicians.
Yeah, sure.
Because the violence erupts when it is keenly contested, when there are heavyweights and the interests are huge. How do we balance it in such a way that even when elections are keenly contested, we can still have a peaceful outing?
Even when elections are not keenly contested, you will see there are people who think they have to prove a point as security, on security in a particular area or one thing or the other, because that's what makes them relevant. They are not contesting elections, but they have the guys that, okay, the chairman of that local government must reckon with me. I will be the chief security officer, official or unofficial, for the local government. The governor must reckon with me. The president must. There are people like that. Yes, they are not even contesting elections and they are politicians. So they play a role within that system to heighten insecurity, forcing the government, to deploy more resources than necessary to police an election. In some cases, the role of the politicians themselves, what do they call it? What do they call it? Do or die. Tendency, caused over-militarization of the political space. Because government has a duty to respond. Even if the state governor is contesting an election, that governor is still the chief security officer for that state. So therefore, is bound to call for more help than needed, to ensure that things do not get out of hand. So it's a major problem. Our politicians are playing a major role in this issue of over-militarization, because the police or the military will not be deployed without, they are responding to one thing or the other. Anxiety, fear. So if we take away the fear, the anxiety, take away the talks, then we can easily, like Femi said, we can easily vote and then go back to work. I mean, in UK, that was my own experience. In fact, you just vote. You go to the post office and vote. And then you keep going on your own way. No, it does not matter. But I think it's the nature of the presidential system of government. If you look at what happened in the last election in America, you can see a lot of issues, ballot snatching and some measure of violence in the United States. So a lot of it has to do with politicians.
You look at
I like how both of them are particularly, just dropping words. You mentioned voting in the UK, you mentioned Ajao Estate, but just I'm gathering this information. But I wanted to, just before, I know you want to comment, I want to bring you in. It sort of occurred to me as I was speaking that election it's more of a bargain, right? What I have to offer you, and then what you will give me for what I have to offer you. And so what politicians are protecting is really their structure, right? So if I ensure that I win this election for you, I stay relevant. And that perhaps is why we have elections that are so volatile and so toxic. Maybe that's what also informed the Ekiti election, because all of them came together. I wanted to speak to that as well.
That's on one side. On the other side is also the failure of the state, as an institution. If you look at between 1999 and now, we have invested so much on election security to the extent that if we have invested a quarter of that in prosecution of electoral offenders, we would have gone beyond this culture of militarizing our elections. I am not, maybe except, I'm not even sure by any means that there is any notable person in this country that has been convicted between 1999 and now for sponsoring violence, for being involved in violence during our elections. We are investing so much on providing security on our elections where we can invest a very minimum amount of our resources in ensuring that we prosecute people who get involved in electoral violence. Today, if people snatch ballots, people have killed on election days in this country. People have committed lots of atrocities in the name of election in this country. In fact, in the 2023 general election, a politician was seen, ordering people, particularly in Kano, unleashing violence on the people just because, even not just on the people, even on election officials. The person is sitting in the House of Representatives today. So if we don't criminalize this culture of electoral violence, whether anybody likes it or not, if you look at the progress we have made in the anti-corruption area between 1999 and now, you cannot compare to what would have been the fate of this country if we have not had an institution like EFCC and ICPC. They may not have gotten to where we want, but the truth is that today we've seen governors, former governors, being prosecuted in the open court for corruption. How many times have you seen a serving politician, a serving member of the House of Representatives, House of Assembly, or even an executive officer being prosecuted for being involved in electoral violence in this country? So we must take as seriously as we have taken the issue of, security, anti-corruption, the issue of, because the whole essence of the existence of these other institutions is this democracy itself. If you don't have a government, you will not be there as a legislator, you will not be there as a security agent, you will not be there as a campaigner, politician, or whatever you want to call yourself. So there must be a deliberate action targeted at criminalizing this culture of violence in our elections. If we don't begin to make people pay dearly for being involved, we will continue to deploy military, continue to deploy, wasting resources on an exercise that should ordinarily be like a carnival,
Precisely, how has it been? Why has it been so difficult to prosecute election offenders?
Yes, it's just the scale of the problem. I remembered when Professor Atayu Jega was INEC chairman. I think he said something like about 89,000 electoral offenders. Which courts are you taking them to? Our criminal justice system does not have the capacity to try that 89,000 offenders within 2 years. How? That is why some people are calling for special electoral offences tribunal or something, or courts, to ensure that we can speedily try people who are committing offences. Again, you ask yourself, what about the resources to fund it? Because what you're saying is it will cause a massive injection of billions and billions into the criminal justice system in order to achieve that. And at the end of the day, there's a popular saying on the streets that avoid them being killed on election day, otherwise you die in vain. So that is, people have even accepted that anything that happens during election, forget it. Make sure you are safe and you're okay. And it's one of the things driving violence.
But we have election tribunals.
During election.
Can't we just incorporate
election tribunals? They already have huge tasks. I mean, when you look at the way, we don't have standby election tribunals. What we do is we convert some of the courts and then convert them to election tribunals and then give them mandate. Okay, within 3 months, within 6 months, you must resolve these cases. But when it comes to criminal offenses like thuggery or electoral offenses, do not forget that will take a longer time because of the presumption of innocence. That is one. The second issue is the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt. It's not on balance of probability. So, and because it's beyond reasonable doubt, there are processes that you must follow when it comes to criminal, and that takes a long time. You cannot easily convict somebody if he pleads not guilty within a year or two, unlike electoral, like who won the election or who did not win the election. You can get that concluded within 3 months. It's civil law. So for me, it's a bit complex. It's something that we need to discourage. While I embrace what the point Femi is trying to make is that, look, the best way is to deter people. And what deters people is punishment. If you know there's sanctions for your behavior, you will certainly, more people will move away from that kind of behavior. And that's the point Femi is making. But it's a bit complex.
They move because we find that electoral offenders do not exist in silos. There's someone they're working for. There's always someone who is linked to someone. I mean, it's almost like a chain that you find in the drug cartels. You know, they exist in silos. And so if one person is off the chain, it doesn't mean that the others do not still exist.
Of course, it doesn't mean, placing a deterrent does not mean you eradicate it totally. But there must be a reduction. And the moment we begin to reduce the involvement of people in electoral violence, then the safer elections become, then the lesser resources will continue to deploy. You know, election management in Nigeria, if you look at the budget for security in our elections, you'll be amazed. Now, why do we need to spend so much in protecting an exercise that is supposed to be as simple as a carnival? And it is, so we would rather, you know, invest in the law that deters, not totally eradicate, but at least to a reasonable extent, deter people from being involved, rather than investing so much in rolling out tanks during the election.
Maybe trying people from the top to send a signal to people down below.
Yes.
Let us turn our attention now to Ilawe, Ekiti. Ilawe is close to the state capital in Ado, Ekiti. Ayodeji Brady, you're standing by. It's now 8:41. Can you confirm if accreditation and voting have started in earnest where you are, Ayodeji?
Well, let me tell you that accreditation has started, and any moment from now, we'll start voting. You can see at the background, I have some voters who came here as early as possible, even before 8 a.m. They came to this place, and the other staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission, they also came as early as possible. So, as you can see, everything is peaceful here. People are coming, though we don't have a large crowd, but they are coming gradually to pass the phase of this election, to come and exercise their franchise. So far, so good. And people are really coming out gradually.
What's the security infrastructure like at the polling unit?
Yes, I've seen some policemen, about 4 of them at these polling units. And I also saw an official of the TVC. So it has been, the security men are here to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order. And when we are coming from our group, we saw a lot of them on the road, checking people when they are passing. But here we have them here to ensure that the election is peaceful and also credible.
What's the demographic of these voters like from what you can see? Are there more women or men? What age group are more prominent on the queue this morning?
Let me tell you, I'm surprised because I saw some people, elderly people between the ages of 17 and 18, coming now to exercise their franchise. And I've also noticed, I've seen some youth, some younger ones between the ages of 17 and 25, they are also out to be part of this process. Also, we have a lot of them, women. Yes, we have a lot of women who came out, ladies and young ones who want to exercise their franchise. So it is a mix of the elderly and the young ones. So they are all coming out to be part of this. But at these polling units, let me give you an information. And when it was announced, only 2 party agents were present. Other parties are not arrived at these polling units.
2 party agents. What happened to the other parties, Ayodeji? Are there not about 12 parties contested in this election? 14. Or 14?
Where are the parties were able to show up? We have not seen all that we should be expecting them, but for now, they are not available. They are not representing any political party. We are waiting here to see who will come here to represent their political party.
Well, we want to believe that those party agents are still on their way, that they will eventually show up. But I wanted to ask you about how fast that queue is moving.
Well, we don't have a large queue here, large turnout here. You can see at my back, we just have about 15, 17 people on the queue. But they are still expecting people to come out, still early, and people will come out. Some are still at their homes. But I know before as time goes on, some of these people will come out and decide their franchise. But for now, we don't have a large crowd.
So I was speaking to how fast people are being accredited. Have you noticed whether it takes time or whether it's fast?
Well, we probably have to get back to Ayodeji. I think there's a mix-up with the connection there. We have been able to affirm this morning, just like the CP said, that there are 4 security operatives attached to each polling unit. 4. What do you make of that number? Is it too much or is it just adequate?
Ordinarily, we should not even have any police officer attached to any unit. They should be on the streets protecting communities and ensuring that people can keep going about their business. But in the case of Ekiti, you notice that the police seems to be a bit careful about releasing information. And a lot of it is because Ekiti State also borders some trouble spot states like Kwara and therefore and Kogi State. So the police seems to be a bit careful. But my own, I have this inkling that they probably are not only policing the election, but also ensuring that neighboring forests and other areas are well protected and the border communities.
The boundary communities.
Yes. So they are probably not saying that to the public, but you can easily pick up that in order to ensure that people will not just come in and disrupt the whole process.
Because they had mentioned that is it Ekole and
Ekole,
Moba and Legimeje were the 3 areas we're going to look at. But I wanted to ask if we also seem that the police has revised their strategy to just, especially in the rural, urban areas, to just orderliness, maintaining orderliness rather than enforcement and trying to clamp down on electoral violence.
Yes, we may not likely see armed policemen across the polling units. Yes. About 2,445 polling units. That's close to 10,000 policemen deployed. But I think many of these personnel will have to work around communities where there might likely be infiltration into the state. Ekiti is not also immune to what is happening. As we speak, there are people, abducted in Legimeje over a month ago who are still in captivity. So they also have their own portion of these security challenges about the operation of terrorists, around the fringes of Kwara, and Kogi, with their borders. So I'm very sure this deployment will be more focused, just like he said, around those places than the urban areas where you likely find any need for the presence of this security, because people are virtually on the streets, doing their normal daily activities. So having, in some places, you may not need more than a personnel or 2, because other agencies would also be around to supervise some of these processes. So I think the police should be doing more, if it has not done anyway, to cover those areas where there may be infiltration during the election.
It sounds, listening to the CP, it gave, a relieving perception that this is going to be peaceful, and we're hoping that we can count on that till the end of the day. But let's get back to the voters and talk about how voter behavior has emerged, or evolved rather, since 1999 in Ekiti, because we are used to a more keenly contested poll in Ekiti. In fact, in 1999, until I think Kayode Fayemi, there was no governor who came back a second term. Adeni Adebayo did not get a second term, right? Fayose was impeached, and then that brought in Segun Oni, and then Segun Oni also did not spend 4 years before the court chased him away for Kayode Fayemi. How would you say voter behavior has evolved over these years in Ekiti?
Ekiti, it's a very unique state in the southwest. Unique in the sense that, go to Ekiti, hardly would you find industries in Ekiti. Take away Kogosi, which is a tourist, massive tourist business. Take away that Ekiti's business is really education. And they are renowned for that. I mean, to be fair to successive governors in Ekiti, they are really invested in education. I don't want to mention any particular governor. Look, I knew that in Ekiti there was a particular administration that actually ensured that virtually all the schools were refurbished, including those ones built when Awolowo was alive and all that. So for me, they do not toy with education, and that's quite very important. The problem in Ekiti is that many of the youths end up, after graduating, they end up migrating to other parts of the country simply because the jobs are not just there. But a lot of the voters in Ekiti who are living in Ekiti, including teachers and civil servants, you know, are also engaged in some form of farming. So one way or the other, don't be surprised when you see them going to vote this morning, they will end up in their farm. Or they'll come back from the farm to come and vote. That is the nature of Ekiti. Over the years, we've moved away from Ekiti that used to be so volatile. You remember Idosi, Faki, and all these major challenges in the urban areas, not in the rural areas, in the urban areas. And even in Ado Ekiti, it used to be highly, very, very competitive. Ado to Ilawe, during election, always like a war zone. But that has changed over a period of time. It seems Ekiti seems to have agreed that, look, what matters to them is who will develop Ekiti, move Ekiti forward. Then the people, because they're homogeneous, they're happy to just move along that train one way or the other.
And why hasn't that impacted on voter turnout?
You see, just like we said earlier, if you look at political education and consciousness, Ekiti is a top-rated state. Not even about formal education alone. The average person in Ekiti State, even in the...
Let me put you on hold. We'll let you finish that thought. I understand we'll have a reporter standing by for us, Adeola Adebibe, to give us more updates. Adeola, accreditation has started. Give us update from where you are. What's the voter turnout, and then, just the demographic of people who have turned out.
Well, thank you, Abosede. This is Okelele, Ward 6, Unit 3 in the Kogosi, Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State. And you can see, just right behind us here, are people who are already queued. They are queued up to exercise their franchise. You can see the numbers, how many residents of Ikogosi, Ekiti are already here on a queue, conducting themselves in an orderly manner just to ensure that they exercise their franchise. And just behind these guys on the queue is another group of people, residents who have come to check the voters register that has been pasted there to see if their names are already on the register. Once they see your name, their names on this register, they will now join this queue. But whoever whose name is not on the register won't be able to exercise his or her franchise at this polling unit. So, and behind us here, just ahead of me here, are security operatives who are here in their numbers. They have to begin to count. They are here in their numbers just to make sure that the exercise here is orderly. And you can see that the electoral officers who are ad hoc officers that were posted there by the Independent National Electoral Commission, they are also here. They have set up, and the process seems to have already started in the Kogosi, Ekiti, Ward 3, Unit 6, where we are.
Adeola, it's now 23 minutes into this process. That's if it started at exactly 8:30 where you are. Do we know how many people have voted so far?
What we have here is not that people have not started voting yet, but they are already trying to use the beavers, the beavers to begin to verify those whose names are on the voters register. There will be an accreditation before you can vote. So the process of accreditation is what has just commenced here now.
All right, so also give us an update as to, I was asking about demographics earlier. I see a lot of men in that polling unit. Speak to us, are there women as well, and what's the ratio of men to women? All right. Adela was asking you about the ratio of men to women. Speak to us about the turnout in terms of gender. All right, there seems to be a network challenge there with our reporter Adiola. We'll get back to him and get more updates. Not just him, our reporters who are across several polling units and local governments in Ekiti State.
Absolutely. We were talking about, what was it we were talking about? We're talking about what has happened over the years, right?
He was speaking, so we need to let him finish his thought.
Yes, so like I was saying, if you look at level of political education and awareness in Ekiti rates the top. And like I said, it's not even about formal education. The average person you find in Ekiti State, even in the most rural part of the state, is as aware as the ordinary persons you find on the street of Lagos. When you talk about politics, and current affairs, you cannot take it away from them. So ordinarily, Ekiti is not a state where you need to do over-sensitization for people to participate in the process. And we've seen that in the previous elections where elections were keenly contested. But in the current situation, why it looks so much like people are not so curious about being involved in this is because the election is not being keenly contested by political heavyweights or major political parties. PDP candidate always got reinstated back. At a point in time, was disqualified due to crisis within their party, who had to go to court before being reinstated. Other political parties are practically not on the ground. Like I told you, I just came from Ekiti yesterday, and I can tell you the reality on the ground is like it's looking like a one-way election. The zeal, the enthusiasm, the people are not really placed with key options, that can really make the election interesting, as it used to be in the days of, Fayose versus Ni Adebayo, Fayose, Segun Oni versus Kade Fayeni. Even the last election, PDP still had a candidate who was, a former official of the party, popular politician, and even there was a time, current majority leader, Senate leader rather, was a candidate of the Labour Party contesting against, So those were the days that election in Ekiti were interesting and people were so much interested in making choices. But today, it looks like Governor Ibanji is contesting against, many of them did not even travel.
It's still too early.
Too early to tell.
You can't tell.
Yes,
we can't tell.
It is the people.
Yes.
You don't know how the people feel.
We have to wrap up this segment now.
They may have an hidden agenda, so we don't know.
Absolutely. Let me get your closing remarks.
Yeah, the people will decide in Ekiti. What I think is the people will decide whether opposition and the ruling party are really contesting election, or the people themselves are making, they're doing what they call coronation. So until the result is out, we don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm expecting that against the currency of logic, that voters turnout keeps going down. I'm expecting voters turnout to go up. Ekiti used to have 40 to 45% average, when it comes to voters turnout. I'm expecting it to improve to about 50%.
I responded to that earlier. He's predicting lower, you're predicting higher.
Yes.
Eventually, we'll see whose prediction comes to.
And it's looking like it's starting way early in many of the polling units we've observed this morning. So we expect to get the results in as early as possible, counting on electronic transmission as well. Police says everything is fine and going on well. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on this first half of our conversation. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back as we continue to give you blow-by-blow account of developments across the 16 local government areas in Ekiti State. From Ado to Ilawe to Ikere, we can now confirm to you that accreditation and voting have started in earnest for some polling units that we've been able to observe this morning. You're watching Ekiti Decides 2026, and welcome back as we continue our analysis on developments across the 16 local government areas in Ekiti. We've spoken with the Commissioner of Police anchoring this election earlier today. It sounds very confident, Precious, saying that no doubt, no flashpoints as we speak, and as a matter of fact, they have 4 security officials manning each polling unit in all of the over 2,400 polling units scattered across the state. Let's bring in for our analysis the Director of News, TVC Communications, Babajide Kolade Otitoju. We also have here with us human rights activist and public affairs analyst Razak Olokuoba. Gentlemen, welcome.
I was going to say that you forgot the ON.
Yes, I wasn't sure the title. Yes. Whether is it MON or
CFR.
CFR.
Or GCON. He's a professional misconduct, though. Don't forget next time. He's a professional misconduct.
It's all right. So let me begin with you, BKO, because the feelers out there is that this is not the usual election we cover in Ekiti. By now, we should be hearing someone say, I'm in severe pain. You know, the internet should be agog with all of the oppositions here and there. How did voter behavior and voter realities evolve to this peaceful state in Ekiti?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic. I can't say with finality that nothing unfortunate will happen, because usually it is in the latter stages of the process that some of these infractions happen. But I think that we are going to have a generally peaceful election, and people get tensed up when INEC officials don't arrive on time, when ballot materials don't get to polling centers in good time. But I do not even expect to see such things in an off-cycle election, because INEC has all the resources to ensure that in an off-season election we don't have the usual problems that we have in the general election. The INEC staff in the contiguous states can be deployed. Since they don't have elections in those places, everyone can jump in to ensure that this is a success. And I think that's why generally the off-season elections are usually better managed than what we see in the general election. If you recall, the immediate past governor of Edo State, Obaseki, was re-elected in an off-season election, and Bivas was put to test. IREF too was put to test on that occasion, and it was a resounding success. Before 8 p.m. on the day of the election, Nigerians already knew who had won the election, because they were monitoring the results. The results were trickling in, and as those results were trickling in, they were being posted on the INEC viewing portal. So generally, I think that, I won't say I'm surprised that it's gone this way, because I expect a much higher level of success in terms of management of the off-season election than we usually see during the general election. Even policemen, other security operatives, they usually deploy them in good numbers, you know, for those off-season elections.
And what makes this very interesting, Precious, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I was going to ask, this is the, not the second, but one would say this the first, in the sense that the Anambra election was pretty much, the preparation had been done pretty much by Yakubu before Amukuto came in. And so, but one can say this is one he has fully prepared for. How would you rate him so far? But we'll get to that question, understand that our reporter is standing by.
Adiola Aderubigbe is in Ado-Ekiti. It's about 41 minutes into accreditation and voting now. Talk to us about what's happening where you are.
Well, this is Okelele, Unit 3, Ward 6 in Ikogosi, Ekiti. Ikogosi is in Ekiti West Local Government area of Ekiti State. And just right behind me, to my left, are residents of Ikogosi, Ekiti, who have come here en masse as early as possible to exercise their franchise. They have formed a queue in their hundreds, queuing up here, waiting for their turn to complete, to exercise their franchise, to cast their votes. And just behind them here, there is another group of people who are checking their names on the voters register. The voting cubicle has been set just here, and the ad hoc officials posted here by INEC are also here. So it's been a very orderly process. Security agencies are here performing their duties, and residents here say they are here in their numbers to exercise their franchise because they believe that their vote will always count.
What's your observation of the Beavers machine's performance so far in the past 40 minutes?
Well,
Adiola, I'm asking about the performance of the Beavers machine thus far during this exercise.
Well, so far, so good. The process starts a few minutes ago, and the Beavers machines up till now has not recorded any incidents or non-functionality. So hopefully, it will continue to be as smooth as it is. But for now, there has been none. There has been no incident reported at this polling unit where we currently are in Ikogosi, Ekiti.
Adela Durubigbe, thank you for the updates there. We'll return shortly for more when you have them.
So you can speak to the question I asked earlier.
Yeah, what is it? All the stakeholders that took part in the election has learned a lot of lessons from what has happened in Ekiti in the past. Major actors in Nigerian politics has had one bad experience on the other, including the president. We went for the burial of the current Senate leader in Ekiti, and we know what we did to the president 20 years ago, 2006. It was very close to the election period. It was shut out. They declared a mini state of emergency because the president was around. He was not the president that time, was a former governor, but no, he was a governor that time. So it was shut out of circulation that time. He was not allowed to move around. Then killings has happened in Ekiti. The former PA to Governor Oni was killed, Mumi Oju. And that was where even Professor Momo was shot. I think that was where, no, he didn't die there, but was shot there. I was also a beneficiary of that violence there. That was where I got my left eye impaired from that time till date, and I was shot at severally. So if you have this kind of profile as a state and you preparing for an election in isolation, all hands will be on deck. And that's the result of what you are seeing here. The captains and managers of campaign of APC, PDP, Labour, ADC, and other party, I am aware that INEC has called everybody, and they have had series of meetings that if it is to put somebody in power to be your governor, there's no reason for anybody to be shot at and be rushed to abroad. You know, Senator Taylor was shot in the last election. Do you remember? The current Senate leader, he was shot, yes, and was rushed to UK for, I think, surgery that time. So, and everybody agreed that, okay, let it be election. But just like what you told you, I said, we have to keep watching. There's a profile with our political class of doing abracadabra, where they will speak one language in the morning and in the night they start speaking another language again. So let's keep speaking, but let's speak to the soul of whoever that might want to tell him that the election is merry-making, where someone promised you bread and butter, someone promised pandia, and that should be our focus. What's the manifesto of the party? What are they bringing on board? I think should be the focus of the people in Ekiti. And above all, I commend the security agents. I call my colleagues who are there at the moment, who are going to monitor election there. I called my colleagues and they said there's professionalism. You know, we keep improving with whatever we are doing. There's professionalism, and the conduct of the police and the civil defense officer, the NSTC, is commendable. I must also not forget what INEC has done. You know, to register over 100 million voters is huge in the history of this country, and it kept improving. Their engagement is unending. They call the civil society virtually all the time. They engage the political class all the time. That prepare your mind for loss. You can't go into election and think you are going to win every day. You are going to injure yourself if you go into any election with that mind. If you are not voted in, there's always another time. Right. There are issues of people who have kept voting till today. There's someone in this country, because of the today's election, I don't want to mention anybody's name. Since he left off, he has been contesting election. So I think INEC has done enough, and we don't have to disparage what they have done. Well, compliment what they have done in the media by saying that they should not stop what they are doing that got us to the point we are today.
Apart from being a litmus test for the 2027 election, BK, it's also the first governorship election we're having following the amendment of the Electoral Act earlier on this year. Yeah. The biggest conversation has to do with electronic transmission of results. There's a proviso as to reverting to manual collation if technology fails. But what's your expectation today in Ekiti in that regard?
I don't expect to see anything fundamentally different in terms of the conduct and the overall completion of the election. It is not practicable to have what some people were looking for at that time, the real-time transmission of results. For those of us who move around the country, we know that it is possible in some areas, it is not possible in some areas. Even where we are, TVC here, we all know that the internet can be very, very erratic in this place. And we are in the heart of town.
And this is an urban, the high bro.
Yes, this is an urban center. Now, for people to expect that in some of the most remote local governments in our country, that you will be able to have real-time electronic transmission of results is, in my view, utopia. And a lot of the people who are pushing this argument, they do not move around our country. They do not know our country sufficiently. Briningwari is a very big local government in Kaduna State, one of the biggest in the state. But you can't use your phone in Briningwari. When there is not one base station that is functional.
Just a minute, BK. We're looking at live pictures now, and you can see the man in red looks like EFCC officials. We had spoken with the resident electoral commissioner yesterday, who mentioned that it is not their duty to arrest vote buyers, but that's why they have EFCC monitoring this election. You see them amongst the people. We can't tell precisely what's happening here. They may have just arrived, but vote buying is a big deal when it comes to Nigerian election. And you remember in Ekiti, for instance, that's where stomach infrastructure became popularized, under the former governor. Given the mood of the election thus far, do you think we're going to have politicians engage massively in buying of votes Or you think it's going to be likely different from previous?
Votes will be bought. Let no one deceive you. If EFCC likes, let them deploy 1 million of their personnel to that place. People who buy votes. And vote buying is sometimes done. In fact, these days it's done even days before the election. They go into people's homes in the guise of campaigning, to them, and they give them money. So sometimes 1 whole week to the election is part of the feed game that delivers victory to politicians. These days they don't wait until election day. They have people that they have hired who will knock on your doors and then get in, talk to you, give you money. In some cases, especially where the election is close to maybe an Ilea festival or something, they deliver livestock to people and expect that those people will reciprocate. In fact, the last Osun election, people were given cows. Wow. And they told them, you need to vote for us. So forget it. Vote buying has come to stay. It's painful. It's painful. But that's the reality now. It was during Memeko's time as governor that the thing really came to the fore in our politics when they came up with the slogan, Dibo fun Wako Sebe. And since that time, it is the politician who has so much money to spare that usually carries the day. If you allow the opponent to outspend you, you are not likely to win. Politicians know that I'm saying the truth. It is part and parcel of their feed game. So the FCC can move around, try to see whether their presence will discourage people from buying votes. But they will still buy. The question is, the people that they've arrested over the years, how many have been convicted? When big politicians get involved in vote buying, when they send their cadres out to do this vote buying, if you arrest them, they will eventually get you to release the people that you have arrested. This is the bitter truth. And then when this happens, who has picked up a valuable lesson? No one. It has become part of, you are going to hear reports by the time this election is over about the extent to which politicians went to buy votes in this election. I do not think that. Yes. In fact, many people keep their PVCs because they think that, okay, when an election comes, it can actually be a meal ticket. Do you remember what happened in Ogun State? When a politician was actually, at that time we had this Naira scarcity, and a politician was given preloaded ATM cards to people. He's on trial now. That politician is on trial now. The candidate, and I learned he wants to contest again. Because somebody who did such a thing, by now, if not for the whimsical nature of our judiciary, he should be in jail. But today, he still wants to contest. How do you give preloaded? That means they've taken this vote buying to the next a new level.
And I know we want to take a thought from an earlier interview we had, but I wanted to, because Bikio touched on something very important, right? The idea that people also now want to be incentivized. Because in a state like Ekiti that's been very peaceful, it's not volatile, it's not keenly contested as much as we've seen in other states. You would imagine that people just want to go and vote. But so what would be driving vote buying in that state where it seems a bit peaceful? Is it the people or is it the politicians?
The content of parts is the biggest challenge that we have. If parties don't have content, no ideology, nothing to drive them. The MQ that won election, eventually that all of us supported him. there were moments that it seems to be contesting against our law. The wife contested in 1979, you remember that. They didn't vote for him. But the moment he got into a party that seems to be a party of ideology, progressive party, he was massively voted. In fact, Mama Awu seems not to agree with MKO. I remember what happened in the paper, that Mama Awu's party, you want to go against it. Before the family now came to explain better, no, that's not the intention. You see, what we are trying to do is to go back to that era. There's no such thing again now. So when you don't have anything to offer, you buy conscience. When there's a manifesto that drives you, you must have believe in something as a political party. And that's what is responsible for that junketing from here to here, because they will ask you questions. You don't believe in factor of production again, that it should be in the hand of the people. That's what drives economy. So your own party that says that no, state machinery should be in charge of the factor of production. So you don't believe in it. So we will hold them responsible to one ideology. There's nothing of such nature now. The APC does that by that 82 pages program that Tinubu presented that time. That was why I took out to quickly rush and said I have my first study. So if you have something to offer, you will not need to buy vote. But there's no such thing.
There's a video
the
online.
presence of EFCC is good enough. We must adopt all measures to curb it. One of it is that even if you have collected money yesterday, the presence of EFCC out of 50, maybe only 40 will be able to have the conscience to be able to. So
there's a video online of a particular party yesterday throwing bread at people in Ekiti, and you want to ask whether the people should have collected it or they should have felt abused by it. But let's get back to the field. Ayodeji Muradeyo is standing by. Ayodeji, walk us through what you have seen in the past. It's almost 1 hour of accreditation and voting. What's happening where you are right now?
Yes, voting is still ongoing where I am now. At Ilawe, and we have a large turnout of voters. At this particular polling unit, the governorship candidate of the APC, that is the voted and spoke with us and told us that the election and that he also commended the early arrival of voting materials. But he raised an alarm that an allegation that vote buying the pandemic will do particular before we start those who are carrying money. We allege that we are carrying money to increase the voters. So what is true that we didn't see anything like that. But big that the turnout has been impressive, and the people came all house to exercise their franchise. They see them on the field right here. They are here waiting to vote. I've seen some people voting, and others are also coming in. But this particular polling unit is busy. And I've seen some youth. Yes, I'm highly impressed when I saw some youth which came out in back of the criticized. That Nigeria, youth are also aware that their votes, they can also be part of the electoral process. And that is the situation in this polling unit at Ilawe.
You talked about allegations of vote buying. Apart from the presence of police operatives, have you seen the FCC officials where you are in Ilawe?
I have not seen any FCC officials, but we have policemen, men of the NSCDC that are here to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. So that has been the situation, but we do not witness any vote buying of voters in this place. And the people, they say they are ready to monitor the voting process. The 2 p.m. when it comes to an end, that they are all here. Before we came here, they told us there was pandemonium, but everything is now peaceful.
Ayo, speak to the functionality of the beavers and how fast that queue is moving.
Let me tell you that, yes, the queue is not that fast, but I can tell you that the beaver machines, the floors there are working perfectly, and people can testify to that the beaver machines are working, and the INEC officials are also making sure that the people stay on the queue and they wait their turn. So the machines are working perfectly.
And do you have, because sometimes what we find is that the background, you have people who are checking their names on the list put there by INEC. Do you have anyone who has said, look, we cannot find our names on that list, who are confused about where their polling unit is? Just to speak to some of the concerns that voters have.
Yes, I spoke with some people. Some people, they've moved their polling unit to another place, so they couldn't find their name, so they have to move to another polling unit. So they have been moving from one polling unit to the other one to use their names to be on the list. But with that as it may, this place is orderly, and the people are exercising their franchise, and you can see them, they are discussing. But what the policemen and other security agencies are doing is that they are monitoring the people so that there will no any inducement of vote buying at this polling unit. That's what the policemen are doing.
I also talked to us about the presence of party agents. I think it was Mosi Adela we were speaking to earlier, who said it's just 2 party agents that were present at his polling unit. Where you are?
No, I think it was even
I'm guessing it's Ayo. Where you speak to us now? What is it? Do you have those party agents present now? How many party agents do you have?
I think particular polling units party agents that are present here. I need to go with this party agent. He initially agreed to come on there, but I couldn't find him again. He said the election has been very peaceful. The voters' machines are also working perfectly, and the INEC officials are also doing the job they should do. So what we expect is that they want this election to continue, and after it ended, they will be here. They want to go to the content in their questions. After the votes are counted, they declared they will leave this place. So the agents are here, fully here. 4 of them, 4 party agents in this place.
Ayodele Radio live for us in Elawa. We spoke earlier with the Commissioner of Police in charge of this exercise, CP Abayomi Shogunle. It's exactly what he said about police preparation ahead of today's polls.
As per the regulation of INEC, we are deploying 4 security agencies in every unit. And these security agencies is made up of mainly 3 police officers and 1 officer from any of the security agencies, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense, Customs, Immigration, Road Safety, and so on. So every police have a minimum of 4 security officers made up of 3 police officers and 1 other security agent. We need identify some flashpoints shortly before the election, and necessary measures needed to put in place, and actually those flashpoints are no longer posing any threats because we are taking care of the experts to cause the threats. So as we speak, there are no
CP Abayomi Shogunle there saying that even the flashpoints recognized earlier are no longer posing significant threat in this exercise. BK, it sounds good, but you said we should approach this with cautious optimism, as it were. But in Ilawe, you heard Moradio saying that there were concerns about vote buying, earlier on, but that he couldn't see anyone personally. Now, where there are allegations of vote buying, who takes the bulk of the blame? Is it the one selling the vote, or the one buying it?
Both now.
Both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, they are equally guilty. If it is when there is a willing seller that there is a willing buyer. In my view, it is even the voter who has committed the bigger crime. You are selling your conscience rather than simply decide to vote for who in your mind is the right candidate. You prefer to sell your conscience. And this is why politicians sometimes feel that they are not responsible to the voter. because in his view, he paid his way to the top. That shouldn't be the case. Politicians must be responsible to the voter. But where a politician believes that he paid his way to get to where he is, then he will treat you like a sweet wrap on the floor because you decided to sell what naturally you shouldn't sell to anyone. You decided to sell it.
But how do we convince a voter who could not even afford a 3 square meal and sees a 10,000 naira or a loaf of bread?
That is why, you see, that is why...
Because we've had politicians in this country say, collect those things and still vote your conscience.
It's a lie. You see, they are not, the people who give money for you to vote for them, they are not fools. I hear people say that. There are people who also monitor to ensure that you didn't just take that money. Look, okay, the cubicle, the election cubicles are low. So it's very easy to spy on the voter. So they have their agents all around. In some cases, when you take money and you refuse to vote for them, the consequences can be really dire for the voter. Especially in the north, I've seen this thing. We have weaponized poverty in our country to the point that the politician simply waits. He keeps the bulk of the money that is supposed to spend on campaigns. He keeps it for the final days, like 3 days to the election, and on election day, that's when they spend the bulk of the money. Ask anybody if you have an uncle who is a politician, this is what they do. Because vote buying has become a very, very critical strategy that the politician believes guarantees him victory. You can't talk him out of it, because he thinks that if he does not do it, the competition will do it. And at the end of the day, he will blame himself. There's no morality. If you are looking for moralists, you shouldn't go looking for it among the Nigerian politicians. It is futile. But you listen to them, because I interact with them a lot. A lot of them are my friends. But this is the truth, and we should say the truth. There's nothing that puts us to shame more than this vote buying and the extent to which we are prepared to go about it. Well, we just talked about somebody. Just look, during the last election, when it was difficult for politicians to find dollars, to find naira, do you know that some of them were giving Nigerian currencies to Nigerians? They just went across the border, harvested some Nigerian currency, and they were giving to people, especially in those states bordering Niger Republic, Kebbi, Katsina, all of those states. That's the extent. We now see it as so important. We see it as inevitable. We see it as something we must do to be guaranteed of victory. That's why, look, except, and I do not even expect politicians to come up with a law that punishes vote buying severely, because that will amount to taking a big risk against one another. They are not going to do that. You saw you look at the Electoral Act, the punishment for some crimes that they know is very rampant within their ranks. You can see that those punishments amount to a slap on the wrist. They know what they are doing. It is, we must get to that point when the voter can turn down offers of money on election day. But our people are too poor to simply there was there was a rerun election in Osun State some years back. If you know, because the rerun was limited to a few areas. If you know the kind of money that politicians were offering people, in some cases up to 100,000 for a vote.
That's an expensive vote.
Yes, because of course they looked at, okay, where this thing is going to take place, just a few places, they knew they could afford it and they wanted to win. So yes, Rivers, I'm happy about some of the reforms that have taken place. But the bigger reform concerns the ordinary Nigerian. The ordinary Nigerian must get to that point when he will say, no, go to hell. I don't need your money. I will vote according to the dictates of my conscience.
Some people will say that will be very difficult because the average mindset of the Nigerian person that I want to front load the benefits. I know that I might not likely see you in the next 4 years. So whatever I can get now, let me get it.
Yes, because they also think that as soon as they get to Abuja, they don't care about the rest of us. So people will say, okay, whatever I can take from,
let me just take
it now.
Because this is the only time I'm going to see it.
It is when they are approaching primaries that they start behaving like decent people who have respect for the ordinary voter. That's when they come home. And it is one reason you see that a lot of the senators, a lot of the House of Reps people do not get return tickets, because they get there, they turn against the people who supported them, including even party leaders. So it's usually an easy decision for those people to take. So, okay, since you've been behaving like we do not matter, we are going to work against you. Go and look at how many people, APC especially, how many of their, although the governors are partly to blame for this because the governors were largely greedy. They only wanted their own people. But I can say that because of the attitude of the politician who goes to Abuja and thinks that he is not answerable to the voters anymore, many people are minded to not re-elect them.
Indeed.
All right, let's, before we bring this conversation back to the studio, let's get back to the field where we have Sharon Ijaso standing by for us now to give us update. Sharon, you were at the INEC headquarters in Ekiti earlier. Where are you now? Give us update.
I was at the headquarters about an hour ago, and I can confirm to you
Not sounding so good. We probably will get back to that
Sharon.
conversation with Sharon to really identify where she is and what's happening right now. But let me get your thoughts on this conversation of vote buying and how we can nip it in the bud sustainably.
I was talking about party's manifesto, that people will see reason why they must vote for a particular party. The factors we have mentioned here is the reason why people voted. I won't see them for another 4 years. So let me grab my copy now. That's the reason. But if there's something in the party that you promised, people will hold you up onto that. The second thing is, it's an Aquilian task. And if you must get out of it, Nigerians must know that they have a responsibility. You see, gone are the days when we thought the people in government should know what they are supposed to do. No, you are supposed to supervise somebody you voted in power. It's your responsibility. And that's why every attempt must be made to make elective office very, very unattractive. That's one of the ways out. The parliament all over the world is been designed in such a way that if you are not willing to serve your people, you will not be in that parliament.
It's not a money-making venture.
Yes. I work in the parliament. And I saw the way the emolument, the salaries of parliament was designed from day one since 1999. And it's not getting bad for them. It's getting better for them every day. Now, anybody would do anything to become a senator in Nigeria, House of Rep or House of Assembly, not to talk of being a governor. or a president. But if you are what you are going to be taking home, we can only sustain you according to what international labor law said. Feed you and 4 members of your family. We only apply for it. We will apply for jobs in banks and things like that. But if I'm going to be getting millions of naira as a salary when I'm a senator, House of Rep member, I will be desperate. So the driving factor is what you will get when you are in the office. Manifesto is there, but the salaries, the emolument, the access to fund, and the way they are persuaded by the executive, the judiciary will come and talk to them, is very, very central. So, and that's why the bulk of how we are going to get out of it lies on me and you. They say that you can't tell me to make law that will punish me. When I know that I'm going to commit that offense, I will not make that law. So it's persuasion and agitation.
Allow put you on hold. We'll get back to the conversation of whether it's the politician or the citizens who come first in terms of dealing with it. But we need to get back to Sharon for updates on the field. Sharon, speak to us about where you are and then what's going on there.
Yes, earlier on in the day, I was at the INEC headquarters in Ekiti, where it was confirmed that the situation room in INEC office has been activated since 12 noon yesterday. I can tell you that authoritatively that the observation room is already taking note of activities on the field, and voting started 8:30 in most polling units, and it's meant to end by 2:30 p.m. But again, it's like I said earlier on in the day, with the caveat of till the last person on the queue. Right now, as I speak, I'm at Ekiti, which is just some few minutes away from the state. The turnout has been of the voting pattern here. In some words, we had more females. In some words, we had a mix of male and female. And we also have young people here also at the polling units waiting for their turn to perform their civic responsibility.
Have you experienced or noticed any complaints from voters? How effective has the BVAS accreditation been thus far in the polling units you visited?
So far, it's been smooth. From my observation, visiting different polling units in Ekiti, I can tell you that the BVAS has been functioning well. And for any time that I observed that the BVAS did not probably recognize the thumbprint, it's probably mostly for the elderly people, but they have to switch to the camera option. So once they try to take a picture, it becomes successful. So far, it's been smooth. Voters have been able to identify their names on the list. The system is orderly. We have people waiting on the queue for it to get to their turn. So far, there's been no complaints. There's been no irregularities. For now, we hope that that will be sustained in the next few hours.
Sharon, live for us in we'll get back to you when you have more updates for us.
And better network maybe as well. You were speaking to interrupted you earlier just to get update from Sharon, but I wanted to just add this. Because again, it almost sounds like the chicken and the egg conversation, which comes first. Is it the politician behavior that we should find a way to deter, or a way to enlighten the people to ensure that, look, you understand the gravity of what you're doing?
It's the institutions that build human being. It's the church, mosque that builds us. It's not me that builds church. It's not me that say Christianity is good or bad, or Islam is good or bad. It is the church that will build me. It's the institutions that must strengthen. And it's the institutions that pay salaries, that give emolument. So let's focus on the institution. It's going to build us. So it's the institution we have to redesign to pay them salaries that is meant for professors. That's number two. Then number three is that we must try as much as possible to make use of the law. There are existing laws. That's why nation building, more than half of it is the people. We are not blaming the people for the problem that we have, that they are responsible. To get out of it, more is the people, which is disagreement many people. So I say, I go school, go learn this thing. I study political structures. I'm a chartered public administrator. So I'm speaking from the strength of knowledge that who gets people, society out of their problem. In most cases, it's not the leadership. It's the demand of the people. It's the agitation. The revolt by the people is what gets you out of where you are. Leadership, of course, when you are lucky, you see Awolowo, you see Churchill, you see some of these people that win the revolution, but people ignite it. Then a leadership then emerge again. So there are existing laws on ground. So he mentioned somebody who earn in the house. When they talk, take them serious. He said there's a case courts going on already. Let's popularize it. Let's make demand that this guy must be brought to the book. If anybody is caught today again, it is important for us to ensure that they face the law. Then lastly, let's increase the advocacy. The civil society, we are doing enough in that direction. And what they tell you is that, comrade, don't say that all over the world they spend money. Even we learn that Trump is giving gifts when he wants to come back for the second time. I say, see, you choose. Don't complain again. After collecting what you have collected, in that thing you have collected drainage in front of your house. You have collected your market looking good. Healthcare facilities, you have collected everything. So know that at the back of your mind. So if you do some graphic analysis like this for the people, I think it will make more sense. And part of it is what we are doing here today. Ekiti people, vote, but vote your conscience.
We are due for a commercial break now. We will be right back with more right after this time out. Stay with us, everyone.
To life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get her into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. Get whiter teeth with a new Pepsodent Natural Charcoal Toothpaste.
Razak Oloko, Baba Bajide, Koladi Otitoju. Gentlemen, thank you for staying the course on the program this morning. Let us take a look at the spread. You look at the map, the Ekiti map, and you find out that the votes are located in certain areas. In Ado Ekiti, for instance, is responding for 1/5 of the PVCs collected in this election, 183,000 PVCs. The next to it on this table I'm looking at is Ekiti, and that's 78,000. So you notice that even by virtue of the senatorial district distribution, some areas are more favored. And that's why no governor has ever emerged from the South Senatorial District. They have largely come from Central and the North. The other opposition contenders are saying, let us give the South the chance to at least become the first, to become governor in Ekiti. Do you think that would count at all, as votings progress today?
No. I think requires much more than that to determine who wins this kind of election. This election, in my view, is going to be one-sided. I'm not going to mention who will win, but it's going to be really one-sided. The way the campaigns have gone, the fit game of some of the parties had been largely non-existent. So, in terms of voter behavior, I already have an idea of how the people will vote. When you see Ado Ekiti is the main urban center with plenty of tertiary institutions, and a lot of these students don't hardly go home. They have their accommodation in the state capital. They are there nearly throughout the year. So they will also register to vote. So I'm not surprised that equally, I was thinking that maybe one of the communities very close to Ekiti, but Ekiti has almost merged with some of those communities. If you go to Iworoko, for example, you were telling yourself is this part of Ekiti, and then Inye too, is already very close. So I was thinking, yes, Ilawe, very close. So I was thinking that one of those communities will actually be come second in terms
right?
of
well, it's actually Ikole.
Huh?
It's Ikole.
And Ikole is far away.
It's closer to Oye, Lukweju, Takpause, Ikole, Omo Ilasha area. It's the next one would be after Ikole. The next most populated as regards PVC collected will be Ijero, followed by the next is Ikere. Ikere has 67,000.
Yeah, okay, Ikere.
Yes,
Ikere has almost totally merged with Ekiti. Right. You know, it's a spitting distance from Ekiti. So I had Ikere in mind that Ikere could actually be another local government with tremendous voting strength. Well, I don't know.
You know, it still boils down to voter turnout. You can have a particular number of PVCs collected and registered voters, and then you don't have the actual voting.
Yes, that's what happens in Lagos.
On election day.
Yeah. Lagos usually out-registers Kano. Lagos usually registered more voters than Kano. But in terms of voter turnout, they never ever come close to Kano. So on election day, you see people playing football, they sit inside their houses, they don't want to vote.
I'm playing bet.
Yes, but the Kano people, they are easier to mobilize, especially the women. I lived in Kano for about 7 years. Women are so easy to mobilize. You see them on the queue outnumbering the men, you know. But in Lagos here, I don't think the voting culture will ever come close to what we have in the north. People register, people get this PVC just to be able to use it to collect money in banks and identification generally. I don't think they go to get it because they want to use it to vote. I don't think, because why should Lagos be struggling to even get 600,000 people coming out to vote?
Perhaps we should be asking what is responsible for this voter round.
And you see, when you say we are not the elite, when you say our
Kano
elite,
will come up with more than 2 million.
And when they say our elite is not politically conscious, they'll be arguing with you. They are politically conscious. That's where consciousness begins now. When you choose your leader, when you choose somebody that will decide your fate for 4 years, that's when it begins now. So I think we have to rework our psyche as elite. The concern for me is actually the elite. Are we going to say that? And that's why people say education is education in any language of the world. In the north, there's Arabic education. Maybe do they read politics with the Arabic? Because we still try to investigate that they speak to their people and they get the message immediately to understand that your prosperity is tied to your PVC.
I was going to ask you,
voting.
Is it just education or civic education? Because they will tell you that, look, the average northerner has a mindset of power and being involved in it.
That's
they understand what
consciousness.
It does for them. So maybe,
that's what I'm
for
saying.
Us in the South, we're just,
That's why I say that our elite are not politically conscious. The thing is when you know what is democracy, what is parliament, and what is separation of power, I think that's what conscious. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about understanding the concept of leadership. That I have a role to play to decide who is going to be my leader. And if I choose it, to whatever the consequences, so blame me or praise me for it. We have to marry it very well. So this kind of conversation, we have to increase it very well. And I've stopped playing INEC on some of these things. I have to start talking to the political parties that a big party like you can't come up. All big parties have this kind of challenge. When APC was ruling, when PDP was ruling, when ADC was, when Labour was ruling a particular state, the voting of that strength in that state is low all the time. So it has to do with the way we see leadership comes to power in the South is a direct opposite of how they see how people get to power there. And there's nothing you can do about it. They will keep deciding. They will keep deciding. You have to go and meet our brothers in the North for negotiation all the time.
There's an important angle to this conversation. You know, I was speaking with the REC in Ekiti yesterday, and they mentioned that the voter register was compiled since 2011, and that we cannot even have an accurate measure of voter turnout if we don't revalidate voters. Now, many of them on that register, because Ekiti now has more than 1 million registered voters, right? And they said they had 97% PVC collected. Now, many of them have died since 2011. Some of them have left the country. Relocated. That until we do a proper revalidation, we might not even accurately measure voter turnout. Because, you know, we keep saying we have never had up to 50%. The highest number we've had in Ekiti.
Of course, we can measure voter turnout. Of course, we can measure voter turnout. If we say that, okay, let us clean up the
register.
Yes, the register, I agree. You can clean it up, you can revalidate it, you can update it. But to say we can't accurately measure voter turnout, I disagree. Because what is the essence of the electronic accreditation module, which is the BVAS?
Okay.
BVAS records the people who turn up to
on
vote.
Election day.
Yes. That's voter turnout.
He's saying relative to the registered voters in that state. You know, in Ekiti now, there are 1,054,000 plus.
Yes.
Now, if 300,000 come out for this election, we're going to be reporting 30% voter turnout. To say that 30% of those who are PVCs came out. But that number is not accurate because we cannot validate that 1 million.
That's what we kept telling INEC, that 6 months to election is not when you begin your activity. It's around the year. You can't open and close validation. No, you can't do that. You have to make it open.
Continuous.
People should come and validate. You make it open, but when you make it a 6-month program, it's not a 6-month program. It's all year round. Between the first, immediately this election is finished now, you need to start validating your register until you have the next election. So for 1 year, some people may not go until this kind of persuasion, until what is this kind of persuasion, until it's true. I can't be complaining all the time that these guys in power, my local government chairman, and I won't vote. Let me go and validate. That convention might not come. And the 6-window period that INEC used to open and close it is not enough. We told them that we have to leave it. Are you saying that the security features can be compromised? And if it can be compromised, it's not doing violation that get compromised. It is even going to strengthen it. So it should be all year round. You should make it open. Anytime anyone wants to validate, you always validate. You can now say 6 months to election is going to close, so that we'll be able to ascertain the number of people
that have accredited, usually
not validated.
Those who just turned 18 and those probably who has lost their voter cards, and those who have moved.
That's why it has to be open.
They don't take into cognizance those who already have, and you are fine. Should we put a process in place where whether you already have and you are still in the same location, still work in the same place, or you just turned 18, everybody come, so that we can then look at those who now we are validated and those who did not show up.
INEC wanted the revalidation done, but I'm not sure they got approval, and it's not going to happen before the 2027 election. Okay.
Yes, and I think that it's possible for us to gauge voter turnout, because what is the percentage of the dead? There's no, except if they are saying it's possible that up to 20% of the people, like in Ekiti, for example, that up to 20% of the registered voters died over the years. And I will never agree that it is possible to have lost that number, you know. So the truth is.
But they might not be in Ekiti.
Yes, some will have moved, and people are free to transfer their registration. Yes. You know, a lot of people do it. Now that they are even modernizing their methods, the time will come when people can do these things by themselves without even INEC getting involved. You go. So they are saying now that even for those whose cards are damaged, they will be able to go online, yes, and print it by themselves. You know, you don't need that card. In future, you won't need that card as long as they can affirm that you are duly registered. You don't have to physically produce that card. So for me, especially in this kind of election where it will seem that the winner is already known, turnout may not be as impressive as you would want to see because the competition is not keen. The competition is not keen. That's what I'm saying. When the competition is keen, both sides will be vigorously mobilizing because you think you are capable of winning. I think I'm capable of winning. And you know that 2 or 3 votes can actually make a difference between winning and losing. So you tell your people, no, we must not be outdone. Let's go out. So usually that's what happens in America. Usually in the battleground states, everyone jumps in to make sure that gets to vote. We don't usually do that here. The Americans invest the money that people spend buying votes. The Americans do what is called get out the vote. They invest on volunteers who will go maybe on a raining day to get people to come out and vote. Because people usually get lukewarm on election day. Somebody who has been saying that he will vote at this election, we must vote. And then on election day, you feel weak. You know, that motivation is not there to come out. You think, why should I even come out? I'll monitor it on TV. But it is those get out the vote volunteers that would go knock on your door and tell you, come on, go and exercise your franchise. So parties that invest heavily on that, on the get out the votes volunteers, they usually carry the day because the bulk of the work is done on election day. If you simply relax that, you have done a good job of campaigning. The people know that I'm better than my rival. And you don't find a way to get people to come out and vote. If your opponents get out the vote game is better than yours, you'll be surprised that your opponent will win. So we have to keep, that's the job of the parties. The parties need to continually enlighten the voter. They need to continually mobilize voters to come out and vote. That look, this is your power. The Constitution has put this power in your hands to determine who leads you. So you should be motivated to use that power. Well, I also think that as our elections get better and better in terms of electoral integrity, more people would want to be part of the process. I think the way it is, in many cases, people just think, look, there's no point. Nothing will happen. I don't want to waste my time. So. All
right. So, Beke, we do have to put you on hold. We have Solomon standing by for us for more updates from the field. Solomon, tell us where you are and give us updates on the process.
Well, I'm still in Ikere, Ekiti, Ikere local government. That is on the INEC code. That's the local government number 10. Precisely, I'm at Ward 01, Atiba. Atiba Afin Ward 01, polling unit 03. Elemodo Akamuja. I hope I called it well because the Ikere people are listening to me. And this is the road leading directly to the palace of the Oguga Ikere here, where the deputy governor of the ruling party cast ballot this morning. But then we were busy at the other side of the road at Ward 03, polling unit 06, where that's Ward 03, Ugeliarokun. Polling unit 06 or Shagbaru, Oloti Hall, where the opposition candidate also cast his ballot. But one remarkable thing about the votes this morning is that the opposition candidate is not satisfied with the process. Is not satisfied with the process, and he has complained that the process is not favorable to him. But what you have here at this particular polling unit, polling unit 03, Elemodo Hall, you have 579 registered voters here who are casting their ballot and hoping that it will count. At another polling unit that we've been to, at Ward 01 still, but polling unit 2, Agbadamu, we had 1,014, and we felt that that's odd because 1,014 is such huge number of registered voters in a particular unit that unit should have been split. But as it is, voting is going on everywhere in Ikere here, where the people came out much earlier than even the materials and men from INEC arrived here, and voting has started in earnest.
We have one Atiba here. Maybe after the show, we ask him to trace his route to where you are covering this election. Maybe.
I can tell you a bit. Nifemi, I can tell you a bit about the history here. I have learned quite a little since I got here. You know, there's the history of the Kiriji War. The people from the Alaafin, the warriors of Oyo, are coming to Ikere, and the role that the mighty rocks, you can see there's a rock behind me, which is a fortress of the Ikere people. In ancient times, if you have to fight them, you have to fight against the stones. You have to fight against the rock because they have defensive walls, defensive system. And you remember that the Oyo Empire really did attack Ikere.
Let us postpone the
link, naturally, because all of these Yoruba kingdoms were also under the Oyo Empire. So it's understandable that that kind of reach. So this is Atiba. We call it Atiba, and we know we have Neo Atiba, and this is the Afin, the pass road.
Let us take the history lessons later on. What exact issues did the opposition candidate mention as concerns, earlier on to you?
Well, so it took him quite a time to be accredited, for him to be accredited on the beavers for the vote. And his complaint was that the process was so slow, that the period of accreditation to voting was so slow that they've been only able to, that a few persons have been able to vote in 1 hour. And that the return time for voting in 1 hour was too small, and that within that period there should have been more voters, and that the polling officers had actually complained to the about technical issues. Basically, they had requested for the RAC Tech to come around and help them sort out the issues with the beavers, with the machine. Well, we were there when they arrived, and they tried to attend to it. So before we moved down to this place, they were still attending to the technical issues. So his grouse was that the voting time, the return time was low.
Okay. Solomon, please hold on that. We're going to get back to you. We are hearing reports of pandemonium occurring earlier as party members clashed over conduct of polls. We're going to get details from the opposition candidate, Dari Bejide, alongside other party officials who reportedly were involved in that reported fracas. But let's get back to our conversation here. And it's interesting what we're hearing from the field. It's buzzing, but of course, the usual complaints about tech. I don't think the moment we decided for some form of electronic voting, we should get ready for things like this. And INEC says he has a team ready to always intervene when that happens. At what point do you think that should be a concern for voters?
There's no time technology will become irresponsible. No, it will not tell you. Your car can break down. So INEC won't be able to answer that question, that they are ready, and they assure us. Your car can't assure you that it's not going to break down anytime. Even as we speak to one of your correspondents now, you can see the challenge that we have.
But if you service your car often, at the appropriate time,
don't create problem for solutions.
You won't have.
Don't create problem for solutions. Let's prepare our mind that we run a situation where it's not an error-free process. Let's prepare our mind for that. Except if we identify that it's a sabotage. That's why we should be raising concern. There are options for us available already. That if you want to go to Abuja, if you are unable to transmit what you want to transmit, maybe cargo, you go by air, by road, by train, by anything. We can't be. If it is not by electronic transfer, that means we have an intention. It's just to count the number of people who want me to become the governor or want to become. Is that not the reason why we want? So, any means we are able to do it, let's do it. I want electronic transmission too. It's going to be fast. It's going to portray us a serious nation. But if it is not possible, don't make that as an excuse. Let's do everything we can to be able to do that. But if it is not possible, we should prepare our mind. There's a lack of admission. It's my concern for many Nigerians that once president says something, anything, any pronouncement from your leader is experimental. Prepare your mind. That is not the law of Moses, that if you don't do good, just like God said, it's FIR. It's not God. It's not God. Anything is experimental, except if you look at the intention. Place side by side with what he's doing. If it's not genuine about you, then can raise concern. It's my duty and your duty to be able to come to the aid of INEC if we have challenge. It's our duty to say, oh, they have challenge truly. But to say that it is under most, what you do to even yourself at home as a father and as a husband or as a wife too, you have issues and your family will understand you too. And my father cannot pay my school fees now. I can see it clearly that it can't make my school. And that's the mindset we must develop if we don't want to be traumatizing ourselves. You will say a lot of people going to turn after this election. This country cannot. It's your country. If it doesn't work, all of us are there. But if you proceed with the mind that, okay, effort has been made by INEC, genuine effort has been made by INEC that they want to make this and it didn't work. It's our nation. Let's make do with what we have. But I won't lay a template for us to be. I must build barricade around all our institutions and make sure EFCC succeed. I make sure INEC succeed. I make sure police succeed. As a civil society, that should be my responsibility. People is the truth. The tech thing comes with its own challenge. Except if it is been identified or established that there's a sabotage. That's when we can be raising concern. That is, we cannot have issue at any time. INEC can't assure that too. INEC cannot assure that too. Because we engage them on a daily basis. They bring people all over the world to come and do it. I'm in construction too. Building faith, foundation faith, prices, technical issues are beyond you at times. And that's the perspective to which Nigeria must be seeing things at the moment now.
You're speaking as a CSO, but he's the opposition candidate is a politician. We'll get BK's reaction to
if
that.
If they win, INEC is good. If they don't win, INEC is bad.
We want to get BK's reaction, but first of all, we have the visuals that Onifemi mentioned earlier, a story about opposition candidates who were involved in some pandemonium. Let's bring you those visuals. All right, so that's the visual there. You know, BKO said earlier that, look, some of these issues might be arising much later. Candidates involved in pandemonium and some complaining. Let's just get BKO's reaction to it. The one that Solomon mentioned, and then Nifemi, I know you heard some of the things that were said into, so you get that.
This is from Ilawe, and Ilawe is where opposition candidate Dari Bejide is voting. That's in Ekiti West local government area. Our correspondent Ayodej Muradio will speak with us shortly to better understand
what
the
really
specific
happened.
things that happened.
But I wanted to get to BKO's reaction to what Solomon mentioned. So it's a candidate. So I want to explain it. It's a candidate who complained about the process being too slow, that it's taking too much time to accredit a particular person, and the number of people that have been accredited is too slow for 1 hour. And then, but the polling unit officers have also called the RAC tech, who have come to attend to that particular challenge. But I mean, this is an isolated event. Does it really invalidate the process, even in that polling unit?
No. This is technology. Technology can sometimes fail you. And that is why even the big countries of the world, the advanced countries of the world, use a combination of manual as well as electronic voting. The biggest democracy in the world is India. India uses a combination of electronic and manual voting. That's why when I hear some of our people make so much noise about electronic transmission of results and all that, in America, they have what you call the mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are not electronically transmitted. The results are not electronically transmitted. They ship in these ballots and they count manually. If you recall what happened in Florida when George Walker Bush won the election. You know, they were counting ballots manually. And at a point they had to stop because constitutionally the president, the winner of the election, must be announced on so dates. So they had to give up. And many people are not happy that, they never really counted the Florida ballots to the end.
It was deliberate.
But at the end of the day, it was still the Republican candidate that won, that carried Florida. But what I'm saying is that technology can fail you, and then you now have to resort to manual means of achieving your aim. So, and that's why India, as technologically advanced as they are, being the best at IT, they still use a combination of manual as well as electronic.
Because with tech even comes the possibility of tampering with the system.
These days, they do read what Elon Musk.
Yes. He said it is easy to rig electronic voting. That's exactly what he said.
And you cannot say Elon Musk does not know what he's talking about.
That's like a tech, one of the biggest tech guys in the world. But I think the bottom line, BKO, is transparency of the process.
Yes.
Do you think that even with the manual collation, how can INEC convince Nigerians better that this process is transparent and is not being tampered with?
The problem also is that some people refuse to be convinced, no matter what. There are not people saying Peter Obi won the election. There are people going all over the place saying he won the election. And that is a lie from the pit of hell.
And there's your agent.
He didn't even come close to winning.
Yes. And there's your agent at every stage.
So if somebody who came third in an election, his supporters are claiming that he won it. So you can see that some people have made up their mind that no matter how you try, they choose to see things their own way. It is their way or the highway. No matter how you try. Look, there is a friend of mine on Facebook who is based in the US. I would tell him, okay, this is how this election will go. This is the person who will win this election. Based on my own findings and all that. when the election is held and the person that I said will win wins, he will still find an excuse. He will still, because to them, they don't understand Nigerian politics. They think that because things are difficult, for example, that people will simply move en masse
and go and vote
to another party. There are some states in our country, no matter the pains that people are going through,
won't leave their party.
That loyalty.
They will still stick with the party.
Look at, in those days, back then, those APP states,
just hold that
whatever happens, people will still vote for APP.
Yes.
Zahid is in
police headquarters.
The last time we spoke with him, he was at the police headquarters. He's also, I believe, still with police personnel. Zahid, okay, Zahid is roving with police personnel across Ekiti. Walk us through where you are, what you have seen, and what's happening right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Me. We are currently at Ekiti, the headquarters of the Felodu Rekodu local government right here in Ekiti State. And just like you mentioned, the journey started from the headquarters of the police in Ado-Ekiti, and we visited some polling units in Ado-Ekiti to check what exactly is happening there. The CP leading the election security, CP Abaro Mishubula, is leading the team out. And of course, one of the highlights of this is moving around the centers across the state is the fact that also speaking with the voters who have turned out to exercise patience, to follow the guidelines as laid out by INEC, allow those who are pregnant, the elderly, give them consensus to vote quickly so that it can go. So currently we've stopped that in Ekiti. Now we are at Ekiti. That's Ward B, Unit 005, where about 399 voters are expected to cast the ballot today. And of course, we will be moving from here to some other locations. But just like I mentioned, what the CP is doing, we've also gotten feedback from people is that they are very pleased with the atmosphere, with the deployment of security, and of course the calm that is permeating across the polling unit where we have been to today.
Because like all the other correspondents we've spoken with, Zahid, you have had the privilege of, driving around town on election day, of course, in company of police personnel. What did you see as regards the restriction on vehicular movement and, of course, how people have conducted themselves thus far?
In terms of the census of people, I think from what we've seen around, it's been very good. Those who are at polling units or those who are just in the front of their houses, sitting, there's been no much of anxiety that we've seen. But talking about the restriction of movement, on election day like this, you find some persons who want to see how they were able to beat the regulation, maybe move from point A to point B. And we've seen something like that earlier today along Bank Road. Just like I also pushed out, there was a little crash that happened. Unfortunately, it was an underage driver who was in that vehicle, crashed into the police monitoring vehicle that we were in, where we were parked to check the situation along Bank Road. So that highlighted the need for this sort of monitoring that the police is embarking on to see those who are breaking the law, those who are also thinking about breaking the law, and of course check compliance. So when that situation happened, the city immediately ordered that the vehicle should be taken to the nearest police station, and of course that underage driver, the person who were also found in that vehicle, to be made to answer to the law.
Wow. Okay.
Zahid, I wanted to ask you if there has been any serious security infraction or security breakdown that has been identified, or concern, maybe not breakdown, that has been identified by the police so far. And then we also heard about some pandemonium involving some candidates. Has the police responded to that?
No, we've not gotten a response on that. I know CP Abaro Mishubula is also getting feelers across the state, and of course we also have him join us to provide an update on what he has been able to gather from all of his officers across the 2,445 polling units. And of course, by then, we know what the situation is, but currently you're on the move. I know calls have been coming through. Currently is somewhere in my front also receiving phone call to monitor what the situation is at different centers in the state. So as regards the pandemonium that you mentioned, perhaps some of our reporters have brought that in. We'll cross-check with him and get his official response to whether he has gotten killers from those centers too.
So we don't have an official response from police yet. Is that what Zahid is saying?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't look quite busy behind you, Zahid. What's happening there? How quickly are people coming into that polling unit, voting and leaving?
So, just like I mentioned earlier, voters turned out very early to the various polling units we've been to. There was someone who I spoke with, he's been at the polling unit right there in Ekiti since 6:30 a.m. And what he has been able to do was just, been around, allow people who even came after him to vote and all of that before he finally joined the queue to exercise his franchise. But one thing he also mentioned that we've also seen in some of the centers is the slow pace of some BVS machines to capture the faces of those who are on the queue. So when that happens, they ask them to try again, maybe wait for a little while before retrying. But we've seen voters turn out, just like I mentioned here, about 399 voters are expected here, and a sizable number of them are already on the queue waiting to cast a ballot.
Thank you, Zahid. Let's allow you go so you don't, miss the convoy with the police. Zahid there for us with updates from one of the polling units in Ekiti State.
Interesting details coming from Zahid there. We're yet to get official response of the police on the pandemonium. I think it was Ilawe, right?
Yes.
He said he's going to get that update from the CP and then get back to us with an official response. But I wanted to take our conversation to, there was something we mentioned earlier about spread and then voter turnout. And I want to bring Bikeo to the conversation on that, because sometimes you find that politicians will rather go to, for example, a place like Alimosho to do like 5 times to campaign because it has the population density. Because we're talking about battleground. And I was going to ask if our politicians even understand battleground. We understand stronghold, which is where they are from. But do they really understand battleground? They might go to Alimosho population density, whereas Alimosho might not give them as much votes. This is a hypothetical situation, as maybe in Lagos Island, where you have less population density, maybe larger voter turnout.
Well, Alimosho will always outvote any part of Lagos. Alimosho will outvote most local governments in Nigeria. It's always been like that. It is big, and the level of political awareness there is also tremendous. And we've had some of the big politicians from this state, some of the skillful politicians from this state, from that area. So the parties have always prioritized Alimosho. I think that our politicians too, they know where they need to devote their strengths. They hardly call them battleground councils or battleground states. We hardly use such in this place. But politicians deliberately target places where they know in terms of their history, turnout is always impressive. Votes from those areas are usually impressive. Every state has such local governments, such communities. Sometimes politicians also go out to disrupt voting in such places because they know what the rule says is that where voting is characterized by violence, no result shall be produced from such places. So sometimes they go to the strongholds of their opponents, cause crisis at polling centers in such places so that no vote will come from such places, and then it will give them an advantage. Because where you have stopped your opponent from recording votes in his stronghold, you have literally made it difficult for him to win. This is a key strategy that politicians use in our country, and that is why I have demanded that that rule should change. Because the rule simply says where voting is characterized by violence, no result shall be returned from such a place. But what if it is the opponent that goes to instigate the crisis? And they do that a lot. They do that a lot. In fact, in 2015, when I was assessing elections held in Kaduna State, I saw a pattern, and I knew it was deliberate. In certain areas, so much violence was visited on voters just so that no result will come out of those
You know you're not popular there, so you just disrupt.
Huh? Yes, you know, and you knew that tremendous votes will come from that place. So they already, and sometimes even our security operatives are used to do that. Where in some very cosmopolitan areas where you know a particular party can win, you then use security to suppress votes. They create all kinds of checkpoints here and there, and I mean stopping people from getting to polling centers. It is.
They will use all sorts of strategies to win votes.
So people don't know that. Look, the real battle is not simply at polling centers. It goes beyond that. People who want to win, they do many things that we do not even give them credit for. We do not accuse them of, because we are not, we are oblivious of some of the silly games that they are playing. We just think, oh, the election has gone on. It's results that they come to announce to us. But you see the INEC returning officer announcing places where they have cancelled votes. People need to investigate why votes were cancelled in those places. It is the work of the opponent in many cases. Not, I mean, if I know I'm going to win here, how will I on my own go and instigate a crisis there where I know I'm overwhelmingly popular? But these people go to such places, they send their thugs to go and disrupt voting, so that ultimately the advantage goes to them.
Indeed.
So there are many things that we need to change. We can come up with all kinds of reforms meant to improve electoral integrity. But how do we deal with situations that I've described, where people on their own just make sure that it's difficult for their opponents to win by instigating crises where their opponents are popular? People always say you can't win where you are not popular. It's a lie. I've seen people win in places where they are not popular without necessarily rigging in the manner that we are familiar with. But let's leave
there are 101 ways to rig election.
Yes, this is what we see. This is what we see here.
Because two things will make your vote inadmissible at the collation center: violence that you talked about, and then if the number of votes, you know, or if the number
outstrips the registered voters or accredited voters.
The accredited voters, and those are the things politicians use. But you heard Zahid say that there was an experience while roving with the police. They saw someone driving, an underage driver, and they had to clamp down. Interventions like that would be needed in a place like Ekiti, where today we have reported that the vehicular restriction was not upheld at all. I mean, the first polling unit we monitored, we were seeing vehicles, motorcycles moving around. You know, we've had this conversation over the years that in sinner climes, like they say, that they don't stop the economy because of election. Now, if it is peaceful, at least thus far, and perhaps that's what has motivated people to say, you know what, there's no fear, let us just move on. Do you think it's also perhaps saying we eventually can get there at the point in this country where we don't have to stop cars from moving, really, because we're holding elections?
You see, there's no permanent definition for democracy. What is permanent is that the will of the people. That there should be election every 4 years is not the end of democracy. There's democracy in Russia, there's democracy in China, there's democracy in Cuba, and most standard people use is American democracy. So that they allow people to move in the rest of the world should not be a permanent pattern. If what is going to get us there is to say don't move around, let's adopt it. Just like the question of security. IG in Abuja can sit down and roll out one strategy for 30 states of the Federation. That's why there should be state police. Some states need roadblock, some states don't need a roadblock. So in their own country, they can run their economy, they can move around. We will get there one day, just live there. There was no civil war in Nigeria. It happened maybe 6 years after our independence. It happened 86 years after American independence, 86 years. So they are insanity before, after 86 years of their independence. So what I mean is that there are peculiarities. So don't live your life. Nikki is richer than me now. It's our own winner now. It's richer than me. I can't live my life.
How did you determine that?
I can't live my life.
This is rumor mongering.
Yes, so even if I have more wife than him, even if I have more wife than me, it's richer than me now. So I can't live my lifestyle the way he lives his lifestyle. So in Nigeria, we have to adopt that method first. We have looked at it, we have searched it, and like it's introducing some features.
I think even that one is likely because of insecurity.
Yes, now that's what I'm saying.
Because people will now take lorry loads of thugs
to come and
disrupt the election.
There's a feature in the ballot paper now. If you take a ballot paper from Ikeja and you take it to Ajegunle now, it will not work. Because there's a feature there that's
specific to that area.
So by the time we get there, this fear of snatching ballot boxes will disappear naturally, but let's get there first. You see what Dike has said about the importance of law. I did my thesis on democratic consolidation. We are the second stage in Nigeria where a current party will lose power, opposition will come in. Ghana is the only country in West Africa that has attained democratic consolidation. As all circles has been completed in Ghana. And it is about election monitoring. You see, there's no law about, there's electoral malpractice and there's misconduct. Malpractice, there's a law, penalty measure for it. Misconduct is when ballot paper didn't get there on time. There's no punishment for it, which is a strategy.
There's another way of rigging.
Of rigging. So all those laws, there must be legislation towards. That's why I'm saying we have to keep moving. We don't have to keep quiet about it.
To keep evolving.
So INEC all around the 4 years, it's not you are not on leave. Those challenges that have been mentioned here today, you look at how it can be addressed before the next election. That okay, it is true. When you disrupt the base of someone, what do we do? There must be consequence. There must be penalty. You encourage the other party that the reason why you lost this vote is to stop the election. So you have to come up. When we go to court, you must be with us also. So that the coming election, all those instruments of disrupting election, they will be very careful. Like now, they say FCC on ground. You won't be phoning the office to come out. It's not the final solution, but at least that physical presence is there. That's right. So even if you want to distribute money, you can pre-do it. Or post do it that if you vote for us, we'll do. But it's not on the day of election. You'll be giving people 10,000 naira at polling booth. And you'll be an INEC official will just be watching and writing this report. But that person has won the election already. So but they want to stop it before it happens. So that's why that physical presence is happening. So let us leave this model first. When we get to that model where everybody can move around, we will then begin to adopt. But at the moment, too, you want to be people to move around when we have the election in Borno, in Kebbi, or in my state in Kwara. You want people to move around? No, let's stick to what we have at the moment. So that that aspiration of freedom during the day of election, it will come later, we'll get there later. But as we proceed, we are doing good.
We have live feeds from Ikogosi in Ekiti West local government area. The incumbent governor is expected to vote at Ward 06 polling unit 003 in Okelele Street. And we're going to be speaking with our correspondent there to get feedback from him, his observation as regards today's exercise and what it makes of the entirety of the polling.
And when we have our correspondent, we will start that conversation with him, and also just to see if the governor has any remark, on the process so far. But let's bring Abikio back to the conversation. I want to talk about security and get your reaction to the strategy that the police has used in this particular election. For the first time, they're not mentioning how many agents or they have deployed. And then we also see, I think he said the commissioner said 4 police officers to every polling unit. But some people are thinking that, look, would they have more police officers in the areas where, those border communities between Kwara and Kogi?
Yes, it's natural because even the bad boys can use a day like this to do mass abduction. Every state is trying now to protect its borders, to control the influx of these undesirable elements into their state. You can see Kogi state is doing a very good job of that, and Kogi is bordered by 9 states. So it makes it a peculiar state, and you can understand why they are dealing with the kind of problems confronting them now. Banditry is now very rampant in that state, and from there, some of the bad boys are moving into Kwara because Kwara also shares boundary with Kogi state. So it's natural that some of the policemen that in the past we would even have had to help us police these elections are engaged in other places. In the past, we used to have far more soldiers, far more civil defense personnel, monitoring our elections. But I think that when you look at Ekiti State is one of the smallest states in our country by land mass. I believe that you don't need the quantum of security operatives that you naturally need to police election elsewhere, because it's such a small state. You can literally drive through it in a few hours.
Indeed. I'd like us to touch quickly on the political implication of this election without mentioning parties or candidates, because we've discussed the litmus test it means for the amended 2026 electoral law, but it's also a countdown to the big one in 2027. How do you think the parties will be reading the mood? Is it a test for the opposition parties who are also looking at wrestling power from the ruling party at the center? Do you think this election in any way is going to test anything specifically on the political front?
Yeah, it's a barometer to measure your strength. And it's going to give strength to party that has won. It's going to embolden the party that has won. And it's going to expose the weakness of the party that has lost. It will give them the opportunity to be able to look at the area of their weakness. And as for Nigerian too, it's going to be a clear message that our democracy is getting strengthened by the day. My colleague said that election spillover from other states, interstate rigging has been blocked. Because there are intercontinental rigging. Trump claimed that Russia rigged one election. People, so that thing is also a lesson to us that moving people from one state to the other is one factor that people use in rigging too, such that the border country with Nigeria, which is Niger, Cotonou, all those axes is a lesson to us that we must pay attention to it in general election. So for all of us, we have a lesson to learn. For the civil society, our job is getting more easier because the concern we have been raising, Nigerians have admitted now that number one thing is that you don't need to display armament to win election. It's the program you have that make you big. Because when election is coming, you see political class buying names of notorious people in their cities, buying. I say, how did they get to this one? So It makes our job easier now. And the final stage is where we are now, where people will now marry that convention that I must vote to actually going out to vote. So for political parties now, better start listing your achievement for all the parties now, because it's going to count in this election. What the current governor is doing, the person that's coming on board, what is coming to offer is going to count. So for general election, start counting what you have done. If you start looking at what he has done as an achievement, PDP should start looking at the state, all of us should start looking, so that in preparation for a general election, it will be easy for us to determine which direction we are going to
in one of the mega rallies, we saw the vice president, we saw the senate president, we saw 18 governors.
Yes.
And I remember asking one of the national secretaries what are you trying to prove with this election? Primarily, it's a referendum on Governor Oyebanji's performance, but do you think it's also going to be a referendum on President Tinubu's performance?
Not entirely, but momentum is important in politics. The off-season elections that we had before now were dominated by the ruling party. And at that point, people were saying, despite the fact that one new party was making all the noise, they actually didn't win anything. We had the municipal elections in the FCT, yes, which the ruling party also dominated. So what they are trying to do is to give this election their all. See that they win it by a good margin and take that momentum to Osun. The more successes they record in those elections, the greater strength they feel, even in talking to the viewer, to the voter, that look, this means that the people still side with us. They want something that they can actually use. It's not bragging right in the real sense of the word, but it's close to it. To be able to say, contrary to what the naysayers are saying, the people have not given up on us. That's right. That's why it's important. It's a local election. I know two elections are the same. Not the same. But the Nigerian politician will naturally exploit any situation. So if they do well there, it gives them the moral strength to be able to say, look, we told you, the people have not given up on us, and they will take that right up to the general election.
That's right.
They have opportunity. There are still going to be some elections before then, and I'm telling you that they need that momentum desperately, to give them the strength to be able to say, yes, we are still popular, and right, everything they do, they also have an eye on the international community. So if they win these elections with minimum wahala, they will be able to say, forget what those people are saying. We remain the party of choice in our country. So you're saying 18 governors go. In fact, yesterday I was trying to call my friend, Governor Zulum. I learned that he too was there. Imagine, all the way from Borno State to Ekiti. So that's how much that election means to them.
Some say it is over-governorizing the election.
It's to intimidate the opposition.
It's all right.
I understand we have Ayodeji Moradi, you're standing by for us now. Ayodeji, give us update as to where you are. Ilawe, I know you're at Ilawe. What's the latest from Ilawe?
Precisely, we are hearing that there was a pandemonium among some party members involving an opposition candidate. Give us some clarity as to what happened.
That pandemonium over a wide conspiracy men to bring their weapons to polling center, and that really caused a kind of a fight among the political parties, especially the ADC and that of the
I'm not sure we can continue that conversation with Moradi. We can't hear you. We really want to get clarity as to what happened, so I'm sure we'll take you subsequently.
Absolutely, we will.
We do have to do that conversation there.
Razak Olokoba, thank you so much for your contribution. Babajide Koladi Otitoju, ONMON, CFR.
GCFR.
Potential GCFR.
Absolutely.
You want the politicians to kill me?
All right, thank you so much for joining this conversation. We'll leave you with sights and sound. Remember that we are still covering the Ekiti election, and we're going to be back with more. I am Nifebi Oguntoye.
And I am Precious Amayu. Thanks for watching.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty, faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
And the winner is TVC.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Nigeria, if you're just joining us, this is the big... Every morning, millions of Nigerians leave their homes hoping for one simple thing: to return safely across highways, villages, cities, and border communities. Stories of kidnappings, bandit attacks, terrorism, and violent crime continue to dominate conversations. But alongside those troubling headlines are reports of military offensives. Rescued victims, criminal hideouts dismantled, and security forces reclaiming territories once under threat. So the nation is left asking, are we making progress, or are we simply learning to live with insecurity? Is Nigeria gradually defeating the forces that threaten its peace, or is the battle slipping further out of reach? Today, we examine the facts, the perceptions, the successes, the failures, and the reality behind the headlines. My name is Mark Otabo, and this is the Big Issue. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Nigeria, your home of fearless conversations, the Big Issue. Thank you very much. Security remains one of the most important issues facing our nation. But opinions differ sharply on whether Nigeria is gaining ground or losing control in the fight against insecurity. Today, two respected voices join us. First, Sherifat Umar. She's a proud Muslimah, multi-talented creative, and award-winning public speaking coach and social media manager. She believes Nigeria is fast losing the war against insecurity. She argues that despite official assurances, many Nigerians still do not feel safe. Please welcome Sherifat Umar to the podium. Thank you very much. On the other side, Oluodo Ayomide Israel is a student leader, brand strategist, entrepreneur, and public speaker, passionate about communications, business, youth advocacy, and development. He believes Nigeria is winning the war against insecurity despite ongoing challenges. He argues that measurable gains by security agencies show significant progress is being made. Please welcome Ayomide to the podium. Welcome. When we return, the battle of ideas begin. This is still the Big Issue. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is still the Big Issue. Right now, the conversation begins. Sherifat Umar, you believe Nigeria is fast losing the war against insecurity. How do you start?
Thank you very much for that. Let me start with something every Nigerian present here today can relate to. Imagine a mother who cannot fully relax until her child sends a message saying, "I have arrived safely," or a student who travels with full prayer points, or even a trader who does not only calculate risk or the... So ladies and gentlemen, today, if we want to look at it holistically, we should try to examine the reality of Nigeria, because how would I be living in fear and you expect me to say that I am in a secure place? So this is what we need to examine, and I strongly believe that if we examine the reality happening here in Nigeria today, we strongly believe that Nigeria is not yet winning the battle against insecurity.
Come on. That was a brilliant intro, by the way, Ayomide. I know you've got your own counter. How do you begin your conversation right here?
Okay, so I think we need to look at this a bit more critically, right? Because we are talking about
if Nigeria is winning the war against insecurity. And for us to even start anything at all, I think we need to define what winning actually means. If we are looking at winning as, no attacks happening, we would be on a losing end. That means no country literally on earth would be winning. Not America after 9/11, not France after Charlie Hebdo. No country would be winning, right? But in our particular context as Nigerians, we need to redefine what winning means. And in this case, we have to define it as the fact that strategies, the work that the government is putting in, even though it's not properly communicated, that the work that the government is putting in, the things that the government is doing generally are improving things, right? And beyond reasonable doubt, we've been able to see that certain efforts that the government is taking is actually moving us in the right direction. And I hope to, shed light to that today. Thank you.
Come on. All right, Sherifat, now you broke it down when you started. You were able to give us a perfect example of what safety simply means. From that child who comes home, gives the mother some kind of reprieve. I'm home now, everywhere is safe and everywhere, is looking really good. Now, how do you delve in proper to give us an understanding of why you think Nigeria is not winning this war against insecurity?
Thank you very much for that question. One question, what do we define security? Are we talking about the headlines or the reports that we get to see? Because recently, even in Oyo State,
we're interrupting this program to bring you a live telecast. Our regular programs will continue shortly. Please stay tuned.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى ال محمد وسلم كما صليت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم وبارك على محمد وعلى ال محمد كما باركت وسلمت على ابراهيم وعلى ال ابراهيم انك حميد مجيد. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم اعز الاسلام والمسلمين واذل الشرك والمشركين ودمر اعداء الدين. Ya Ubangiji Allah, muna roƙonka wannan taro wanda za a fara shi lafiya, Allah sa a yi shi lafiya a gama lafiya. Muna roƙonka abubuwan da aka kawo da abubuwan da ake yi a wannan jiha na ci gaba, Allah ka sa masa albarka, Allah ka sa albarka a gwamnatinmu ta tarayya da ta jiha da sauran ƙananan hukumomi. Allah ka sa albarka ga shugabanninmu da shugaban ƙasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu da 'yan majalisarsa da ministocinsa da masu ba shi shawara. Allah ka sa albarka ga gwamnanmu da mataimakinsa da kwamishinoninsa da sarakunanmu da malamanmu da sauran al'ummar jihar Katsina. Allah ka zaunar da mu lafiya, ka jaddada ƙarin ci gaba da tattalin arziki na wannan jiha. Allah ka taimake mu, ka ba mu sa'a nasarori abubuwan da muka tasa. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul du'a. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina azaban nar.
Thank you so much, the chairman of Danja local government, Honorable Rabot Tambay Danja, for giving us the opening prayer to begin this event as scheduled. Your Excellency, the host governor, the honorable ministers of agriculture that are here, the honorable minister of livestock, Third Ministry of Livestock, His Excellency, the deputy governor of Katsina State, Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of the high table already seated and introduced by my colleague, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, this event is for the flag off of fertilizer distribution under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, under the auspices of the National Agricultural Development Fund, the Renew Hope Farm Input Support Program, FISP Phase 1 for the Northwest Zone that Katsina State is hosting today. Your Excellency, the Renew Hope agenda or program is the overall policy framework of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration since May 2023. And it was built on 8 priority areas, which food security has topped the list of the 8 priority areas. And that occasion that brought us here today, Your Excellency, sir. And without taking much of our time, I have the honor and privilege of inviting the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture in Katsina State, Honorable Aliyu Lawal Shargale, to please mount the podium and give us the welcome address. Yanzu mun gayyato mai girma Commissioner mai kula da aikin gona a jihar Katsina, Honorable Aliyu Lawal Zakari Shargale, domin ya gabatar da ainihin jawabin maraba. Honorable Commissioner, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malam Duko Umar Radda, PhD, CON, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Minister of State Agriculture, the Honorable Minister of Livestock, Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to stand on the existing protocols. It is a great privilege to welcome you all to this historic occasion. Today, under the leadership of His Excellency, our Governor, the Governor of Katsina State, is hosting the flag-up of the Renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program by the federal government. This is a clear demonstration that agriculture remains the cornerstone of our nation's economic recovery and food security. As a Commissioner for Agriculture, I am proud to report that Katsina State Government, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Malam Duko Umar Radda, PhD, CON, has already laid a strong foundation that make today's federal intervention even more impactful. Our mandate has been simple: put the farmer first and climate adaptation at the center of every decision. Under the leadership of His Excellency Malam Duko Umar Radda, Katsina State Government has made agriculture a priority by investing in so many programs, ranging from yearly procurement of assorted fertilizer, resuscitation of Songhai farm centers as a training hub for agricultural entrepreneurship, provision of solar water pumps, power tillers machines, mechanization drive, and provision of improved seeds. Today's Renew Hope Farm Input Support Program by the federal government comes at a right time. It will complement the state government effort and ensure that smallholder farmers in the Northwest get improved seeds, fertilizer, and equipment to boost production. To our farmers, this is your season. Collect your inputs, follow the guidance of our extension agent, and adopt climate-smart practices. We have trained you. Seed selection, proper fertilizer usage, strip cropping, and compost making. Farming must be treated as a business. I wish to thank His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malam Duko Umar Radda, for his unwavering commitment to agriculture. Your investment in inputs, water, machines, and people have made Katsina State the leading agricultural state in the Northwest region. I also extend our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for the Renewed Hope agenda. This farm input support program will touch the life of millions of farmers in our region. The Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina State, will ensure transparent distribution, proper monitoring, and feedback to guarantee the success of this program. We would like to appreciate the efforts of the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Agricultural Development Projects, Agricultural Development Fund. Once again, I welcome you all. May this flag off mark the beginning of bumper harvest and prosperity to our farmers. Thank you very much. And our Minister of Housing, I apologize for skipping his name while reading the thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we please put our hands together to appreciate the Commissioner, for the welcome address. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you recognize the dignitaries that are already here to acknowledge the presence in our midst of our own Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Engineer Mutakara B. Dharma. You are welcome, sir. I also want to acknowledge the presence in our midst of the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, in person of the Honorable Commissioner of Information that has come along with the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to represent His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State. You are warmly welcome to the home of heritage and hospitality. Bayan wannan jawabi na Honorable Commissioner na ayyukan gona jama'a wanda na maraba da dukkan manyan baki da suka zo domin wannan taro, yanzu kuma za mu saurare jawabin buɗe wannan taro. Na faɗa maku cikin harshen Turanci cewar wannan shiri na Renewed Hope da kuma wannan shiri na bada taki karkashin jagorancin ma'aikatar gona ta tarayya ake kaddamar da shi domin shi ya arewa baki ɗaya. An zaɓi Katsina ne saboda muhimmancin ta domin kaddamar da wannan shiri mai albarka. To kuma ita kanta ma'aikatar tana yi ne wannan shiri a karkashin wani asusu da ke karkashinta na haɓaka ayyukan gona. It is now my honor and privilege to at this moment invite the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund, in person of Mr. Muhammad A. Ibrahim, to kindly step forward and deliver an opening remarks. Kindly put our hands together to welcome him to the podium. You're welcome, the ears.
Thank you. The Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund is on the stage to give us the opening remarks. The National Agricultural Development Fund is funding agricultural growing prosperity. It was established in 2022 under a law established Act number 2022, signed by the late President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, of blessed memory, Muhammadu Buhari. I now invite the ES to deliver the opening remarks, please. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Our special host and guest of honor, Your Excellency, Dr. Dikko Umar Rada, the Executive Governor of the State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Malam Farouk Jobe, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, Engineer Aminu Usman, who is here along with the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Malam Mukhtar Namadi. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, ably represented by the Commissioners of Agriculture and Information, Malam Murtala Dabo and Malam Ahmad Mayaki. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kebbi State, also ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, Kebbi State Ministry of Agriculture, Malam Farouk Sariki Kigo. Distinguished members of the National Assembly, led by the Chairman, House Committee on Agricultural Production and Services, Honorable Bella Kaoje, Honorable Sada Soli Jibia, Honorable Engineer Sani Balaz Anyawa, and other members of the National Assembly. The Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, the Honorable Minister for Housing,
Engineer Muttaq Arabi, the Honorable Minister for Livestock Development, Malam Idi Meha, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, the Speaker of the Katsina State House of Assembly, I beg your pardon, thank you. The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Katsina State, and other members of the Katsina State Executive Council, the leadership of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a great honor to be here in my home state of Katsina for the flag off of the National Agricultural Development Fund Farm Input Support Program, FISP, for the Northwest Geopolitical Zone. This flag off is another practical step under the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, especially in the President's commitment to food security, productivity, and inclusive economic growth. At the National Agricultural Development Fund, we believe agriculture must be treated as one of the strongest engines of national development. When we get agriculture right, we create jobs, we strengthen rural communities and livelihoods, we improve food supply and put more value in the hands of farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the thinking behind the Renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program. This program is not a blanket intervention. It is not just fertilizer distribution for the sake of distribution. It is a targeted intervention support. This program is designed to get fertilizer to the right farmers for the right crop and at the right time. We have been very deliberate because agriculture cannot continue to be measured by pre-season activities alone. Agriculture must be measured by higher yields on the farm, what improves in the market, and what difference it makes in people's lives. In designing this intervention, we looked at the realities of each participating state, the farmers on ground, the market demand, and the areas where support makes the biggest difference. For each state, food security crops of natural endowment have been identified for support. Here in Katsina, we have chosen maize, sorghum, and tomato, whereas in Jigawa, it is rice, maize, and cowpea. This program, Your Excellencies, will benefit 128,930 smallholder farmers through the distribution of 720,000 bags of fertilizer nationwide. Today, this intervention will provide 100,800 bags of fertilizer that will be distributed to 25,200 smallholder farmers from across the states of Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, Kebbi, and Jigawa State, with each farmer receiving 4 bags of fertilizer. It is indeed important to note that these fertilizers are also wholly subsidized. They are produced in Nigeria, branded, traceable, and boldly marked not for sale. This support must get to the farmers it is meant for. The objective is simple. We want to reduce the cost of production, improve access to quality fertilizer, increase yield per hectare, and help strengthen food supply in the market. We all know that food prices do not rise in isolation. They are affected by what happens on the farm, the cost of inputs, the cost of logistics, supply gaps, and access to markets. By supporting farmers with fertilizer at this point of production, we're helping remove one of the major constraints that limit output. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, agricultural interventions and opportunities are not new to us, the good people of Katsina. The arable land, the abundant manpower, the irrigation prospects, and your commitment to agricultural development makes Katsina State and the Northwest region a natural destination for agricultural express. We are now beginning to witness that advantage turn into productivity, stronger contribution to Nigeria's food society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for us at the National Agricultural Development Fund, the real test of this program is not today's ceremony. The real test is what happens on the farms after today. That is why this intervention will be monitored by our monitoring and evaluation partners that will look at productivity levels, yield improvements, and outcomes to help us improve future support. Every bag of fertilizer is mapped to a verified smallholder farmer. The process undertaken includes beneficiary validation, duplication screening, stakeholder participation, and proper documentation. To our farmers, let me say this directly to you all. You are not just beneficiaries of this program, you are partners in the work of feeding this nation. We urge you to use this fertilizer responsibly and for the intended crops and farmlands. When government support meets farmer discipline and hard work, the result can be powerful. Your Excellency, I am very proud as a son of Katsina to say that the National Agricultural Development Fund, in the 2.5 years of becoming operational, has partnered with the Katsina State Government to invest first loss capital in primary production, with a study conducted also and pilot activities implemented at Sabke Dam in the year 2025. We are also currently working with the state government and development partners to develop and implement frameworks for the risking mechanisms that will facilitate access to finance for agricultural development in our state. In the year 2024, we had partnered with the Kaduna State Government in implementing the ginger blight relief support across 7 local governments of Kaduna State. This has reached over 5,000 smallholder farmers. In Sokoto and Kebbi states, last year we have provided support in the form of high-grade seeds and inputs to 2,000 onion farmers affected by the flood in each of the Sioux states. With Jigawa State, this year we have commissioned 2 feasibility studies, one for the design and development of the 6,000-hectare irrigation scheme at Hadeja Jama'are Dam, and another for the Jigawa Integrated Halal Development Hub. We thus commend the clear vision of the Northwestern State Governors for Agricultural Development and invite other states in the region to come and partner with us in making the Northwest Zone a major driver of food production, job creation, and rural prosperity. To our partners, the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, and other institutions and stakeholders here present, we thank you for your partnership. Food security cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires trust, it requires collaboration, it requires coordination, it requires investment, and it is a shared responsibility. I must also appreciate the unwavering support that the National Agricultural Development Fund continues to receive from both Ministers of Agriculture. And to you, sirs, I say thank you for being part of this flag-off like you have been in all the other zones we have been to. Thank you, sirs. Lastly, I wish to extend our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, for his unwavering commitment to the development of agriculture and for the invaluable support you have rendered to the NADF at all times. Thank you very much. God bless the people of Katsina State. God bless the people of the Northwest region, and God bless the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund, NADF, the son of the soil, Mr. Muhammad Abu Ibrahim. We thank you so much for giving us the opening remarks at this very high-level occasion. The flag-off of farm input support under the renewal of program of the federal government. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on the program we are going to have a goodwill messages. And then we have a special goodwill messages from the governors of the Northwest Zone, comprising this zone where this event is taking place. But I would like to inform our viewers at home that this program is being covered live through TVC, Katsina State Television, and Katsina State Radio, as well as online media that have been stationed. The cameras are giving us live coverage of this event. So at this moment, I would like to invite for a goodwill message. First and foremost, let me invite the State Coordinator of the Renew Hope Program in Katsina State, His Excellency Ambassador Tukur Ahmadji Kamshi, the ambassador of Nurinu Hope in Katsina State, for a very short goodwill message, please. You are welcome, sir. After him, I also want to invite, DJ please. I also want to invite the national chairman of APAN to also come closer, please, so that as soon as the coordinator of the Renew Hope program in Katsina State, His Excellency Ambassador Tukur Ahmad Kamshi, Ambassador of Renew Hope in Katsina State, concluded his very brief remarks of a goodwill message, then the APAN national chairman will also give his own goodwill message. So the APAN national chairman, please, we need your attention close to us because His Excellency is having another engagement, please. So thank you so much. So a takaice mai girma coordinator na Renew Hope a jihar Katsina, tsohon mataimakin gwamnan jihar Katsina, His Excellency Tukur Ahmad Kamshi shine zai gabatar da jawabin fatan alkhairi a cikin minti 1 zuwa 2 insha Allah. Your Excellency, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malan Duko Umar Rata, PhD, CON. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Your Excellencies, the Governors of the Northwest region represented by either their deputies or commissioners, my Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of State, our own, the Honorable Minister of Housing, Engineer Mutakara Bedarma, other distinguished personalities that are here. I stand here before you at this occasion as the ambassador, renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. It is an opportunity for me to let the people know practically today we are showing what renewed hope is. When we were inaugurated, many people had misconception about renewed hope agenda. They said the ambassadors, the coordinators are campaign agents of Mr. President for 2027 election. No, you are wrong. We are, but we have the material that will campaign for the federal government and campaign for Mr. President. As you can see today, here is a fertilizer, only one aspect of the renewed hope initiative of Mr. President. That is to ensure food security in the country by assisting farmers, by providing all the enabling environment and equipment that will transform our agriculture from at a subsidized level to commercial level. Today, we are launching this as only one aspect of the support by Mr. President through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and the Renewed Hope initiative is cut across all the sectors of governance, all the sectors of administration, economic, social, and all that you have. 2 weeks ago, we commissioned a company here where I informed the people of Katsina State that government is investing in transportation in order to bring down the cost of transportation, and we appreciate the effort of the state government under the leadership of Malan Duko Umar Ratna, who has invested a lot in providing tricycles, electrical tricycles, and other things that will facilitate and bring down the cost of transportation and ease hardship on the people. So, my people of Katsina State, this is one aspect of renewed hope. We are to bring the initiative of Mr. President support to the people that will transform the economy, that will provide palliatives, that will provide subsidies, so that to cushion the effect of other economic reforms produced by the federal government. So it is my pleasure to be here, and I wish to commend the efforts of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, our state governor, the executive secretary of this fund, Nigeria Agricultural Fund, and all other people that are here. We thank you very much. And like I earlier said, these are the things that will campaign for Mr. President, not to Tukunjik Amshi, not any ambassador, but the good things that we are going to bring to Katsina State and all other states. That is what will itself campaign for the 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the State Coordinator, Katsina State, of the Renew Hope Agenda, His Excellency, former Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Tukur Ahmadjik. Your Excellency, very quickly, we invite the National President of APAN, Alhaji Muhammad Magaji, who is the former Commissioner of Agriculture, Gombe State. In just 2 minutes, please, to give us your goodwill message, please, because His Excellency is having another tight engagement, please. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Wa sallallahu ala nabil kareem. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor Jigawa, Honorable Minister of Agri, the State Minister of Agri, Honorable Minister of Livestock, members of the National Assembly that are here present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today at this very important event marking the flag of the Northwest Farm Input Support Program and the formal handover of fertilizer to support smallholder farmers across the benefiting state in the Northwest by the National Agricultural Development Fund under the Federal Ministry of Agri. On behalf of the National Executive Council and the entire members of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, I sincerely appreciate the federal government of Nigeria under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, the State Minister, Honorable Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, for their commitment to strengthening food security and improving the livelihood of farmers across the country. I also wish to use this opportunity to commend the National Agricultural Development Fund under the leadership of the Executive Secretary, Musa Mohammed A. Ibrahim, for this timely and imperfect intervention. This intervention could not have come at a better time than now, as farmers prepare for the 2026 wet season farming activities. The provision of quality fertilizer will significantly reduce cost production, improve crop yields, and enhance the productivity of our smallholder farmers, who remain the backbone of Nigeria's agricultural sector. AFAN is particularly delighted that a transparent database-driven approach has been adopted in selecting beneficiaries. This will ensure that the support reaches genuine farmers cultivating different crops across the benefiting state are rightly mentioned by the Executive Secretary. AFAN remains committed to collaborating with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, NADF, and other government agencies to ensure that this fertilizer get to the real Nigerian farmers in order to unlock the full potential of our agricultural sector. Once again, I thank the NADF, the federal government, the whole Katsina State government, and all partners who have made this program possible. Your Excellency, sir, it is on record that His Excellency Malan Diko Umar Rada, PhD, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, has delivered various agricultural interventions during his 3 years in office to boost the agricultural sector in the state, as it is here delivered and produced by the State Chairman of AFAN in Katsina State, Honorable Gojo Gojo. Your Excellency, sir, the interventions covered all 361 political wards in the 34 local government in Katsina State. The program recorded a total distribution of about 900,000 units of items, beneficiary packages comprising 4,000 hand pumps, 4,000 water pumps, 800,000 bags of fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer, 32,490 gout, 10,830 beneficiaries under day-old chicks and solar water pumps. This is to mention but a few. As beneficiaries receive this input, I urge them to utilize them judiciously and strictly for agricultural production. Let us see this intervention not merely as assistance but as opportunity to increase food production, improve household incomes, and contribute to the nation's food security. May the 2026 wet season bring abundant harvest, prosperity to our farmers, and lasting food security for our nation. Please, ina son da Allah ka bani minti ɗaya kawai. Jama'a da Allah manomanmu ina son ku yi godiya. Godiyan shine a amfani da kayan yadda ya kamata. Dalili, sauran lokacin an kaddamar da taki ko kayan noma za a kaddamar da kayan amma sai bai yayi dauki wata ɗaya wata biyu kamin a bayar da kayan nan. Amma wannan karon kayan ya zo a lokacin da ake son sa cikin watan 6. Kuma duk jiyan da kuka je za ku samu kayan nan yana nan a ƙasa. Daga yau a kaddamar abinda za a saurara kawai za a ga mutane ana tura musu text su je su ɗauki kayan su yi amfani da shi a gona ba kamar yadda aka saba a baya an kaddamar da abu sai ɗauki wata 3 ko wata 4 ba. Saboda haka don Allah muna kira ai amfani da shi yadda ya kamata. Muna godiya. Allah ya saka shugaban ƙasa da alheri, mai girma Allah ya saka maka da alheri, minista ayyukan gona dukan ku Allah ya saka muku da alheri da NAD. Mu manoma muna tare da tafiyan ku 100%. Muna godiya. Allah ya saka da alheri. Assalamu alaikum.
To mun gode kwarai. Shugaban kungiyar manoma na ƙasa baki ɗaya Alhaji Muhammad Magaji, wanda kuma tsohon kwamishinan ayyukan gona ne a jihar Gombe, shine ya gabatar da jawabinsa. A nan jihar Katsina, Right Honorable Yawo Umar Gwajo-Gwajo shine shugaban wannan kungiya. Muna godiya National President. Abinda zai biyo baya, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have representation from Kaduna State, the representatives of His Excellency the Governor of Kaduna State, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner of Information and that of Agriculture. But His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State is also here, and it is my honor and privilege to at this moment invite His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, who will speak on behalf of all the governors of the Northwest region. Jama'a ku taɓa ma mai girma mataimakin gwamnan jihar Jigawa, wanda shi ne zai jawabi a madadin dukkan gwamnonin da suke wannan yanki, wanda tun ɗazu na gaya muku cewar ƙaddamar da wannan shiri ana yi ne a madadin dukkan waɗannan jihohi namu na Kano, Jigawa, Katsina, Sokoto da Zamfara duk da Kebbi. Waɗannan su ne jihohin da ake ƙaddamar da wannan shiri domin su, kuma kwamishina na Agric da na Information wanda suke wakiltar mai girma gwamnan jihar Kaduna suna iya rako shi domin zai yi magana ne a madadin dukkan gwamnoni na wannan shiya. Your Excellency, you are warmly welcome to the podium. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, Malam Dukko Umar Radda, PhD, CON, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, the Chief Host, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, the representative of the Governor of Kaduna State, and the Governor of Kebbi State, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, the Honorable Minister of Agri of State, Senator Aliyu Sabi Abubakar, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Minister of Livestock, the Right Honorable Speaker of Katsina State, and members of the Katsina State House of Assembly, all the Honorable Commissioners of Agriculture of the Northwest here present, members of the Governing Board and management of the National Agricultural Development Fund, head of government agencies and development partners, leaders of Farmers Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a distinctive honor and privilege to join today for the launch of the Northwest Farm Input Support Programs and the handover of almost 20,160 bags of NPK and urea to 5,040 hardworking small holders farmers from across all our region. In most of the states, all the states are to get these numbers. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are all agree with me that agriculture remains the backbone of the Northwest economy and a critical drive of employment, poverty reduction, and national food security. Today represent more than the distribution of agricultural inputs. It is a strategic investment in our farmers, our communities, and the long-term prosperity of our nation. It is also demonstrate our collective resolve to unlock the vast agricultural potential of the Northwest and transform the sector into more productive, competitive, and resilient engine of growth. On behalf of all the governors of the Northwest, we extend our profound appreciation to His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and also the National Agricultural Development Fund, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and our value development partners for making the intervention possible. We equally commend the Governor of Katsina State, being the chairman of the Northwest, for his steadfast commitment to agriculture, to agricultural development, and his exemplary collaboration in advanced food security across all our region. On behalf of My Excellency, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, and other state governors of the Northwest, and also my people, the people of Jigawa State, we wish to express sincere gratitude also to the National Agricultural Development Fund, NADF, for this timely support. We quite optimistic that this initiative aligns closely with the renewed top agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, and also our 12-point agenda in my state for my governor, Malam Umar Enamadi, and in most of these, our northern state governors. In my state, we recently established specialized agency known as Jigawa State Agricultural Transformation Agency, JATA, to reimpose the administration commitment of increasing agricultural productivity, strengthening food system, empowering farmers, and deliver sustainable food security. Fellow participants, at the heart of this program is a clear objective of providing critical support to eligible rice, maize, millets, soya beans, cowpeas farmers by improving access to essential inputs. Without the intervention, beneficiary will be better positioned to enhance soil fertility, increase yield, improve productivity, and maximize return during the current planning period season. There is no doubt that the timing of these initiatives is particularly significant as the nation seeks to expand domestic food production, strengthening supply chain, and moderate food prices. Targeted support for genuine smallholders farmers is more important than ever. The ultimate goal is to ensure that assistance reaches intended beneficiaries through a transparent and accountable process. If properly implemented, the program will be contributed immensely to improve harvest, provide stronger rural economy, and greater resilience within the farming communities. I must confess that sustainable economic and agricultural transformation cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires enduring partners and collaboration among all the key players, private and public institutions, farmers associations, development partners. Together we can drive innovation, expand opportunities, and deliver sustainable economic impact across the agricultural value chain. Distinguished guests, the participants, Northwest State remain fully committed to ensuring that this input reaches the intended beneficiaries through a fair, transparent, and effective distribution process. Beyond this intervention, our commitment extends to sustain investment in irrigation infrastructure, mechanism, rural roads, extension services, improved seed and inputs, storage fertility, value chain development, and access to finance and market. This strategy priority are essential to increasing productivity, reducing post-harvest losses, improve farmers' income, and strengthening national food security. Agriculture remains one of the most powerful instruments for driving economic growth, promoting social stability, and advancing inclusive development. We will therefore continue to champion policies program, the empowering farmers attractive investment, and expand agri-business opportunities, position the Northwest as the leading agricultural hub in Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this opportunity to draw attention of all the beneficiaries that this support presents an opportunity and responsibility. I encourage you to utilize these inputs effectively, adopt modern and climate-smart farming practice, and work closely with extension officers to achieve highest possible level of productivity. Your distinction, resilience, and hard work will ultimately determine the success of this program. Every additional hectare cultivated, every increased yield, and every success harvest contributes directly to stronger households, incomes, enhanced food availability, and broader economic priority. As a backbone of our food system, your success is inseparable from the success of our region and our nation at large. We once again, on behalf of all the governors of the Northwest, express our sincere appreciation to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the National Agricultural Development, the Honorable Ministers of Agriculture, Food Security, and the Federal Government of Nigeria, Farmers Association, development partners, all stakeholders, and those whose vision and support had been this initiative possible. May this program deliver abundant harvest, transform livelihoods, strengthen food security, create sustainable economic opportunity, usher in a new era of agricultural resilience across the Northwest and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Northwestern region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mun gode kwarai mai girma mataimakin gwamnan jihar Jigawa kenan, Injiniya Aminu Usman, wanda ya jawabi a madadin sauran gwamnoni na wannan shiya ta arewa maso yamma. A wannan biki mai ɗimbin tarihi mai albarka da ake gudanarwa na rabon taki ƙarƙashin shirin na Renew Hope na gwamnatin tarayya ƙarƙashin shugabancin mai girma shugaban ƙasa Sanata Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR. Your Excellency, before we break for a very short musical entertainment and cultural entertainment for just 5 minutes, let me specially recognize the presence in our midst, the Chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Bello Kawoje. You are welcome. And also the Director General of the National Seeds Council of Nigeria, Honorable Patahu Muhammad Daura, is also here with us, and the representative of the Governor of Jigawa State that have already been introduced and welcome, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Kaduna State, Murtala Dabu. You are all welcome to this event. The State Cultural Troupe, Dalla, Minti Biu Akabaku. The State Cultural Troupe, you have 2 minutes only, please. Minti Biu Dalla. Muna da wani taron da za a yi Dalla bayan an kammala wannan. So 2 minutes Dalla. The State Cultural Troupe, you are on now. And I want to inform this distinguished gathering that this program is being covered live via TVC, Kaduna State Television, Kaduna State Radio, and all other online media platforms, under the courtesy of the Honorable Commissioner of Information and Culture, Kaduna State, Dr. Bala Salisu Zango. I so appreciate your effort, the Honorable Commissioner of Information, sir. Nelly, idan kana kusa ka shirya Nelly, idan kana kusa ka shirya kai ma minti biyu. Nelly, idan kana kusa ka shirya minti biyu kai ma dalla. The honorable ministers that are here, this is the State Cultural Troupe. This is one of the cultural entertainers that the Kaduna State is proud of. In a national and international art and culture festival. The state cultural troop, 1 minute to sign up, please. Minti ɗaya ya rage muku. You have 1 minute to sign up, please. Kamar yadda kuke gani wannan rawa da ake rawa ce wadda ake nuna yadda ake noma, yadda ake girbi a wannan kasashe namu ko jihohi namu wadda suka ansa sunansu na noma da kiwo a wannan jiha tamu ta Katsina da sauran jihohin arewa maso yamma. Na yalli idan ka shirya bismillah a baka microphone please. The state cultural troop, your time is up please. Mun gode kwarai, muna godiya, mun gode maku. Mun gode ga yana an ɗaure damin gero za a ɗora bisa kai a je a sussuke a shahura, damuna ta yi kyau. Thank you, the state cultural troop. Please, your time is up, please. Lokacin ku yayi, na yalli bismillah. Nelly, mun gode, a taba musu dalla, taba musu dalla. Thank you so much, mun gode kwarai. Ayi hakuri, babu lokaci dalla. Babu lokaci, ayi hakuri, mun gode kwarai. An ɗora damin gero ga nan za a te gida. Damuna ta yi kyau. Mun gode kwarai, Nelly bismillah dalla, minti biyu Nelly. Bismillah Nelly, bismillah. Thank you, mun gode. Nelly, bismillah minti biyu.
Nelly ko ina aka shige, kai bai ta Nelly na bai. Wa alaikum salam Nelly.
Alƙur'an daɗi bisa daɗi. Wai mu gwamnati nan ta jihar Katsina. Ai ba abin da za mu shi malam duka sai dai Ubangiji Allah saka mai da alheri. Wani lokaci shi zai yi, wani lokaci kuma ya jawo a yi. Yanzu maganar da ake yi yau. Bayan da takin da shi mai girma ya ba mu tun kafin a fara ruwa, yanzu ga shi mai girma shugaban ƙasa Ahmed Bola Tinubu ya kawo taki ga manoma kuma ya she kyauta. Wancan kin san da gwamna ya bada wallahi tukun shi kawai muka bada. To yanzu saurar da na bari insha Allah ita zan zo in noma saboda tunda Allah ya kawo alheri ai mun gode ma Allah. Ayo ai kin ne san yaba kyauta ta kunshi ko ai billahi da zai ga miki ni da Tinubu da Dukku Qur'ani ba su koshe mani a wurin zabe albishirin ki an ce wannan yaro sufa ministers ake shewa da Abubakar Kyari shine sanata Abubakar Kyari ko minista da kuma injiniya mutakara honorable minister shi ma to yanzu abin da ke akwai tunda Allah ka wannan alheri mu da ba malam duka kullun shi ke imam alheri iri tallafi da sauransu ni abin da nake so in an ba ni taki na zan gyara saurata in noma in ƙara buɗe gona sannan injiniya mutaka wannan gidan daga nan ga Allah ka dan gina man dan daki nan wurin shikenan ka biya ni wallahi bai bashewa shi yasa muna hushi bai da ba alaikum salam mu shugaban matasa wani irin magana yanzu ai in ma na tsaya in ka ce ma ne wani irin ci gaban da aka samu a jihar nan ta ce tun da al'amarin nan da ya fara tun daga dabbobi aka zo ga al'umma aka kai ga yan makaranta aka kai ga gwamnati kai bari in gaya maka ƙarshe in ma akwai wani bako wanda bai sani ba in ma akwai wani wakili wanda ya zo daga wata jiha bai sani ba wallahi wallahi mai girma gwamnati gashi nan in ƙarya nake maka Allah da ɗan gidan kai kai hamata ce wanda ke maka hammata ce wanda ke kwata mahallin shi makabarta wallahi malam duk ya kula da kushi
to yanzu a dan soja idan kana kusa ka matso da Allah dan soja kana da miti
da wasu gwamfana da turanci ka ga wasu
kayan ta sai na ce inda an ce mai girma mataimakin gwamnan jigawa ya zo don Allah mai girma mataimakin mu na nan sarki hilali a sa mai girma gudu in kawo hura ta daura da ta girmo a dama
mun gode kwarai na yalle muna godiya kwarai da gaske
shi in ya koma shi mai girma minista ke gaya ma shi mai girma tunubu cewa lalle mun gode abubuwan da yake ma Allah ya saka mishi da alheri mun gode duk abin da ake yi sai dai mai girma gwamnati ƙara nashi ya raba ma
muna godiya dan soja bismillah dan soja minti uku da Allah kana da minti uku
falle biyu ce hannu biyu in ana waƙan nan hannu biyu take bukata DJ
mu je zuwa na radda gwamnan mu duk radda aka fi cikin wakilan mu ba a yi kamar ka ba kai ayyukan da ka tsina ba a taɓa irin su ba fatan mu Allah maimaita gwamnatin ka radda za a yi ba irin ka ba za a samu ba duk wani da gwamna radda fatan mu Allah maimaita Katsinawa na san ka mu dai ba za mu canza ba radda
sauran makaɗanmu su gwagware modern singers da sauransu a yi haƙuri. His Excellency da ministocin nan suna da wani ayyuka wanda da zarar mun tashi wannan wuri za su je domin su. Muna fatan Allah kai mu wani lokaci.
Mun gode kwarai. Bayan shakatawa da muka yanzu kuma za mu koma sauran abubuwan da suka rage. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, entertain ourselves, it is now time for us to continue with the remaining part of the program. And it is my singular honor and privilege to, at this moment, invite the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, distinguished Senator Dr. Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, to kindly step forward to deliver his remarks. And in view of constraints of time, I want to as well invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture to follow suit so that after the remarks, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kari, CON, will as well deliver his own remarks. The Honorable Minister, sir. Wanda kuke gari yana tahowa yanzu shine karamar minista a ma'aikatar ayyukan gona ta tarayyar Najeriya, distinguished Senator Sabi Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. Jama'a ku taba masa minista na agriculture. Mun gode.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyil karim. Jama'a assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, our own brother, Malan Dikko Radda, PhD, CON, the Deputy Governor, Malan Farouk Jobe, the Deputy Governor of Jigawa State, my own brother and colleague, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, my brother Malan Idi Mukhtar Maiha, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, and my brother Engineer Muttakar Abi Dharma, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development. The Chairman, House Committee on Agriculture of the Federal House of Representatives, other members of the House of Representatives here present, representative of the governors of the Northwest states, in particular the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture and Honorable Commissioner of Information from Kaduna State, other members of the Katsina State Executive Council, distinguished farmers, in particular the President, All Farmers Association, the National President, and of course, the Katsina State Chapter Chairman, all farmers in Katsina State, I bring you warm greetings from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. At this stage, Your Excellency, I will seek your indulgence and permit me to speak in Hausa. Jama'a assalamu alaikum. A yau muna cike da farin ciki da Allah ya kawo mu a wannan jiha Katsina wanda aka fi sani da gidan kara. Tabbas tun da muka zo wannan jiha a yau an karɓe mu hannu bibbiyu kuma muna gode ma mai girma gwamnan Katsina State da irin zumuncin da ya nuna mana. Abin da ya kawo mu nan yau abu ne mai sauƙi amma mai muhimmanci. Sanin ku ne 2023 da shugaban ƙasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya karɓi ragamin mulki, mun tarar da harkar abinci yana ba mutane wahala. Shugaban ƙasa bai ɓata lokaci ba, ya zartar da wani dokan gaggawa na cewa a duk yadda za mu yi a ma'aikatan noma da samun wadataccen abinci, mu ga cewa an kawo watan ƙarshen tsadan abinci. Saboda haka muka dukufa cikin aiki, muka nemi hanyoyi wanda za a samu wadataccen abinci, amma musamman farashin abinci ya sauko. To kuma sanin haka, idan farashin abinci zai sauko, zai kuma yiwu manoma za su yi ta kuka saboda ƙila kayan da suke amfani da shi wurin noma suna da ɗan tsada. Ganin haka, shi yasa shugaban ƙasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu ya ba mu umarni ƙarƙashin ma'aikatan National Agricultural Development Bank wanda ke ƙarƙashin ministry ɗinmu, mu dubi yadda za a yi a tallafa ma manoma masu ƙaramin ƙarfi. To yau abin da ya kawo mu shine mu ƙaddamar da wannan ba da taki a kyauta ma manoma don su ci gaba da yin noma wanda zai sa a samu wadataccen abinci. Wannan shine abin da ya kawo mu, kuma iya gwargwado mun tabbata cewa da haɗin kai na All Farmers Association, watan babban ƙungiyar manoma a Najeriya, a wannan jiha ƙarƙashin chairman na AFAN, mun bi an tantance an tabbatar cewa manoma mata, maza, yara, manya da kuma gajiyayyu an bi an tantance wanda za su samu wannan amfana. Saboda haka muna da yaƙini insha Allahu wannan takin zai kai ga wayanda ake buƙatan su samu wannan taki. Abin da ya kawo mu ke ga kuma mun imani jihar Katsina jiha ce wanda aka sani da noma, kuma mun san wannan taki zai je cikin aikin noma a wannan lokaci. Abun sha'awa shi ne mun tabbatar cewa takin nan zai zo ne daidai lokacin da manoma ke bukata. To shi yasa muka zaɓi wannan lokaci, kuma gashi nan mun zo insha Allah, kuma muna kyautata zato insha Allah manoma za su ji daɗin wannan taki, wanda an haɗa wannan takin ne kamfanonin Najeriya bisa la'akari da irin ƙasa da wayannan manoma za su yi amfani da shi. So mun tabbata wannan takin zai kawo watan samun abinci da aka noma mai albarka. Allah kuma ya tabbatar mana da albarkan shi. Allah Ubangiji ba mu sa'a. Na gode. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much. That was the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Distinguished Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, Commander of the Order of the Niger. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have now the singular honor and privilege of inviting the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Abubakar Kari, Commander of the Order of the Niger, to also deliver his speech as the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. Honorable Minister, you are welcome to Katsina.
Your Excellency, Executive Governor of Katsina State, Dr. Diko Umaru Rata, PhD, CON, the representative of the Jigawa State Governor, the Deputy Governor, Engineer Aminu Usman, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Faruk Lal Jobe, the Chairman, House Committee on Agricultural Production, Honorable Bello Kauje Kogunangwandu, and other honorable members of the House of Representatives here present, the Right Honorable Speaker of Katsina House of Assembly, Nasir Yahaya Daura, and other members of the Katsina State House of Assembly, my colleagues, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar Meha, the Honorable Minister of Housing, Engineer Muntaka Rabi Dharma, the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi CON Baradem Borgu, the former Deputy Governor and the DG of the renewed Home Ambassadors of Katsina State, His Excellency Tukur G. Kamshi, the Katsina State SSG Chief of Staff, Head of Service, Honorable Commissioners of Agriculture of Katsina State and Kaduna State, and other Honorable Commissioners here present, our Royal Fathers, the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund, the son of the soil, Malan Mohammed Abu Ibrahim, another son of the soil, the DG Seed Council, Honorable Fatihu Mohammed, the President of All Farmers Association of Nigeria and the State Chairman of AFAN, and of course, I will never forget the State Chairman and executives of the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress here in Katsina State, and other party members, distinguished officials both from federal and state governments, our valued and esteemed farmers here present, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Food security is not won in grand declarations. It is won season by season, farmer by farmer, input by input. Today in Katsina, we add another season to that count. It is with genuine pleasure that I join the chief host, our brother, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malan Diko Rata, PhD, in welcoming our distinguished guests for the Northwest Zonal Flag Off of the Farm Input Support Program, FISP Phase 1, and for the distribution of 100,800 bags of fertilizer to 25,200 smallholder farmers across Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, Kebbi, and Jigawa states. Today's flag off will also witness the formal handing over of 20,160 bags of fertilizer to each executive governor for onward distribution to 5,040 smallholder farmers registered with their respective state governments and branches of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN. Each of the 5 states receives an equal allocation. The Northwest is one of Nigeria's great agricultural heartlands, fed by great rivers and worked by farmers whose skill is passed from one generation to the next. Across these 5 states, the fields yield the grains that fill the nation's granaries: maize, millet, rice, and sorghum. The same fields grow cowpea, onions, and wheat. This is the land that once raised the granite pyramids of Kano. But land, however generous, does not feed a nation on its own. A blessing must be tended, and fertile ground answers only the hands that prepare it and the inputs that unlock it. That is the work we have gathered here to advance. To carry that work forward, the federal government of Nigeria, through the National Agricultural Development Fund, NADF, has made this flag off and distribution of fertilizer a milestone in its commitment to the smallholder farmers of the Northwest as they build resilience towards a more bountiful 2026 wet season. The Farm Input Support Program Phase 1 is an economic and social impact intervention of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by which the National Agricultural Development Fund provides fertilizers as a grant to smallholder farmers and in the process address a crop productivity gap while supporting indigenous fertilizer producers to upscale production to meet the demand. Through this, our smallholder farmers get a vital farm input, whilst indigenous fertilizer producers who have produced the fertilizer being distributed today boost industrial production. This structural linkage has multiplier policy deliverables such as sustainable job creation and, most importantly, the food security for which the Northwest is renowned. One intervention, three gains: input for the farmer, output for the producer, food security for the nation. In combination, these are structural pillars that provide food for a growing population, both in the beneficiary states and nationally. Farm Input Support Program is essentially a homegrown policy intervention designed to address long-identified gaps in the crop cultivation value chain with the objective of facilitating sustainable rural economic growth, development, and transformation in the Northwest states and in Nigeria at large. This did not begin today. The farm input support interventions in 2025 began with Agro 1, under which agro-processors were strategically identified and provided fertilizers and pesticides at subsidized rates for distribution to smallholder farmers registered within their clusters. The policy objective was the creation of structural linkages between verified agro-processors and registered smallholder farmers so that farm produce would have guaranteed off-takers. This is vital for seamless market access that benefits the smallholder farmers, the agro-processors, and ultimately the ordinary Nigerian consumers who can purchase farm produce at reasonable prices. Fertilizer is a farm input of consequential value, and crop cultivation rests upon it. Apply it right, and you draw even more from the same land, without clearing an acre more. Nigeria, as a member of the Committee of Nations, is not entirely immune to the man-made and natural destructions that distorts its availability from one season to the next. The average application rate of our smallholder farmers too often falls below the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO recommended 50 kilograms per hectare. And where fertilizer falls short, so does the harvest. With the support and cooperation of the Northwest, the National Agricultural Development Fund, and the entire Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, we are determined to close that gap through targeted interventions such as this program, the Farm Input Support Program. Permit me to acknowledge Your Excellencies, our royal fathers, our national and state legislators, and vital stakeholders whose partnership today made today possible. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, our sister agencies, the security services and corporate partners, the members of the Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association of Nigeria, FEPSAN. What we mark today is the work of many hands moving in one direction. Let me return to where this begins and where it must end, with the farmer. Babu manoma, babu abinci. No farmers, no food. This administration did not wait. In July 2023, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, declared a state of emergency on food security. That was not the language of ceremony. It was a charge to every minister, every governor, every arm of government that the feeding of this nation could not wait any longer. For no nation is truly free until it can feed itself from its own soil. And today in Katsina, we answer that same charge, not with promises, but with fertilizer, not with plans, but with delivery. This flag off also provides ample opportunity to pay tribute to renewed hope agriculture policy thrust, where targeted policy interventions being implemented by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, are stabilizing food prices, moderating inflationary pressures, and restoring confidence in Nigeria's agroeconomic transformation. Food security is not won in a single day. It is won season by season, farmer by farmer, input by input. Today, the Northwest has taken its turn. It is therefore my honor to thank the chief host, His Excellency Malan Diko Umar Rada, PhD, CON, and all excellencies present here for graciously flagging off this distribution, and to wish every farmer a bountiful 2026 season. May the Almighty Allah crown our collective efforts with lasting peace and prosperity in our dear states. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, for your remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, farmers that are here for this event, before inviting for the final remarks, that was the speech of His Excellency, the host governor, the governor of the state. Let me invite the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Kaduna State, Honorable Murtala Dabo, to deliver a vote of thanks. Then my colleague will invite officially His Excellency, the governor. The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Kaduna State, will now move a vote of thanks. Then His Excellency will be officially invited for his own remarks and signing of the memorandum. Your Excellency, sir. So the Honorable Commissioner, Kaduna State for Agriculture, please vote of thanks. Can we quickly please come over? Mun gayyato Kwamishinan Aikin Gona na Jihar Kaduna, Honorable Murtala Dabo, domin ya gabatar da takaitacce gajeren jawabin godiya, sannan a gayyato mai girma gwamnan jihar Katsina ya gabatar da jawabinsa na kaddamar da wannan shiri. Mai girma Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Kaduna State, you are welcome.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Our chief host for today, my brother, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Dr. Diko Umar Rada, PhD, CON, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Alhaji Faruk Lawal Jobe, and the representative of the Governor of Jigawa State, His Excellency the Deputy Governor, Engineer Aminu Usman, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Distinguished Senator Abu Kyari, Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Meha, Honorable Minister of Housing, Dr. Muntakarabe, and Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, Chairman, House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Bello Kaoje, and other House of Representative members here present, the President of All Farmers Association here, all protocols have observed, our able farmers. I'm here standing on behalf of all the Honorable Commissioners of the Northwest Zone to express our deep appreciation to His Excellency Mr. President, Ms. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for this exciting support. The farm input support today being led and ably delivered by the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Agricultural Development Fund, Mohammed Abu Ibrahim, is so timely. Not just that it is important, but the timing is of essence. This is the right time for our farmers to take this input to the farm. It's exciting for each farmer that is benefiting will go with 4 bags of fertilizer. It's a huge support. It is something that will improve the food security ultimately. It will bring down the cost of production, and perhaps food prices will come down ultimately. Mr. President, thank you so much for this support. We're aware of several other things that the mechanization hubs that are coming up. It is quite exciting, and this is coming timely. The Northwest Zone is the food basket. All the grains within these 7 states, the ample land mass, and largely agrarian, because more than 70% of our population are engaged in agriculture. So this is a very, very important support, and we appreciate you deeply, Mr. President. And our governors are only supporting you with doing all this because each state has its own interventions that is going to our farmers. A takaice, godiya ne nake a maimakon 'yan uwana kwamishinonin ayyukan gona na jihohin 7 na wato arewa maso yamma. Muna mai girma shugaban kasa godiya ga wannan tagomashi taimako da za a yi ma ƙananan manomanmu. Kowa ya sani a ce manomi ya samu buhu 4 na taki ba ƙaramin taimako bane ba. So ina roƙon 'yan uwana manoma a yi amfani da wannan taki yadda ya kamata. Gashi abin ya zo a kan lokaci. Wasu wurin ma yanzu ne ake shuka. So wannan abu zai mana amfani matuƙa, wanda zai rage farashin aikin gonan kanshi, ya kasance abinci zai wadata kuma komai ya zama sauki, manoman kuma su samu ƙarin arziki. Allah ya saka da alkhairi. Muna godiya.
So mun gode kwarai. Mun gode kwarai. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yanzu kuma ina fatan za a saurara. Ɗaya daga cikin abin da za a yi a wannan wuri nan kan dandamalin da muke ciki cikin ikon Allah bayan mai girma gwamna ya kama jawabinsa. Za a sa hannu na miƙa wannan taki wanda wannan asusu kamar yadda na gaya muku da ke karkashin ma'aikatar gona ta tarayya zai miƙa. Za a sa hannu ga wani tebur nan an tanada. Amma duka wannan zai faru ne idan mai girma gwamna ya gabatar da jawabinsa. It is now my honor and privilege to at this moment invite His Excellency, our amiable governor, farmer-friendly governor, Madam Diko Umaru Rada, PhD, CON, domin ya gabatar da jawabinsa, after which we will invite the honorable ministers and the 2 deputy governors, the honorable speaker. We will invite them after the speech of His Excellency. We will invite them after the speech of His Excellency to step forward for witnessing of this signing ceremony. So Your Excellency, the governor will be here anytime soon. A saurara da Allah domin jawabi mai girma gwamna. Kamar yadda na faɗa, idan ya gama jawabi muna da sa hannu wanda za a yi na miƙa wannan taki daga wannan asusu.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Katsina State, Malam Faruk Lawal Jobe, Your Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State, ably represented by his Deputy Engineer Aminu Usman, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, ably represented by his Honorable Commissioner, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kebbi State, ably represented by his Honorable Commissioner, Right Honorable Speaker, Katsina State House of Assembly, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, my own dear brother Abubakar Kari, distinguished Senator Aliyu Sahabi Abdullahi, Honorable Minister of State, Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, my own dear brother, Mukhtar Idris Maiha, our own Honorable Minister, Engineer Mutakar Abe, Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Bella Kaoji, Chairman of House Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Engineer Sani Bala Tsanyawa, Chairman House Committee on Public Service Matters, Honorable Prince Ayuba Aboki, PhD, Chairman House Committee on Nigeria-Turkey Parliamentary Friendship Group, our own Honorable Member Sada Soli Jibia, Chairman House Committee on Water Resources, the Executive Secretary, my own dear brother, and the son of the soil, Nigerian Agricultural Development Fund, Muhammad Abu Ibrahim, the DG of National Seed Council of Nigeria, Honorable Patahu Abdullahi Muhammad, Executive Director, Finance and Admin Secretary, Ibrahim Abubakar, Marketer, Secretary to the Government of Katsina State, Head of Service, Chief of Staff, members of the State Executive Council, members of the State Assembly, Chairman of Algon and Local Government Chairman, Chairman of our dear party, Dr. Bashir Gambo Saulawa, distinguished head of various agencies and departments, permanent secretaries, Chairman of APAN and his executive members, the farmers that we gathered here today for, gentlemen of the press, distinguished personalities, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. It is really a great pleasure for me to host about 4 ministers today in our dear state Katsina and other members of the National Assembly and head of various federal government agencies that gathered here today. I welcome you all to Katsina State, home of hospitality, and one of the Nigerian foremost agricultural hubs on the occasion of the flag-off of the renewed hope Farm Input Support Program for the entire Northwest region. I, being the chairman of the Northwest Governors Forum, this event is being hosted today in Katsina in courtesy of the son of the soil, the ES, Muhammad Abu Ibrahim. We thank you very much for bringing this event to Katsina. Today's event marks another significant milestone in the federal government commitment to ensuring food security, strengthening agricultural productivity, and improving livelihood of millions of Nigerian farmers. It is also a clear demonstration that the renewed hope agenda of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Jagaba of Nigeria, is translating into a practical intervention that directly impacts the lives of the ordinary citizens of this dear state. On behalf of the government, the good people of Katsina State, and indeed the entire Northwest region, I wish to express our profound appreciation to Mr. President for his unwavering commitment to transforming agriculture into a catalyst for economic growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and national prosperity. Distinguished guests, the Northwest has historically remained agricultural backbone of our nation. However, realizing our full potential requires deliberate investment in modern farming techniques, quality input, mechanization, irrigation infrastructure, and market-driven agricultural policies. The Farm Input Support Program is therefore not merely a distribution exercise. It is a strategic economic intervention designed to boost productivity, close yield gaps, strengthen food security, support smallholder farmers who constitute the backbone of our agricultural economy. We are informed that under the phase 1 of this program, a total of 100,800 bags of fertilizer will be distributed to 25,200 smallholder farmers across the Northwest zone of Nigeria for free. Katsina State alone has been allocated 20,160 bags of fertilizer for distribution to 5,040 qualified small farmers across our dear state. This intervention comes at a critical period of the farming season and will undoubtedly improve yield, increase household incomes, and contribute significantly to national food security. One of the most commendable aspects of this program is its emphasis on supporting indigenous fertilizer producers. By sourcing this input locally, the program not only empowers our farmers, but also stimulates domestic industrial production, create employment opportunities, and strengthen the national economy. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Katsina State fully aligns with this vision because Katsina agriculture remains at the center of our development agenda. Since the inception of our administration, we have implemented a series of transformative interventions aimed at modernizing agriculture and empowering our farmers. Among the key achievements of this administration, annual procurement and distribution of 400,000 bags, 20 metric tons of assorted NPK and urea fertilizer to farmers across the 34 local governments for the past 3 years. As I speak to you today, our farmers has already received this year's fertilizer. The procurement and distribution of solar power pumps, power tillers to irrigation farmers across the state, thereby expanding the dry season farming activities, reducing dependence on rainfall. The revitalization of the Songhai Integrated Farm Center, where hundreds of young people have been trained and empowered in modern agricultural entrepreneurship. Implementation of aggressive agricultural mechanization across the 34 local governments, which has provided farmers with access to over 400 tractors, 10 combined harvesters, 2,000 planters and other modern agricultural equipment, all in Agricultural Development Center of the state. Establishment and revitalization of Katsina Irrigation Authority, through which 3,000 boreholes have been provided across the state to help the irrigation farmers and make the state all year round in agricultural production. This initiative demonstrates our firm commitment to agricultural transformation. However, we recognize that no state can achieve food sufficiency in isolation. Sustainable agricultural development requires strong collaboration between federal and state government, development partners and private sectors, and farming communities. It is for this reason that we have warmly welcomed this intervention by the National Agricultural Development Fund, headed by Mohamed Abu Ibrahim and the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I wish to assure the federal government, under the leadership of Asuwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, NADF, and other stakeholders, that Katsina State will ensure transparency, accountability, and fairness in the distribution of this input. We have directed Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Livestock Development of Nigeria and the Farmers Association of Nigeria and other relevant stakeholders to guarantee that only verified, deserving smallholders farmers benefited from this program. We shall not tolerate diversion, manipulation, or any form of abuse for this laudable intervention by Mr. President. And people should be aware that this fertilizer is not for sale. This fertilizer is going to get to the hands of the small farmers free of charge. Furthermore, our administration remains committed to complementing this program through improved extension services, provision of improved seedlings, expansion of irrigation infrastructure, sustained collaboration with security agencies to ensure that farmers have safe access to their farms. As we look to the future, I wish to call on deeper collaboration between the National Agricultural Development Fund and the Northwest Development Commission and the state government across the Northwest region. Such collaboration will unlock greater investment in mechanization, irrigation development, and agro-processes, storage facilities, and agricultural value chain, thereby accelerating economic growth and rural development. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate the honorable ministers of Agriculture and Food Security, Executive Secretary of National Agricultural Development Fund, our own Minister of Housing and Rural Development, and the Minister of Livestock Development of our dear country. Development partners, our traditional and religious leaders, members of the National and State Assembly, security agencies, and all stakeholders whose efforts continue to support agricultural growth and national development. To our dear farmers, I urge you to make judicious use of this input, embrace modern farming practice, engage with extension officers, adopt climate-smart agriculture, and continue to see farming not merely as a means of sustainable, but also a profit enterprise capable of transforming the lives of the communities. As we officially flag off this program today, Let us renew our collective commitment to achieving food security, economic prosperity, and sustainable development of our country. Together, we shall build a resilient agricultural sector capable of feeding our nation, creating jobs for our youth, and positioning Nigeria as a major exporter of agricultural products. On this note, I invite my esteemed colleagues, the governors, or their representatives, the honorable ministers, and distinguished guests to join us in officially flagging off the Northwest Zonal Farm Input Support Program. May Almighty Allah continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May Almighty Allah bless our dear state Katsina and the hard-working farmers. Jama'a manoman jihar Katsina, wannan abu da muke gani a yau wani abin alheri ne wanda gwamnatin tarayya ta kawo ma manomanmu na jihar Katsina da manomanmu na wannan yanki na arewa maso yamma na jihohinmu guda 5 na Kano da Jigawa da Katsina, Kaduna da Kebbi da Zamfara da Sokoto domin kaddamar da rabon takin zamani kyauta wanda mai girma shugaban ƙasa ya turo a raba wa manomanmu na jihar Katsina da sauran jihohi na wannan ɓangaren ƙasar tamu Najeriya. Muna godiya ƙwarai da gaske da wannan abin alheri da ya zo mana ƙarƙashin shugabancin mai girma shugaban ƙasa Asuwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Manoma da za su amfana da wannan taki buhu hulhudu a jihar Katsina da wasu jihohi na arewa maso yamma, kowane manomi zai samu buhu 4, kuma wannan buhun taki guda 4 da za a ba shi kyauta ne, ba zai ba da ko kwabo a cikin kudinsa ba. Wannan alherin ba ƙarami ba ne ba, kuma an kawo takin nan a lokacin da al'umma ke buƙatar shi, lokacin da ruwan damina ya fara sabka a wannan ɓangaren ƙasar tamu Najeriya. Ina son in shaida ma manoma na jihar Katsina cewa bayan ƙoƙarin da gwamnatin jihar Katsina ta yi ta raba buhu 400,000 a wannan yanki namu na wannan jiha a ƙananan hukumi 34, to ga wani taimako kuma da ya zo ma manomanmu daga gwamnatin tarayya, kuma daga maganar da na yi da minista na gona na Najeriya ya shaida man cewa wannan taki ba ƙarshen shi kenan ba, akwai wanda za su sake kawowa, akwai wanda kuma banki na agriculture shi ma zai kawo, duka ƙarƙashin shugabancin shugaban ƙasa Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So in Allah yadda mutanen jihar Katsina ku sha kudurinku, kuma muna godiya kwarai, daɗin cewa a ce a kana da uwa a gindin murhu. Wannan abu an zo an kaddamar da shi a wannan gari namu na Katsina, kuma wanda ya zo ya kaddamar da shi a ƙarƙashin wannan hukuma da yake shugabanta ba kowa ba ne ba sai Muhammadu ɗan gidan sanata Abu Ibrahim a wannan jiha tamu. Kowa ya san irin abubuwan alheri wanda wannan dattijo sanata Abu Ibrahim ya yi mama a jihar Katsina. To aka ake son rayuwa ka samu wanda zai gaje ka wajen ayyuka na alheri. An samu gado kyakkyawa kuma muna mai fatan alheri, muna fatan Ubangiji Allah ya ci gaba da yi mashi rinjaye wajen gudanar da aikin da yake yi ma wannan ƙasa tamu Najeriya da wannan jiha tamu ta Katsina. Muna godiya da duka baki da suka zo, kuma muna fatan Ubangiji Allah ya mai da kowa gidan shi lafiya. Allah ya ƙara tabbatar mana da dawwammamen tsaro a jihar Katsina. Allah Ubangiji ya ba mu dawwammamen tsaro a ƙasarmu Najeriya. Ya taimaki shugaban ƙasarmu Sanata Bola Ahmed Tinubu da sauran shugabanni wajen rika amana na al'umma ta wannan ƙasa tamu Najeriya. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
chairman na gwamnoni na wannan shiya tamu ta arewa maso yamma, ina mika maka takaddun handover wanda muke mika wannan buhunan taki guda 100,800 ga wannan jihohi 5 da suke participating. Mai girma goma kuma ina son a bani izini in shaida ma manomanmu bayan wannan insha Allahu akwai dan uwanmu DG na Seed Council yana nan tafe shi kuma da iri a lokacin da za a fara shirye-shiryen noma na irrigation, noman rani in Allah ya so yadda. Muna ƙaro ne.
We'll have the national anthem, please, and then we'll move for the flag off. So yanzu za a kaddamar da ba da takin a can sai a yi national anthem, please.
Ba a yi ba za a yi ba, irin ka ba za a samu.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger, faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Across continents, Nigerians are making their mark, building businesses, shaping landscape, creating impact, carrying the green-white green with pride. But beyond these success stories lies one powerful truth. We are stronger when we connect. Join us on Diaspora Connect, a program that bridges the gap between Nigerians abroad and opportunities back home. Each episode showcases the inspiring journeys of grass to grace and the resilient spirit in the diaspora. From entrepreneurs driving change to professionals investing in the nation's future. Don't miss the program every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. on TVC News. Together, we're building bridges that strengthen our identity, our economy, our nation.
Thanks for staying with us. Here in Lagos, youth in Koshofe Federal constituency turned out en masse to solicit support for President Tinubu in the 2027 election. The mega rally, which was organized by youth groups, women and party faithful across Koshofe, Ikosi-Sherry and Agbo-Iketu, served as a support for member of House of Representatives Kafilat Ugbara and President Bola Tinubu's impactful representation. They also commended President Tinubu for what they called a courageous stance against terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria.
I'm just here to tell her thank you for the good work that she has worked for us, and we are still telling her that we are here to support her. Here comes year 2027, we are coming out in mass more than this. All our support, and we are giving Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president, all our support in constituency, Koshofe constituency.
Come 2027, he's the only one that can do it. Kafila is okay. Asiwaju is all right. We are giving Asiwaju, we are giving people 100% that come 2027, we are going to be outside massive vote.
We are out here not just for the 3 years anniversary or celebration. We are out here to show that we want continuity. We want continuity for our leader Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We want continuity for our incoming governor, inshallah, Governor Obafemi Amzat, our incoming.
We've seen how impactful our representation is. You know, she says something to us in backdoor that the quality of who is sent to the National Assembly is what will determine the dividends of democracy that has been brought to the people. And we can see visible, development being brought to the people of Koshofe generally. And with the youth especially, we are great beneficiaries of this.
And now for more on the election, the governorship election in Ekiti State, we're joined by our senior correspondent Sharon Ejaso for more updates. Sharon, I understand you are in at the INEC headquarters. Give us more updates. What is INEC saying at this moment in regards to the exercise?
The feedback from the INEC headquarters here in Ado-Ekiti is that voting has commenced 8:30 a.m. And any time from now, the voting process will end and the counting will start. At the situation room in INEC headquarters here in Ekiti, it can be said that they've actually activated that room since 12 noon yesterday. And as we speak, they are active and they're actually getting feedback from the field. A few observations from some polling units as regards the BVAS machine, but there is a rack tech that is going round to ensure that all of the machines work optimally.
Now, in terms of the pandemonium that was experienced at Ilawe, has INEC responded to that?
Well, the Commissioner of Police visited Ilawe community, a local government, and Commissioner would be the one to give us updates as regards how that particular incident was handled. But as I speak right now, everywhere is relatively calm. The INEC headquarters is actually quiet at the moment, but we are sure that in the next few hours, it will be the most busiest place in Ekiti, because everyone would actually have to come up with, move the sensitive and non-sensitive materials back to the headquarters for collation and further announcements as regards who will be the next governor of Ekiti State.
Absolutely, Sharon. Please stay with us. Stay with INEC and give us more updates when you have them. Thank you for all that update. Our senior correspondent, Sharon Ijaso. All right, to other stories, the Nigerian Youth Congress, one of the affiliates of the Nigerian Labour Congress, is seeking the intervention of President Bola Tinubu and the leadership of the All Progressives Congress in strengthening unity and cohesion among aggrieved members. The group's call is in the aftermath of the recently concluded APC governorship primary election in Kwara State. NYC describes itself as non-political, but queries the place of loyalty in the twist of party endorsement witnessed in the said election. The Congress says as active players in Nigeria's democratic future, it has a responsibility to speak whenever developments raise important questions about youth inclusion, democratic participation, and political justice.
He has built businesses, created opportunities, empowerment for young people, invested in communities, and supported countless families across religious, ethnic, and political lines. Most importantly, he has remained consistently loyal to the political structure and leadership under which he has served.
And we are saying that some of the positions that we're presenting to government, we are pressing home to see that they will be implemented. Like in the case of insecurity, the state police is wholesomely supported by us. The issue of the voter apathy, we've been calling on our teaming youth to see where they can have their tickets, so to have their voters card, and elect leaders at on different platforms that they feel they are competent. We cannot reinforce incompetence.
If, assuming you feel in a candidate in a political party, and that candidate is not popular enough, and you disenfranchise the most popular candidate, you are likely to lose that election by every grounds of political analysis. So I call on them to do fairness and justice over one of us and to the good people of Kwara State.
Organizers of the Africa Social Impact Summit say the platform has already unlocked more than $1 billion in development investments and is targeting an additional $500 million in deals. At this year's edition, scheduled for July, stakeholders say the summit is increasingly becoming a meeting point for investors, government, development partners, and innovators seeking practical solutions to Africa's development challenges. Amoyo Thomas reports.
With decline in donor funding and growing development needs across Africa, attention is shifting towards private sector investment as a driver of sustainable development. The United Nations says development can no longer be left to government alone, stressing that businesses, civil society organizations, and the media all have critical roles to play in addressing challenges ranging from poverty and displacement to youth unemployment and financial inclusion. The UN Resident Coordinator also called for a shift in global perceptions of Nigeria, noting that beyond the headlines of insecurity, the country remains home to thriving businesses, innovative entrepreneurs, and one of Africa's largest startup ecosystems.
Now, what we need is to create a narrative where we see potential, where we see opportunity, rather than a narrative where we see only challenge. Because this country is not defined by challenge. It's defined also not only by the potential, but also by the resilience of its people.
And as a consequence of the Africa Impact Summit, we have managed to receive the support of the private sector to support displaced communities across this country. And those relationships are only getting stronger day by day. Tomorrow we will sign another agreement to ensure that thousands of farmers in Benue and in Cross River are provided with support.
Organizers of the Africa Social Impact Summit say this year's gathering will focus on translating conversations into investment. They say ministerial roundtables and investment-focused sessions are expected to generate fresh commitment capable of delivering measurable social and economic impact across the continent.
Number 2 was to attract impact investment into scalable solutions. And the third priority was to advocate for the right policies. We are proud, I mean when I say we, all the partners on this table are proud to note that since inception, this platform has unlocked over $1 billion.
Stakeholders say the long-term goal is to create a structured platform that brings together industry leaders, development partners, and government to channel investments into underserved communities, create jobs, and accelerate progress towards sustainable development across Africa. Moyo Thomas, TVC News, Abuja.
The federal government has called for stronger collaboration between the media and security agencies to advance national cohesion and resilience. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made the call at the Nigerian Union of Journalists 2-day National Security Summit in Abuja. Stephen Essien reports.
Stakeholders from the security and media sectors are gathered in Abuja for a 2-day summit organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists. The dialogue is aimed at strengthening a national cohesion and resilience, with both sectors sharing responsibility for safeguarding the country. The forum provides media practitioners an opportunity to engage directly with security agencies on how to play a complementary role in national security.
Yes, we have to do our work. We have to report whatever happens, but you must know that the best reporter, the best editor, is the one that knows what not to report in the interest of nation building. Nobody is calling for censorship. Nobody is asking the media not to do its job. But we must know that we must have a country to keep. We must have our unity to uphold so that Nigeria can make progress. Please take these terrorists and criminals off your front page.
Media executives and practitioners at the summit emphasized the need for mutual respect and trust building between the media and security agencies, stressing that collaboration is essential for nation building.
Reflect a shared understanding that national security is not responsible for security agencies alone. It is not the responsibilities of security agencies alone. It is a collective undertaking.
Now the country needs the media more than ever before. The medias are not only enablers, they are stabilizers of the government.
As conversations continue, one message resonates clearly. Building a safer and more united Nigeria requires both the media and security agencies to work hand in hand, ensuring that information strengthens resilience rather than fuels fear. Stephen Essien, TVC News, Abuja.
And that's TVC News this hour. Thanks for watching. I am Precious Amayo.
Faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, We can defeat it for our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
It is time for consolidation of recovery efforts in Borno State, devastated by years of insurgency and terror. From security to education, health, agriculture, infrastructure, and housing, every sector has continued to bear the stamp of Zulum's visionary leadership. Join us on Borno Restoration as we track, showcase, and analyze developmental strides of Professor Babagana Zulum and his overwhelming care for the vulnerable. Borno Restoration on TVC News every Saturday at 8 p.m. It's time to restore.
A new story is rising from the heart of Nigeria. A story of transformation, a story of opportunity, a story of progress. Welcome to Kogi Rebrand, a bold movement redefining identity, inspiring hope, and showcasing the true greatness of Kogi State. From culture to commerce, from innovation to infrastructure, Kogi is rising with purpose under the leadership of the chief servant of the state, His Excellency Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo. Don't miss Kogi Rebrand on TVC News every first and third Sunday of the month by 9:30 p.m. Kogi Rebrand, our identity, our future.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Art is constantly evolving and non-permanent. The process leads to creativity in action. When we work on transient art, we manipulate, explore, and experiment, whether individually or collaboratively. And today on the show, we go collaboratively. Welcome to the Art Express. I am Tolokwe Lamidi, your host. On the show, in the spirit of collaboration, Third Pyramid Arts Center Lagos featured 20 dynamic emerging contemporary artists in a recent exhibition titled Here and Now. Now, this exhibition showcased works across painting and mixed media. It explores the intersection of personal transformation, cultural identity, memory, and the environment that shapes their entire experience. Let's go there.
Twenty contemporary artists came together to examine the fragile, evolving relationship between selfhood and surroundings, between who we are, what we remember, and the spaces that shape our becoming. Situated within the layered realities of contemporary African experience, the exhibition unfolds as both reflection and encounter, a mediation on identity not as fixed condition, but as a continuous negotiation between memory, presence, and environment.
My name is Vivian Akinyosoye. I'm representing the curator for this exhibition. Today we see 20 artists from across Nigeria, different backgrounds, exhibiting their works right here. And what's happening is that these artists have been able to engage with the theme of the exhibition and reflect it in their work. They've been able to resonate these themes in their works, different from various aspects, various angles, and they've been able to also share with us the elements of resilience. When you talk about becoming, when you talk about memory, when you talk about identity and the environment, these are things that are shaping contemporary art today in Nigeria. And at the end of the day, everybody comes, they engage differently with various artworks here, and they go back with different experiences. That in itself is something every upcoming artist should look forward to, that people can look at your work and they are able to gain or get the message. It should evoke emotions. Every work of art should touch you somewhere. It should evoke the emotion. And it's very important that as an artist, your work must send a message.
My name is Liliosa Wilson. I'm an art curator and social media manager, and I also help organize exhibitions for people. The title of today's exhibition is Here and Now, and it's mostly about artists, new growing artists, to exhibit their works here in the Nigeria setting, and which gives them the rich culture and tells different stories from their different lives. It's one of the most richest arts that I've seen so far in a very long time, and I believe this is, let me say, history made. From today's exhibition, it just tells you that people are watching what's happening in the country, and the only way we can help is to speak our minds through our art. With the colors, the vibrance, everything, we are just helping to explore better by the artwork, the colors, telling people outside Nigeria that this is what we are going through, this is what is happening, and even though everything that is happening here in Nigeria, we are still confident as Nigerians, and we are still standing tall no matter where we are.
Across painting, material experimentation, portraiture, abstraction, and symbolic figuration, the exhibition explores the emotional and psychological architecture of living in the present while carrying the weight of inherited histories, personal narratives, and collective transformation. The works do not merely depict individuals or landscapes, they reveal traces of time, resilience, migration, longing, intimacy, and adaptation. Faces become archives, surfaces become witnesses, color and texture become emotional terrains through which memory is preserved, fractured, or reimagined.
My name is Williams Emeka Merenini, and I am a multidisciplinary visual artist from Imo State. As an artist, my practice aims to communicate human energy and the power of humans as human beings and as individuals, and how we have multiplicity in our personality as we are here might not be how people see us in other places, So this is basically what my works, all my paintings talk about. But as this painting has its own personal story, the one in the middle has its own personal story. But basically, this is what all my works talks about.
My name is Moses Bamba. I'm an artist, a currently graduate from the prestigious Zaria Art School, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. The title of my works is Aswaje, which means cloth of wealth. My message is to bring out our cultural heritage alive, because as an artist I need to showcase my culture, where I am coming from, the kind of things we do as Africans. So the title is a Yoruba word. I got it from a Yoruba word, which means cloth of wealth. When you look at the painting very well, you don't see any particular face. Why? Because I want you to put yourself in that clothes that you are seeing. I am inspired by my cultural background, by the people I see around me, because I have this inspiration to showcase my culture to the world where I am coming from.
My name is Temitope Victoria Ogunwale, professionally known as Temi OG. My works are based on human emotions, mental health, psychology, and everything that has to do with the human life. It is what is talking about whatsoever is going on in your life as a human being. At the end of the day, it is well. Either you're happy, either you're sad. My life is is talking about you own your life as a human being, as a person. Whatsoever anyone is saying, whatsoever outside noise, at the end of the day, you own yourself, your emotions, you feel your emotions yourself, you feel your sadness yourself. So at the end of the day, your life is you. Also, my work is about self-worth. I'm saying everything that has to do with human feelings. So they should be able to resonate and relate with, no matter what they're going through, it is well.
My name is Kingsley Ogenekaro Modigono. I have 3 works exhibited in this exhibition. I have My Life, My Choice, I have Still Becoming, and I also have Itoma of Benin. These 3 works are reflecting on the choices that we make as human beings and how it affects who we are and who we are becoming, the power of the choices, regardless of what society expects from us, regardless of the expectation they have on us as humans. The choices that we make still affect our being. I draw my inspiration from many varieties. I draw my inspiration from life experiences. I draw my inspiration from people. I draw my inspiration from memory. I draw my inspiration from human connection. Basically anything that makes us human.
Welcome back. Still on the show, the Africa, a Continent of Diversity exhibition at the Iwalewa Art Gallery, Lagos, is a vibrant showcase of contemporary African art. Now, it brings together both established and emerging artists to celebrate the continent's rich cultural heritage, histories, traditions, and while challenging the stereotype of a single African narrative. Let's check it out.
This exhibition serves as a powerful reminder that Africa has never been one single story. By featuring a robust collection of paintings, sculptures, and mixed media works, bringing together emerging young creatives alongside established practitioners to challenge stereotypes and highlight the continent's profound complexity.
I'm Krishav Moran. The title is Africa, a Continent of Diversity. It was created by me to give artists, emerging artists, the opportunity to show their works, because a lot of talent goes unseen these days, so I wanted to create a platform for them to show their works. I actually grew up here in Nigeria, so I felt really inspired by the artworks here, so I wanted to showcase their talents.
My name is Adesonya Samuel. I'm an artist and a teacher, art teacher. I want to portray Africa as a country of hope. No matter what we're going through, we still believe that things will be better in Africa. So I decided to capture the face from the young to the old, and believing that there's hope for Africa. No matter what we're going through, we still put up some smile, some joy. And I like the skin, the earth color of the African skin. I like it when I paint. The story is just to be able to capture the ethnic group or the entirety of Africa as a race to be celebrated beyond what we're passing through as suffering, because there are hope in what we see as our weakness at the moment. So I try to making sure that I represent my zone, my continent, and I was glad when I was invited to participate in the exhibition.
My name is Dakore Akpi, and I'm a student at Children International School. I'm actually really inspired by Aboriginal art. So the Aborigines are the indigenous people of Australia, and they have a very beautiful art style where they do dots, so pointillism. And in this artwork, I decided to do a whale. So I used blue paint and white paint. I even added some gems because I love mixed media, and I made a whale out of it with dots. I love exploring what I use. So for example, in my other artwork down here, I used fabric, I used gems, paper. Just really try out and have fun. You don't have to be that good at different things. Just try and find your style, and you're definitely going to make it there.
My name is Ekuna Otemidayo. As an artist, I actually use charcoal and pastel. That is the main materials I use, charcoal and pastels. Each work here has its meaning. Like the theme says, Africa, it's about African theme. It's to show our history.
My name is Abraham Ambaraoluwa Erinle. I'm a visual artist. African skin is resilient. Let's talk about beauty, yes, and also it's tough kind. So that's why I have that. Also talking about diversity in Africa. You can see the medium there is oil. I use oil for this particular work. Then you look at the gold rings, necklace, neck piece, talking about royalty. Yes, royalty, kingship, African royalty.
Michelle Marcetic, I'm a visual artist. This work is called Unfiltered Joy. It's 27 by 35 inches. The medium I use is charcoal, graphite pencil, and mixed media. This work symbolizes raw and honest emotion, how a child isn't afraid to be seen exactly as they are. The patterns at the back and the bright bold colors like the orange glasses symbolize individuality breaking through conformity, meaning that you don't have the desire to fit in to a specific place. In general, the concept of this artwork is one of my favorite artworks. It just shows confidence, expression, and showing the beauty of being seen exactly as you are and not being afraid to be seen exactly as you are.
My name is Ognebime Eri, and I'm a visual artist. Most of my works represent African stories, like the diverse in culture, tradition, languages, dress, and how even like with the diversity, we're still all one and together.
Welcome back. Today on Theatre, a vibrant multi-sensory dance production created by Lagos-born choreographer Kudus Onikeko and performed by the Q Dance Company is steeped in ancient Yoruba philosophies. It explores a non-linear cyclical view of time through three distinct phases: Ibi, birth; Iku, death; and Atumbi, rebirth, at the J.K. Randall Center, Lagos.
This performance is a sensorial feast developed from over 6 years of movement and research with young dancers across Nigeria. The project explores body memory, cultural continuity, and the reaction of the socio-political spirit and aesthetics of the 1960s and 70s within present-day Nigeria. Rooted in the Yoruba concept of reincarnation and cyclical time, the performance bridges ancestral knowledge with contemporary expression, celebrating the creativity, resilience, and artistic voice of Nigerian youth. Presented as part of the cultural programming of the J. Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History, the production supports the revival of live theatre in Nigeria while celebrating space for contemporary interpretation of Yoruba identity and African creativity.
My name is Kudus Onikeko. I am the choreographer and artistic director of the Q Dance Company, and I'm also the CEO and the center director for J. Randall Center for Yoruba Culture. This is Reincarnation. It's a production that I choreographed 5 years ago, and it has been on world tour, and I think this is the first time we are really showing it for the public here in Lagos. What we're trying to portray is that culture is sort of something that we can go to. As we go to cinema or mass-produced culture, also, traditional culture, artistic culture is also something that we are also promoting here at J. Randall.
Beware of death and see dreams. Ghosts are coming from the past.
It was interesting. It's interesting the level of detail that the entire performance had. It was very interesting. Pleasantly surprised, if I may add. African art is forever. It's not about a few years from now. It's now, and it will continuously be. But as for this stage performance, I see it going around the world and helping people make sense of so many things like the masquerade culture and the philosophies surrounding around such concepts. I can see the dance doing great beyond.
My name is Hajarat Ali. I'm popularly known as Haji, Executive Director of the Q Dance Center and Executive Producer of Reincarnation that you've just seen. So Reincarnation is talking about birth, rebirth, and death. So it's just in 3 series, but we usually just let the audience also take in whatever they understand and, join in with whatever is their reality. So we've had a lot of reviews and people understand it based on their own, reality. And yeah. So this is the first time we're doing a full production of Reincarnation in Nigeria, and of course it means a lot that people turned out well. And we've done 3 series. We are hoping to show it again, most likely in December.
Wow! I always get excited each time I watch an awesome stage performance. Now, these theatrical performances tells our stories in an easy way. Truly, the only way to live in a world without art is to strip humans of the ability to see it. Keep a date with us same time next week for more. Bye for now.
Entertainment, just found a new home. Your favorite shows, your biggest stars, now closer than ever. TVC Entertainment, now on DSTV channel 164. TVC Entertainment, something for everyone.
From the beeping mainframes of the 1960s to the smartphone in your pocket, and now machines that can think, learn, and speak like us. This is Techni Fire. Hello and welcome. I am Dr. Alua Joy. On this show, we connect the dots between the past, present, and the future of technology. We revisit the genius of yesterday's breakthroughs, the microchip, the internet, and the first robot arm. And we dive into tomorrow, AI that can create art, machines that can heal the body, and tech that's reshaping how we live and work. Every week, we explore where we have been, where we are, and where we are going. This isn't about gadgets. It's about the people, the possibilities, and the power of imagination. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Techni Fire.
Get ready to step into the heartbeat of your city like never before. Welcome to Events Diary, where every moment is a celebration. From the electric energy of Owambe extravaganza, to the richness of our culture, to the sophistication of corporate gatherings, Events Diary is your VIP pass to the hottest gatherings in Nigeria. And guess what? I'll be your guide, your style icon. Each week, join me as I transform from traditional chic to corporate sleek. Whether it's a birthday bash or a high-profile gala, you won't just see it. You'll feel like you're right there with me. Aww. From meetings to evening soirees, I'll be there. Or to the trendiest street festivals or to music concerts, Events Diary has something for everyone. So join me as we explore the vibrant tapestry of Nigerian scene, one event at a time.
Ignorance is the mother of personal destruction, a voluntary misfortune, and it is worse when you are ignorant of your ignorance.
You and Your Health with Dr. Richard Okoye is brought to you by Dr. Civil Life Foundation as he uncovers the mystery behind most deadly diseases, their causes, prevention, and latest treatment. Send in your comment and health-related questions. Together, let's liberate Africa from health ignorance.
Hear this, you are ignorantly awaiting the arrival of your wife's menopause. If you have low sperm count and ignore it.
Join Dr. Richard Okoye every Sunday by 3:30 p.m.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
For God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. In Proverbs 28 verse 13, the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper. But whosoever confess them and forsake them shall have mercy. Unbelief is sin, unforgiveness is sin, selfishness is sin, insincerity, disobedience, blasphemy, anger, envy, speaking evil of other people, backbiting, murmuring, cursing people, swearing with heaven and earth. All these are terrible sins. You must confess them, renounce them, and promise God no more.
Get ready to step into the heartbeat of your city like never before. Welcome to Events Diary, where every moment is a celebration. From the electric energy of Owambe extravaganza, to the richness of our culture, to the sophistication of corporate gatherings, Events Diary is your VIP pass to the hottest gatherings in Nigeria. And guess what? I'll be your guide, your style icon. Each week, join me as I transform from traditional chic to corporate sleek. Whether it's a birthday bash or a high-profile gala, you won't just see it. You'll feel like you're right there with me. Aww. From meetings to evening soirees, I'll be there. Or to the trendiest street festivals or to music concerts, Events Diary has something for everyone. So join me as we explore the vibrant tapestry of Nigerian scene, one event at a time.
Across continents, Nigerians are making their mark, building businesses, shaping landscape, creating impact, carrying the green-white green with pride. But beyond these success stories lies one powerful truth. We are stronger when we connect. Join us on Diaspora Connect, a program that bridges the gap between Nigerians abroad and opportunities back home. Each episode showcases the inspiring journeys of grass to grace and the resilient spirit in the diaspora. From entrepreneurs driving change to professionals investing in the nation's future. Don't miss the program every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. on TVC News. Together, we're building bridges that strengthen our identity, our economy, our nation.
Nigeria continues to face security challenges ranging from terrorism and banditry to kidnapping and communal conflict. However, security agencies have recorded significant gains through intensified military operations, intelligence-led missions, and improved collaboration among security forces. Today, we examine the current security situation, the successes achieved so far, and the measures needed to secure lasting peace across the country. This A Standpoint. I am Precious Amayo. Nigeria continues to grapple with complex security challenges, including terrorism in the northeast, banditry and kidnappings in the northwest, communal clashes in parts of the north-central, and other criminal activities across several regions of the country. Recent reports indicate that dozens of attacks and abductions were recorded nationwide, highlighting the persistence of security threats. Despite these challenges, security forces have recorded notable successes. The Defense Headquarters reports that troops recently rescued 388 kidnapped victims, arrested 31 terrorists, and neutralized several criminal elements during coordinated operations across the country. In the northwest, Operation Fasanyama and the Nigerian Air Force have intensified intelligence-led ground and air offensives, disrupting terrorist enclaves, neutralizing bandits, and rescuing hostages. Security experts maintain that sustained military operations, improved intelligence gathering, a stronger community engagement, and ongoing security reforms remain critical to achieving lasting peace and stability across Nigeria. I will be having this conversation. We understand that my guest is standing by. We'll take a break now and return in just a moment. Stay with us, everyone.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
All right, thanks for staying with us, everyone, as we turn our attention now to the security challenges in the country and the efforts made so far to mitigate the crisis. We're joined now by Dr. Stephen Okori. He's a security consultant, strategist, and fellow Nigerian Army Resource Center. He joins us via Zoom. Good to have you join us, Dr. Okori.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
So let me start by getting your reading of the security situation in the country and efforts being made so far to mitigate the crisis.
Well, Nigeria at the moment is faced with a lot of insecurity issues and all that. It is no longer news. Every Nigerian is aware of our current insecurity situation, and every Nigerian is aware of the effort that the government and our security agencies are doing. In as much as I agree that security issues, addressing it is a shared responsibility. What that means is that our government, security agencies, and the civilian population all have roles to play. But there are some persons or some agencies that it is their constitutional responsibility. The tax before them is for them to see how to help address these issues. That is the government and security agencies. In as much as we have seen their efforts, the point is, or the question is the effort commensurate with the challenges we are seeing? In as much as effort is good, effort is okay. But what I think Nigerians yearn for, or what Nigerians are asking for, is the result. Are we seeing desired results? You know, every day, almost every day, adoption, kidnappings, and all that, bandits taking over communities. Bandits see that communities no longer exist. There's this particular video on social media, a community in Kwara. That community no longer exists. There's no single individual in that particular community. And there's also other communities across Nigeria. So And here we are, our police, our military, and all that are all paying the supreme sacrifice, I know. But by and large, I know that the government is making effort, our security agencies are making effort and all that. But let us see that. The section
But
of the Constitution,
Dr. Okori, let me pose that question back to you, if the efforts are commensurate with the results, because I was listening to a military officer recently who was saying, look, that he feels that the media underreport the gains and overreport the threats. And so like, it looks like the threats are more than the gains, whereas there are a lot of gains being made by our armed forces. For you, is that the reality?
Well, the media, their responsibility is to report both sides of the situation. The media is to report the gains as well as the challenges bedeviling Nigeria. When you look at the section of the Constitution that talks about security and welfare, section 14(2)(b) of our Constitution, 1999 as amended, talks about the primary purpose of government. So it is not for us to begin to see that whether the media is underreporting the effort of what government or security agencies are doing. The effort of government and security agencies is that security is in place. Security should be in place. We shouldn't be moved from one location to another with fear or anxiety. Nigerians should have confidence in the government and confidence in our security agencies, right, to see that they are doing what is expected of them. So I saw recently where the Minister of Defense is saying that when troops are embarking on security emergency operations and all that, they want a situation where journalists will also be part of such security operations. Well, and I think that there's need for the general population to be aware of the effort of government. We are hearing what they are doing. We hear police spokesperson, the police hierarchy, what you call it, that they do is headed house. The police spokesperson, they tell us what they are doing, the efforts they are making, the arrests that they have made, and all that, and releases or rescue missions that they have embarked upon and all that. And so also with the military, the defense spokesperson, defense headquarters, we hear where they come out to tell Nigerians the effort that they are making, how many terrorists they have neutralized, how many they have arrested, and how many victims that are in captivity that they have also released or rescued, you know. So in as much as we hear all this, but out there, Nigerians are interested in seeing that we live without fear. And don't forget that, what's his name, Emily Duncan, a French sociologist and a philosopher, said a society without crime is impossible. I think that's enough message out there for our government, our security agencies, to see that we put measures, strategies, and tactics, and every means possible to see that there's drastic reduction in the rate of crime in Nigeria. If you look at the statistics out there, the Global Terrorism Index and the Global Peace Index, you will see that Nigeria is ranked very high in the terrorism index. Nigeria moved from number 6 position in the previous survey, to the 2026 survey. Nigeria moved from 6th to 4th. There are key indicators that give rise to that survey, number of incidents, number of injuries, number of kidnappings, number of ransom collected from Nigerians, and all. Of course, you are aware, as a journalist, that the National Bureau of Statistics, some couple of years ago, about a year or so ago, told us that 2.23 trillion naira was paid as ransom by Nigerians, and there's one other security analysis firm, I can't remember the name exactly now, but they told us 2.56 billion naira was paid by Nigerians as ransom. And all this information are out there in the public space.
Right. I think that should be Beecroft. Is it Beecroft? I know it's the one owned by, I think, Adamu. That's the one you're talking about. But I wanted to come in, and that's the analysis. But I want to come in here. The question I really want to ask is, what are the gaps really? Because it used to be that, and I'm going to use the rain as an allegory here. When it's raining on the other streets, you can actually still play outside. But when it starts to rain in your neighbor's house, you start to wonder how soon before it gets to my own house. And then at that time, you're watching the weather. And I think that's where Nigerians are now, where we're all watching the weather, because it's no longer raining in the other streets. It is now raining in our neighbor's
Absolutely.
house. And, and we're all wondering how long will it take to get to our own house. And so I'm wondering, what are the gaps really? And why haven't we been able to at least mitigate this crisis for a really long time? Sometimes we make a lot of gains, everywhere's quiet, and then you find that this crisis is back.
Yes. Now, let me say that Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is one president out of all the other presidents that we've had that I think understands the situation. Because for me, as a researcher, crime is local, and I am an advocate of local policing. I've done a lot of work and papers with regards to discovering that our local communities, rural, semi-rural communities, doesn't have the presence of security. And that is where these criminal elements capitalize in the gap. Because when you go to these communities, you won't see the presence of police, presence of military and all that. And Mr. President, for me, having identified that crime is local, and the only way to address this crime is to see how to go local. We usually have this top to bottom approach when it has to do with security operations. It is when the damage is done, when people are killed, that is when we begin to see deployment of police, military. We hear deployment of tactical intelligence squad to the crime scene after the damage is done. I think for me, that is medicine after death. Mr. President, for saying that each forum he finds himself, whether with the governors or members of the National Assembly, he kept emphasizing about establishment of or having state police, right? Because he knows that having state police, it means that he knows that he wants to address, or there's need to address these issues of insecurity from the bottom, meaning that state police will now come from the members or come from the community where they come from, right? Then also the establishment of National Forest Guards, where under the supervision of the Minister of, the National Security Advisor, is also a way to go in addressing these issues of insecurity locally, right? Because members of the National Forest Guards will come from their own immediate community, where they are conversant, used to their environment, the terrain, the forest within.
Dr. Corey, just to be sure that you're still there, seems we're having a network challenge with you.
Or adults into this forest, and they keep them as long as they want to keep them, negotiating terms and conditions and all that. Look at your case story. The children, this is 1 month now plus. They are in the forest somewhere around the area. So if we have these National Forest Guards on ground and also state police personnel on ground, right? I think that it's the fundamental way to go in addressing these issues locally, and also strengthening the community policing initiative, where there will be constant interaction between law enforcement and members of these local communities, and build that trust, that confidence. Of course, that there's already a trust deficit between members of the community and our law enforcement agent. In the event where you give out information to our law enforcement agent, the informant's identity is not hidden. Before you know, the criminal elements or the suspect will now know who gave information pertaining or concerning his behavior or attitude within the community where he comes from, right? So that trust deficit must be built, between citizens and law enforcement agents. So we must go local in addressing these issues, right? And our justice system, right? Look at the way it is. People who commit crime, most times the punishment is not as weighty as the crime committed. Somebody will kidnap, collect ransom, sometimes the victims will die in captivity, and you'll be sentencing the person to like 4 or 5 years in prison. I don't think that punishment is strong enough to deter, perpetrators from going into crime, right? So there's a lot that we need to do. And my worry in all of this is our snail speed attitude. We are so slow in terms of implementation. So I see this gap between policy and execution.
Dr. Corey, is that snail speed I really wanted to address with you, especially for those who are in captivity, which is what is really worrying a lot of Nigerians, especially the children, from Oyo State. Because one of the things I've learned from security consultants like yourself is that every minute counts when it comes to rescue, and the longer it stays, it becomes really difficult to achieve, especially when you also look at the Chibok girls. Some of them are still in captivity. Speak to that for us. the probability of having some of these people now being rescued, considering how long they have stayed? I mean, there are a lot of people in captivity.
Yeah, I think that we have issues around an effective rescue team. Rescue team or time management, all this worries me, right? Just the way you said, the more time we spend, the longer it takes, and the deeper these guys go into the forest, and it makes it difficult for law enforcement agencies or agents to be able to identify. But the question here is, how well are we using technology, sophisticated technology, in the fight against insecurity? I don't know if you are aware, if a young American, 27 years old, Philip Walton, he was kidnapped around the southern Niger and brought into Nigeria, kept somewhere in Borno State. He was kidnapped on a Monday. By Saturday, the CIA in the US were able to establish an intelligence to know his location, and they deployed the US Marine operations in Africa to be able to track his exact location. When that one was done, the US Navy SEAL came on that rescue mission. On the 5th day of his kidnap, they came on a rescue mission, identified his location, rescued him, killed 6 out of the 7 abductors. Out of the 7 kidnappers, 6 were killed. What did they use? Technology. It is not rocket science. It was not, they were not magicians. They used technology. So we can as well use technology. How much is this technology that a country as huge as Nigeria, with a lot of abundant resources, cannot afford this technology to be able to track movements of criminal elements, movement of bandits and all that, moving on motorbikes, and in a large number, 200-300, you hear of this information, they pass through communities and all that, and this information don't get to our law enforcement agents and all that. Don't forget, these law enforcement agents that we have are not ghosts, and it's not possible for them to be everywhere. We have big numbers. The military, their workforce is about 230,000. The police is less than 400,000, and we are being confronted with all these insecurity issues, confronting us. So there's a lot that we need to do. We need to go back to the drawing board. We have a history of insecurity issues. They all started in this Fourth Republic, this democracy that we're practicing from 1999. Terrorism, how old is terrorism today? Terrorism in Nigeria is about 17 years old. Banditry, how old? So kidnapping for ransom. All these are the issues, threats bedeviling Nigeria at the moment. So we need to go back to our drawing board. Look at our history. School adoption is 12 years old. It was Chibok school adoption that made school adoption very prominent now, right? So we need to go back, look at our history, our experiences, and our realities now. From there, we can be able to establish this gap. So what are we missing? What do we need to do? What are the lessons that we have learned from our history, our experiences, and use those lessons to confront our current realities, right? This is not rocket science. I think that when we put our mind, we are committed to addressing these insecurity issues and all that. I think we'll have a pathway. We need to create a pathway, right? A lot is happening. Corruption is a bane to addressing insecurity issues. The will to address these issues is lacking, right? But I see this commitment from Mr. President, and Mr. President is the President and Commander-in-Chief. He needs to stamp his feet on the ground, give them this command. It is not a situation when the disaster is done, we begin to see directives or begin to hear directives. No, it can be averted. The best way to avoid or prevent crime is to see that it doesn't happen, right? We have a situation where we have motivated offenders who are these bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. They are looking out for suitable targets who are the vulnerable Nigerians, and there's an clear absence of capable guardian, which is the police and the military. When these 3 elements converge, crime is bound to happen. How do we now avoid
Dr. Corey, I have a minute left. I have a minute left, and you talked about school adoption, and I'm wondering, we have the Safe School initiative. I don't know whether that is being implemented across states, but how do we protect children, especially because it will have an impact on education as well if we don't?
Of course, there's a lot of impact already. We have out of number of school children is increasing. Parents and guardians are scared of sending their children to school. they don't have the resources to pay ransom. Most of the ones that have paid ransom have their livelihood. They have sold everything that they have to see that they see how to get their children released from captivity. The Safe School Initiative, when they started in 2014 under the government of Goodluck Jonathan, for me, it ended that very year. International donors donated money to the tune of about almost $30 million. What happened to the money? As I speak to you, the National Assembly is still investigating that money, how it got missing or got diverted, right? Don't forget, I told you that corruption is also a bane, is a challenge in addressing these security issues. School adoption is not new. That's why I told you it's 12 years old. I think we have had enough time to learn our lessons and to draw measures and strategies and see how to address school adoption. It's still being confronting us today. How well do we use technology? I said it. Perimeter fencing, how many of our schools are fenced? Even when they are fenced, these people will still find their way into the school premises or compound. So there's a lot we need to do. Community policing initiative, we do to strengthen it and a whole lot. Because these schools are in our local communities, we must ensure that there's presence of security in our rural or semi-rural communities.
First, most importantly, is protecting everyone. First protecting everyone, but most importantly, protecting our children. Thank you so much for your time. Security consultant, strategist, and fellow Nigerian Army Resource Center, Dr. Stephen Okorie.
Thank you for having me.
That's a standpoint this week. Remember, you can watch the repeat broadcast at 11 p.m. tonight and 5 a.m. on Sunday morning. Thanks for watching. I am Precious Amayo.
Station with the best news bulletin as of today, TVC News at 10.
And the winner is TVC.
Being the best is never simple. It is pressure, precision, and the responsibility to get it right.
Behind every headline, there's a powerful engine of network engineers and technical teams working round the clock, keeping the newsroom alive, connected, and on air. Producers shaping the stories, editors refining the truth, graphics designers and promo producers bringing clarity and impact, filling our screens with content that informs, educates, and empowers. And then the brave reporters who dare it all, stand in the rain, the heat, the tension, to bring live, accurate coverage to Nigerians all year round. The anchors who ask the hard questions, interrogate the issues, and keep the nation informed with courage and balance.
Yes, it takes a lot, but here at TVC News, we are always ready to give our best, telling the Nigerian story from the Nigerian perspective.
TVC News, Best TV News Channel Nigeria Broadcasting Awards, and the Best Television Station Nigeria Media Merit Award. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every clash of ideas begin the same way. Differences could be a disagreement.
Two voices, two views, standing apart.
Or an argument.
A battle to win, to prove, or to conquer.
Both are born from differences. One can open the door to respect.
Sound, are you ready?
And the other close it with fire. Two perspectives, but one big issue.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm good to go. So do we argue to fight or disagree to understand?
3, 2, 1, we are live.
This is the big...
Breaking news is not just about the headlines. It is the ripple effects of the headlines. It is the ability to connect the dots of anger, grief, pain, repression, hope, and triumph. It is staying on the story till attention is gotten and action is taken. When we say at TVC News, we are first with breaking news. It is not just a position. It is a philosophy, a principle, and a culture.
TVC News, first with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us. It's Friday's edition of Your Business Nigeria. Now, these are the stories we are tracking for you at this time. President Bola Tinubu says economic reforms driving stability and growth. Federal government reaffirms support for electric vehicle industry and local content. Kenyan inflation rises to 6.7% amid surging fuel prices. Well, Nigeria's economy posted a modest but uneven recovery in the first quarter of 2026, with fresh data sparkling both optimism and concerns over the country's fragile growth structure. Well, according to reactions and the CPPE, just reacting to all of this, in its policy reaction in latest National Bureau of Statistics GDP report, major players in the business community say the 3.89% year-on-year growth reflects cautious optimism. But the one that deep structural weaknesses continue to threaten long-term economic stability. While slightly below the 4% recorded in Q4 of 2025, experts say that the slowdown was expected due to seasonal factors and other issues concerning the market. Moving on now, the services sector again recorded a rate of about 5.7 point. But let's just get to our conversation this afternoon as we see what's been happening with Nigeria's economy and with regards to the Q1 2026 figures that's from the NBS, that's talking about the GDP. Yes, I was telling you that the services sector dominated output, contributing 57.93% to GDP, expanding by 4.31% with strong performances from ICT, financial services, trade, entertainment, and construction. Now, we have stayed on this topic for some time, but today we have Mr. Bismarck Riwani, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company Limited. He joins me to make more sense of these figures as released by the NBS. Sir Riwani, thank you so much for joining us on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Well, let's get talking. Nigeria recorded a GDP growth rate of 3.89%. That's in Q1, well, which is a positive signal. As someone who assesses economic performance closely, how would you rate the overall health of the Nigerian economy beyond that headline figure?
Now, firstly, I want to point out something very clearly. 3.89 for the first quarter is actually the highest Q1 growth in the last 5 years. So it is, to a large extent, a record. It is slower than Q4, but typically Q4 is always one of the highest growth quarters, and Q1 is usually one of the slowest growth quarters. So compared to the historical trend, it is higher than the rates achieved in the last 5 years. Now, the question is, let us step back a little bit and ask ourselves, what is it that we aspire to do? We are aspiring to achieve a $1 trillion economy over the next 4 to 5 years. That is quite an aspiration, and it's a worthwhile ambition. But the reality is that we are not going to get that if you do not achieve maybe 12 to 14% compounded growth for the next 4 years. So I'm not going to live in a world of wishful thinking. But the reality is that let us compare it at 3.89 at the first quarter. Obviously, all things being equal, we'll probably achieve about 4.2 or 4.3% for this year. Compared to previous years, this is a record. Compared to our rate of growth of population, it is really interesting. And now you have to ask yourself, the sectors that are pulling the economy, the ones with the strongest linkages, what we have seen is that we've seen oil refining increase. Of course, there's no miracle. We know that the Dangote refinery is pulling that along. We've seen oil production slightly higher because it's at about 2.04% because of higher production and less militancy in the Niger Delta. We've seen telcos grow by about over 12%. We've seen insurance growing quite rapidly. And so to speak, the economy is on a good stead in terms of the areas. But the troubling thing is that air transportation down. We've seen a reduction in, there's a slowing in trade. We've seen, I said earlier on, that insurance has moved pretty fast. But we have not seen a notable growth rate in agriculture, because what is very troubling is that we've seen a massive growth in the activities of fertilizer, but we are not seeing a corresponding growth in agricultural output. So all things being equal, at 3.89%, higher than the past 5 years. If we continue at this pace, I think that all things being equal, at the end of the year, we should be at about 4.2, 4.3. Compared to last year, is a record. But also compared to our aspirations, there's a lot more work to be done. What are the areas that we need to address urgently? Power supply. I think there's a new Minister of Power. There's some forbearance. The President has announced some forbearance in power budgets. We have to do something really dramatic to get us from the roughly 5,000 megawatts, 5,000 megawatts from the grid to something substantially higher. Let us say, for sake of argument, if we could do 7,000 or 8,000 megawatts, if we can have some new investment in the power sector, then you begin to see that relationship where you have 1,000 megawatts increase leads to almost a 0.25 to 0.5% increase in GDP. That is significant, but we are not going anywhere except we do something about power. Secondly, we need to, again, encourage some more investment in the entire downstream value chain. I think that's been done. The federal government NNPC, and Dangote are coming to some terms to ensure that we can get more investment. And if you read the S&P's review, which upgraded Nigeria, and the Economic Intelligence Unit, it's quite clear that the refining sector is a major boost to economic activity. I think that is what is dramatic there. So generally speaking, growth is on an even keel. Some major developments have to take place, especially in the power supply area. We have to see something in the construction, and we have to see some things in the transportation area. But generally speaking, one can say the economy is outperforming most of sub-Saharan Africa, and it's outperforming in certain areas compared to the global economy.
All right, you took that from, because I was to ask about the right sectors that we really need to, reignite to inflate our economy. But let's take this commercial break, and when we come back, the conversation continues. We'll be right back. All right, thank you so much for staying with us. And we'll still have Mr. Bismarck Rwani, Managing Director and CEO of a financial derivatives company limited, live with us. Now, Mr. Rwani, the exchange rate and inflation figures have remained significant concerns, of course, for businesses and households. Now, in your assessment, is the current monetary policy direction helping or creating new pressure points for the economy?
No, I think the monetary policy direction of the country is valid. It's also a strong point. Let's face it, you are seeing an exchange rate that has stayed between 13.75 and 14.10 in the parallel market. And this has stayed essentially flat for the last 12 months. As a matter of fact, against the official market, the currency has actually appreciated. And the exchange rate is a major catalyst for inflation. So if you maintain exchange rate stability, which is what has happened, as a matter of fact, appreciating it, you've actually helped to create a level of disinflation. In other words, making inflation actually decline. But one other thing you must bear in mind is that what the central bank has done essentially is to maintain a tight monetary stance. Just imagine if we had lowered interest rates on February 23rd by 200 or 300 basis points at that time, what would have happened? 5 days later, there was a war in Iran, which nobody anticipated was going to happen. So by being prudent and by being cautious, the central bank has been able to steer this ship quite clearly. And the other thing you must bear in mind is that there's been bank recapitalization and very strict rules on stress testing, which means that the banks are not able to pay out dividends except they have met the prudential guidelines as set out by the central bank. So from a monetary policy perspective, exchange rate management, interest rate stance, and bank recapitalization, one can say that Nigeria has done very well, and that is why Standard & Poor's actually gave us an upgrade and said the outlook is stable. And in that Standard & Poor's report, they also made serious reference to the impact of the Dangote refinery in terms of maintaining stability, productivity, and also efficiency in the economy. So generally speaking, those are the key areas that you must deal with. But having said that, we have to go back to inflation. Inflation is currently at about 15.6%. We think that it probably increased marginally to about 15.9 next month because of seasonality and because of certain, insecurity problems across the country. But having said that, you have to bear in mind that we had come down to about 13, 14, and then we just got back up. But the entire world, in the United States, for example, the PCE came out today, which has shown that you find the last inflation numbers were 3.8, and we are likely to see inflation in the US increase again towards 4%. Having said, once you bear that in mind, it is now clear that the Federal Reserve Bank on the 16th of June is not likely to bring down rates. If anything, there is a probability that there may be a 25 basis point increase, but I doubt that will happen. But it will be quite a contentious meeting. So all eyes on the ball. We've seen inflation increase in South Africa. We've seen inflation marginally increase in, I think, Angola. So what is driving this? It is the energy costs, the cost of energy, the cost of gas, and the cost of logistics, which has increased, generally speaking. But in Nigeria, let's take it down to what has happened. We've seen the price of rams increase to as much as 1.5 million naira for a big one. We've seen the price of cows go up from almost 2 to 3 million naira for a big cow. We've seen in recent days, we've seen tomatoes, gari and pepper all increase in prices, and beans. Why? Because this is more related to the holiday that's just taken place. But after the seasonality, that is by Monday, Tuesday, we'll begin to see some downtrending. But luckily, you just announced it now that Brent is at about $92 a barrel. The projections before was that it had got up to 105, 108, 115. Now, this is a big drop. assuming that all things go equal, because we never know what's going to happen in Iran, but if all things go steadily, at $90 a barrel, or probably $85 a barrel, we should see immediately, we should see a reduction in the price of diesel in Nigeria, the price of petrol, the price of aviation fuel, and the price of dual-purpose kerosene. So if those things happen, let us assume that the price of petrol, PMS, goes from 1,350 or 380 to about 1,200 in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That is a major impetus to bring down inflation and take part of the pressure of people there. The ordinary man is actually under a lot of pressure because wages have stayed stagnant, if anything reduced, and prices have increased. Therefore, people are under tremendous pricing pressure, not only here, not only in Nigeria, but in Nigeria because our economy was on a fragile path. The impact is being felt quite strongly at this point in time.
Well, again, Nigeria's growth story, many would say, have struggled to translate into job creation at the scale the population requires. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Rwani, what structural changes do you believe are most urgent to make growth more employment intensive, inclusive kind of growth?
Okay, I started this discussion today about the importance of power.
Yeah.
You cannot grow an economy of this magnitude, basically $260 billion economy, right? With 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of public power supply. You need to do something dramatic. And why do I say that? Power supply to the small and medium scale enterprises, there are about almost 4 to 5 million small and medium scale enterprises across the country, if not more than that. An increase in power supply of 1,000 to 2,000 megawatts can transform that sector, and they have massive linkages with the others. So take the vulcanizers, the plumbers, the electricians, all of them, these are sectors and small scale medium enterprises that depend on power. If they do not have to spend on petrol or diesel and maintain their generators, and they just depend on public power supply, it means a lot. Let us take the baking industry where you have Boku bread, Agege bread. All of these guys are spending 1,900 naira on diesel right now, almost 80% higher than what they were spending last year. You cannot expect them to sell their bread, their spaghetti, their chinchi, and all that at the same price at which they sold it last year. So that is why when you now have power supply and you bring down their cost, they can now transfer the benefits to the public by lower prices and get people higher productivity. So that is key. And so to me, power supply is structural. To me, fertilizer is structural. And then to me, the whole idea of having tractors, actually revolutionizing agricultural output is a major thing. So let us take it one after the other. Power supply improves the output from small and medium scale enterprises. Fertilizer supply increases the productivity and the yield per hectare. And then when you have that, and power supply also improves the storage of goods, because we lose about 40% of our post-harvest losses due to poor storage. So if we take these things one after the other, then the linkage effect is tremendous. We've already told you now that we could have had queues in February, but we don't have queues because the refineries are working. Okay. We could have had shortage of gas, but because the refineries are working and the LNG is working, we are getting that power output. What are the linkages that would drive this? We need to see this in terms of manufacturing. We need to see this in terms of output from construction. We need to see this in terms of even the service sector and making sure, and you've seen that already. We've seen telcos grow at over 12 to 15%. We've seen the revenues of major leading players like MTN and Airtel going through the roof. And we are seeing the stock market itself at about 1.5 about 160 trillion naira in market capitalization. This is even before the listing of the IPO of the Dangote refinery and other new listings to be expected soon. So generally speaking, there's some light at the end of the tunnel, but there's still a lot of work to be done, a lot more work to be done than just resting on our hands.
All right, now, before I let you go, now, foreign investors often look at stability and policy consistency before committing capital. Mr. Ruwani, how would you assess Nigeria's investment climate? We know the president has been in the forefront of it, pushing for investments. And what do you think would take to significantly improve it?
Well, the first thing is that some stability and certainty and predictability, because you have the predictables and the imponderables. Foreign direct investments are looking at the long-term trajectory of growth and the long-term stability of policy. They do not want any disruption. So let's be clear about that. We got an upgrade from S&Ps, but the upgrade, we are still junk status. We are not investment grade, but we have improved. Outlook is stable, outlook is promising. But we now need to do something much more fundamental. Only 3 countries in Africa have investment grade status: Mauritius, Botswana, and Morocco. We are about 4 or 5 steps below investment grade. We need to do things and make it very clear, transparent, accountability, and we need to do something about the perception of corruption in the country. Whether we like it or not, Transparency International does not rank us very highly. There are leakages in the system. Obviously, work needs to be done in terms of to not only to be seen to be clean, but also to appear to be clean and to be clean itself. So that is a major responsibility of the government.
All right. And
our judicial system, dispute resolution in Nigeria, is a major issue because people feel threatened when you have agreements with people. They always say arbitration will be in the UK or in Switzerland. They try to incorporate your special purpose vehicles in Mauritius because people do not have a lot of confidence in our judicial system for resolution of disputes. So 1, dispute resolution options; 2, blocking the leakages; and 3, not only appearing, but actually being transparent in most transactions. Once you do this, then you begin to see foreign direct investment, not foreign portfolio investments, but foreign direct investments actually begin to grow. And today, foreign investments are about almost 18%, 18 to 20% of GDP. We see this growing sharply and increasing sharply to more than that. We think that we could easily, with the listings of all of these companies, we could actually increase our investment to more than 30 or 40% of GDP. So while consumption will be about 58%, investments will be about almost 30 or 40%, and net exports will help us, while the government contribution to GDP will reduce. Hopefully, with the efficient tax collection in the system, we should begin to see some interesting developments as far as removal of structural impediments to growth in the country. Definitely, 2027 to 28 will be very interesting years after the elections, and we see some stability and clarity as to what will happen.
Mr. Bismarck Ruwani, MD CEO, Financial Derivatives Company Limited, thank you so much for your time on the show today. We really appreciate this.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, that's our show today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I'll see you on Monday. On behalf of the entire production crew, enjoy your weekend.
Kolishlashla Mandela was born into the Madiba clan on 18th July 1918. He got involved in politics in 1942 as he helped to form ANC Youth League. He was married to Evelyn Mays and they had 4 children. Mandela was arrested in a countrywide police swoop on 5th December 1956, which led to the 1956 treason trial. Before the end of the treason trial, he wrote to Prime Minister for vote to include a national convention on a non-racial constitution, and failure to adhere would result to a national strike. In August, he was arrested and charged for leaving the country without a permit and inciting workers to strike. He was convicted and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. On 9th of October 1963, he was on trial with 10 others for sabotage in what became known as the Revolver trial. On the 11th of June 1964, Mandela and 7 other accused were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. He was later released from its gates on Sunday, 11th of February 1990, 9 days after the unbanning of the ANC and the PAC. Nelson Mandela never wavered in his devotion to democracy, equality, and learning as he immersed himself in official talks to end white minority rule. In 1991, he was elected ANC president to replace his ailing friend, Oliver Tambo. In 1993, he and President F.W. de Klerk jointly won the Nobel Peace Prize, and on 27th April 1994, he voted for the first time in his life. On 10th May, he was inaugurated as South Africa's first democratically elected president. He, however, stepped down in 1999 after 1 term as president. Despite terrible provocation, he never answered racism with racism. His life is an inspiration to all who were oppressed and deprived, and to all who were opposed to oppression and deprivation. He died at his home in Johannesburg on 5th December 2013.
Get ready to step into the heartbeat of your city like never before. Welcome to Events Diary, where every moment is a celebration. From the electric energy of Owambe extravaganza, to the richness of our culture, to the sophistication of corporate gatherings, Events Diary is your VIP pass to the hottest gatherings in Nigeria. And guess what? I'll be your guide, your style icon. Each week, join me as I transform from traditional chic to corporate sleek. Whether it's a birthday bash or a high-profile gala, you won't just see it, you'll feel like you're right there with me. Aww. From meetings to evening soirees, I'll be there. Or to the trendiest street festivals or to music concerts, Events Diary has something for everyone. So join me as we explore the vibrant tapestry of Nigerian scene, one event at a time.
Every clash of ideas begin the same way. Differences could be a disagreement,
2 voices, 2 views, standing apart.
or an argument.
A battle to win, to prove, or to conquer.
Both are born from differences. One can open the door to respect,
Sound, are you ready?
and the other close it with fire. 2 perspectives, but one big issue.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm good to go. So do we argue to fight or disagree to understand?
3, 2, 1, we are live.
This is the big...
The station with the best news bulletin as of today, TVC News at 10.
And the winner is TVC.
Being the best is never simple. It is pressure, precision, and the responsibility to get it right.
Behind every headline is a powerful engine of network engineers and technical teams working round the clock, keeping the newsroom alive, connected, and on air. Producers shaping the stories, editors refining the truth, graphics designers and promo producers, bringing clarity and impact, filling our screens with content that informs, educates, and empowers. And then the brave reporters who dare it all, stand in the rain, the heat, the tension, to bring live, accurate coverage to Nigerians all year round. The anchors who ask the hard questions, interrogate the issues, and keep the nation informed with courage and balance.
Yes, it takes a lot. But here at TVC News, we are always ready to give our best, telling the Nigerian story from the Nigerian perspective.
TVC News, Best TV News Channel Nigeria Broadcasting Awards, and the Best Television Station Nigeria Media Merit Award. TVC News, first with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us. Let's now bring you updates on the Ekiti State governorship election. We're monitoring the governorship election in Ekiti State as accreditation and voting concludes in parts of the state. Sorting and counting has commenced in some areas. In some polling units, voters commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for improvements in the conduct of the exercise, particularly the early arrival of personnel and election materials. TVC News' Rafiu Hamid reports.
Early arrival of election officials and materials was observed at various polling units across Ado-Ekiti. Many of the officials arrived at their polling units as early as 7:15 a.m. They immediately commenced the setting up of voting cubicles, pasting of voter information posters and registers, alongside other pre-election procedures. From Irona Ward 11, Unit 36 and 11, to Okesha Ward 10, Unit 7 in Ado-Ekiti, as well as Okenyimi, voters turned out early to exercise their franchise. Priority was given to the elderly and persons living with disabilities during the voting process. Some local observers, including PWDs, attested to the peaceful and orderly conduct of the exercise.
Thank God, the place was very peaceful because we person with disability, we used to afraid where the violence is always be going. But immediately we got there, the security, everything is going on smoothly.
At Afa Ward 1, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, cast his vote at about 9 a.m. alongside his son, Boluwatife Fayose.
But from this takeoff point, I think this is going well. No issues, no incidents. The INEC people are alert to their duty. The police are doing very well. There are enough security men on ground. And it's an improvement on the past, relatively. And I feel the process is good. That we should continue in this process in this manner, and that everybody in Ekiti should accept the outcome of the results.
Electorate also turned out in large numbers in Ifaki-Ekiti and Edo-Ekiti, in Edo's local government area of the state.
It's peaceful. You can see the environment is orderly, and people are turning out in large numbers here in this unit. And I've gone around as a leader in this ward to monitor. There has not been any issue of voter apathy. No issue. There's no issue of voter apathy. We can see our people coming out en masse to vote.
Security operatives were deployed across strategic locations to maintain law and order while voting proceeded peacefully in the areas visited.
From Afao to Iworoko to Ifaki-Ekiti and now Edo-Ekiti, the exercise has been peaceful so far, and the electorate are hopeful that this will be sustained till the end of the process. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Ekiti, Ekiti State.
And the Commission of Police in charge of the election has commenced the monitoring exercise to different locations. He encouraged voters to stay calm for the election process to go smoothly. The police monitoring team arrived in Lawe to get on the ground situation following reports of pandemonium in one of the units in the town. Governor of Ekiti State, Biodo Yebanji, cast his vote earlier today in the ongoing governorship election in the state. The governor voted at his polling unit 3 in Ikogosi. And governorship candidate Wole Oluyede also voted at his polling unit in Ekiti. There are 755 registered voters in his unit and cluster close to the palace of the ruler of Ekiti. And governorship candidate Dare Bejide has commended early arrival of voting materials at Ilawe and its surrounding communities. He also commended the turnout of voters for the exercise, but raised alarm over alleged voters' inducement by some political parties. Our Senate Majority Leader, Kweyemi Bamidele, has reacted to the conduct of the election by INEC. He appreciated voters for the large turnout at the 2026 governorship election. He made the statement immediately after voting at in Ward 11. According to him, it is too early to assess the impact of the change in the Electoral Act on the electoral process.
I'm impressed by the level of the voter turnout. Before leaving my house, I made calls across the state to see how things were going in different local governments. And I'm impressed with the report that I got as to voter turnout. On the part of INEC, I'm also impressed with the report that I got with respect to the promptness of the INEC officials in getting to the various polling units and bringing the necessary material that people needed to vote. I see this as an improvement on the previous voting exercises that we had, and I know that it can only get better with time.
And also, the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority, Oyetunde Ojo, commended the electoral body and the police for maintaining professionalism during the election. He voted at Ward 4, Unit 4, in Ekiti West local government area.
Looking at the time frame, for now, with reports coming all over the states, we are still in the election mode now. People are still casting their vote. I saw INEC at this junction about 76% of logistics and deployment of materials. About 70%. To be honest, security, I'll give them 100%. You know, it's a one-day election, so definitely security has been massively deployed through all the security agencies. And Ekiti has always been a peaceful environment. So security-wise, you guys have also been in town since yesterday. You see that we've not had of any gunshot for now.
Voting is underway across polling units in Nasarawa Egon local government area as eligible voters elect a new senator to represent Nasarawa North Senatorial District in the National Assembly. The by-election was necessitated by the death of the district's former representative, Senator Godiya Kwashiki. Candidates of the various political parties who have cast their votes have commended the peaceful conduct and transparency of the electoral process, expressing hope that the same level of fairness will be maintained through the collation and announcement of the final results.
Despite it's farming season, but because of the commitment for people, they are all out to exercise their franchise. I want to sincerely appreciate them and say that the outcome will determine the winner. To the best of my knowledge, no one complained. Everything's going smoothly.
To Rivers State, where the Independent National Electoral Commission has extended the close of poll in the Rivers Southeast by-election from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. In a statement by the Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Itamesi, the extension is due to the reported heavy rainfall in most areas, which led to the late commencement of poll. Speaking with journalists during the exercise, the resident electoral commissioner REC for Rivers State, Dr. Johnson Alalibo, said all the sensitive materials were properly secured and remained intact without any form of tampering. He said the materials will be removed under heavy security to the 7 local government areas where election will hold. Alalibo also expressed confidence that INEC is fully prepared to deliver a credible, transparent and peaceful election. Let's get more on the Ekiti State by-election, Ekiti State governorship election rather, as we bring in our senior reporter Rafiu Hamid for more updates. Rafiu, tell us where you are and give us updates on the process. It's past 2:30 now, where the poll is supposed to close.
Presently, I'm at Ward 9, Unit 8 at the Teaching Hospital Road here in Ekiti, the Ekiti State capital. We've gone around a number of communities, a number of villages, a number of towns in Ekiti State, and we've seen and observed what has happened so far between 7 a.m. in the morning and past 3 that we are talking now. Presently, at this polling unit, they've concluded voting, they've sorted, and they have even counted. So I'm from this polling unit to the places we have visited, the polling units we visited earlier. They've counted, they've sorted, and many of them have even left the polling units as we speak. But one thing I must say is that we just left the EU SDGN situation room, which combines all the election observation groups, and they've given that election a kind of pass mark because of some indices they have seen. They spoke about the security, they spoke about the PWDs, they spoke about the women inclusion, they spoke about journalists, the observers, and some other issues they addressed journalists on. Now, let me start by saying that the security operatives, with what we've seen so far, they were very professional to an extent. There was no militarization, in quotes, of this election, because from Ekiti here, the state capital, we went to Afao, from Afao to Ifaki, from Ifaki down to Ido, Ekiti. We never encountered any roadblock. People were just, police were just moving around, visiting one polling unit, from one polling unit to another. We met a number of observers too, who are also carrying out their responsibility. So the election was largely peaceful. We didn't in all the places we visited, we didn't record any case of violence, BVAS malfunctioning, despite though the observer groups said about a few minutes ago that there were cases of BVAS malfunctioning. But from the places, in all the places I covered with my colleague, we never experienced issue of BVAS malfunctioning. And people electoral officials got to the various polling units early enough, and electoral materials also got there alongside with them. Security operatives were there. So that's so far so good. The election has been peaceful, and people came out orderly. There was nothing like voter apathy. All those we spoke to, they were very enthusiastic. They were very happy that people came out en masse to cast their ballot to elect or to vote for candidates of their choice.
Absolutely, Rafiu. I'm sure that election observers and INEC will put figures to some of these things anytime, so especially the voter turnout. I know we'll be getting a percentage against the registered voters anytime now. Thank you so much for that update. Senior reporter Rafiu Hamid live for us in Ekiti State, where the governorship election is holding. All right, let's take a break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates on by-elections in other states and other stories as well. Stay with us.
Faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Thanks for staying with us, everyone. Let's now turn our attention to a bit of security. The Kebbi State Police Command has recorded major breakthroughs in its ongoing fight against banditry, kidnapping, armed robbery, and other criminal activities, with the arrest of 13 suspected criminals, including alleged terrorists, bandit collaborators, and a rape suspect. Commissioner of Police Umaru Hadeja says the suspects were arrested at various locations after intelligence surveillance. CP Hadeja explained that the suspects are currently in police custody and will be prosecuted upon the conclusion of investigations. The commissioner assured residents that the command remains committed to maintaining security across the state.
The Kebbi State Police Command, in collaboration with the sister security agencies, vigilante groups, and other critical stakeholders, has continued to employ intelligence-led policing, rapid response, and coordinated operation towards denying criminal elements the opportunity to operate freely within Kebbi State Command. This operation has also led to intervention against bandit activities, including engagement with criminal elements, protection of vulnerable communities, and restoration of confidence among residents. The successes recorded are product of intelligence gathering, dedication of police personnel, and very close synergy and cooperation between police and the sister security agencies.
Now, Abia State has taken a step towards protecting its most vulnerable citizens, with plans underway to establish a legal framework that will guarantee social welfare programs beyond any political administration. The move is being driven through a European Union and a UNICEF-funded project aimed at strengthening sustainable and innovative social protection systems in the state. Nana Gabriel reports.
The project has 4 key areas.
State officials, development partners, and social protection experts gathered to chart a path toward a social protection bill designed to ensure welfare programs survive changes in government. Commissioner for Poverty Alleviation and Social Protection, Ngozi Felix, says the proposed law is critical to guaranteeing long-term support for the poor, elderly, persons living with disabilities, and others facing hardship.
Is the area that seeks to ensure that we have legal frameworks that support sustainability of social protection. To guarantee sustainability, it is very important and critical to have a legal framework that outlives the current day government.
The initiative, which is backed by the European Union, UNICEF, and the International Labour Organization, has Abia as one of only 4 states in Nigeria benefiting from the program.
The government of Abia has committed to the improved social protection systems. We see social protection as a major policy lever to deliver results not only for children, ultimately to improve human capital development in the country, and ultimately contribute to economic future and prosperous future of the Nigeria and Abia State in particular.
Attorney General of the state says the bill will domesticate constitutional provisions on social welfare and strengthen citizens' access to support services.
By the 1st of September, we would have the bill that will be ready to go to the House of Assembly to domesticate essentially what Section 17 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria provides.
Our key responsibility here is to ensure that all the mayors in all our local governments, traditional rulers, and village heads, help to identify the vulnerable and the poor within their communities.
Officials say Abia currently has a poverty rate of about 31%, while records show nearly 1.5 million individuals and more than 240,000 households fall within the state's social register. That register is now being expanded through a community-based targeting process to ensure no vulnerable resident is left behind. Nina Gabriel, TVC News, Umahia, Abia State.
As for other stories, religious leaders, media professionals, academics, and advocates have called on Muslims to take greater ownership of their narratives and actively engage in shaping public discourse to counter negative stereotypes and misrepresentation of Islam. The call was made at the 7th anniversary lecture and award ceremony of Muslim News Nigeria, held in Lagos, where participants stressed the need for strategic communication and responsible storytelling. The event also featured presentation of awards to prominent Muslims who have distinguished themselves in their chosen field.
Media is not free because it has remained an ideological apparatus. It is controlled by those who fund it. So we have a lot of misinformation or planted information, and independent media that is not funded by big business, that is not funded by vested interest, is what will serve the community. It is what will grow the nation.
We need more communication. You need to reach out to many people, women, men, everybody, because even me, myself, I'm just hearing about this in a big way today. Though I've seen their posters here and there, but I'm just seeing them in a big way today. And I think they are doing very, very well. They are propagating Islam in so many ways. So I'm very happy.
We need journalists that will uphold the ethics of journalism, which is to report balanced, narratives of events the way they are, without actually tilting the pendulum in favor of those who have added advantage over those who do not have, such that the issue of justice, the issue of equity, and then the issue of truthful reporting of or narrative of events the way they occur, should be.
It's a good field. They've opened our eyes more to see journalism in a different field. I'm in the medical sector, but I can see the way we will collaborate to do better things together with journalists and being in the medical field, because it's the journalists that invited me and I'm here, I'm joining. So I hope in the future we'll collaborate and do more.
There is need for us to celebrate Muslims, especially those who are making us proud. Who are doing wonderfully well in their various professions. As you can see today, we have different narrative about Muslim involving in negative acts, whereas there are also Muslims who are making us proud, who are making Nigeria proud in their various professions.
Now, for people forced to flee their homes by conflict, persecution or hardship, starting over often means navigating an unfamiliar place while trying to rebuild a sense of normalcy. To commemorate World Refugee Day 2026, the African Refugees Foundation and Tranquil and Quest Specialist Hospitals organized a medical outreach and donation drive for displaced persons in and around Lagos State. Victoria Oniaye reports.
According to data from the UN Refugee Agency, Nigeria currently hosts more than 139,000 refugees and asylum seekers, while over 3.7 million people remain internally displaced across the country. These displacements are driven by armed insurgency, banditry, communal violence, and severe climate-related disasters.
When we are talking about refugees, they are not people that are so far away. It could be any one of us, by acts of nature or by acts of mankind. And therefore, peace building, conflict resolution, environmental discipline, and safeguards are some of the recurring acts of preventing internal displacement.
Beyond finding safety, many displaced persons face challenges accessing healthcare, education, and economic opportunities.
What the foundation does basically is to sensitize the public, sensitize people, and work with other government agencies and international agencies about the issues of refugees and displaced people globally. Simply go to our website, www.africanrefugeesfoundation.org, and register to be a volunteer. It's free, right? All we need is your services as either a doctor or a lawyer or just a simple person, an individual who wants to give a service.
Stakeholders say interventions like these are helping to bridge critical gaps while creating opportunities for refugees and displaced persons to rebuild their lives with dignity.
The support to these categories of persons cannot only be done by government, and so organizations like RF that are consistently providing these kinds of support support, whether it is through providing food and relief materials, whether it's providing skill acquisition training, vocational training. I think that this is what we promote as a commission.
We are not doing any form of favor to refugees. It's a service to humanity. And the humanity of all in us should come out to be able to do goodness to our neighbors. Anybody can become a refugee.
As global displacement numbers continue to rise, advocates are calling for greater empathy and sustained action, emphasizing that access to health care, protection and opportunity should not depend on where a person comes from or the circumstances that forced them to flee. Victoria Oniaye, TVC News, Lagos.
All right, that's TVC News this hour. Thanks for watching. I am Precious Amayo. Now remember to join us at 4 p.m. for the continuation of our live coverage of the Ekiti governorship election.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service, NBS, eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they eventually had 4 children. The third book in the African trilogy, Arrow of God, was published in 1964. Achebe published his fourth novel, A Man of the People, in 1966. The novel tells the story of the widespread corruption of Nigerian politicians and ends in a military coup. During the Biafra conflict, Achebe's house was bombed and his friend Christopher Okimi was killed. Achebe and his family went into hiding in Biafra and then fled to Britain for the duration of the war. From 1972 to 1976, Achebe held a visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandi Igbo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra. Achebe won the Man Booker International Prize for his life's work in 2007 and received more than 30 honorary doctorates. He remained critical of the corruption of Nigerian politicians, condemning those that stole or squandered the nation's oil reserves. In addition to his own literary success, he was a passionate and active supporter of African writers. However, Achebe died in Boston, Massachusetts on March 21, 2013 after a brief illness. He is credited with changing the face of world literature by presenting the effects of European colonization from the point of view of Africans. He specifically wrote in English, a choice that received some criticism, but his intent was to speak to the whole world about the real problems that the influence of Western missionaries and colonialists created in Africa. His life was an inspiration and sentimental to Western culture, promoting customs and values about traditional African society.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Residents of Bile community in Degema local government area of Rivers State, who continue to grapple with a seepage of what many describe as methane gas from several points within the town, say the mysterious occurrence is taking a toll on their health and livelihoods. The people who play host to OML 18 oil block warned that failure to address the problem, which has persisted since November last year, could leave them with no option but to halt oil production activities in their area.
This is our second visit to Bile since the community raised alarm over the bubbling of strange gaseous substances from openings around the town late last year. During our first visit, we called on relevant authorities to quickly intervene in the environmental emergency. With no tangible response from relevant authorities, youth groups, women, environmentalists and human rights advocates staged a protest last week to draw attention to the worsening situation, which they say is already having serious implications on their health and economic well-being, particularly for women and children.
The well where with the fresh water from self, they boil, you mistakenly go drink am. You don't die be that, your belly, rashes all over your body, scratches. Our children, if they drink now, stooling. For meeting, we need a rest. Every time, every week, we they go clean.
The gas self, now, like me, myself, my chest, they heavy me. If you go the river self, if they not keep fish, no promeco, oyster self, no day. So we just suffering well.
If rain no fall, we will maybe buy pure water, because this water, we could not drink this water anymore again. This is poison now. We are in pain, we are crying.
A pungent smell of gas can be perceived across several spots in the community, an indication that the air is no longer suitable for human inhalation. Like water boiling on a stove, bubbles continue to rise from roadsides, compounds and wells, which happen to be the community's primary source of water.
What we are seeing here is actually connected to someone's private borehole down this way. And it is not as if the water is being pumped. No, it is coming out from the ground by natural pressure from beneath the ground. Now we can see that the sample of water taken less than a minute and it turns into what we are seeing here. So this is what we suffer in Bile. This is somebody's water, source of water that has been completely damaged.
This building is fully completed and furnished, yet the occupants have abandoned it over fears for their safety.
Because of what did happen for there, like me and my family, we are no longer staying in this house again.
Because if you stay inside this house, this thing will choke you.
This is a crime scene because I've never seen this kind of thing before. I think the people are sitting on a cake of gunpowder.
This is environmental genocide. We have no one else to blame. That people, sons and daughters of Rivers State, of Bayelsa State, of Ogoni, of Delta State, have been in charge of oil and gas in Nigeria for the last 25 years. And their only understanding of petroleum is how to attend OPEC meetings. It is very primitive.
Inside the Niger Delta spoke with a medical expert who was in Bile for a free medical outreach. He said the symptoms most residents are coming down with could be linked to the ongoing gas seepage.
The gas emission actually affects the sight of people, okay? And again, the gas emission have a process in our system. It causes a lot of respiratory tract problems. And when it goes into the respiratory tract problem, it has a way that it maneuvers its way to affect our bones as well, causing arthritis, osteoporosis, and the rest of them.
Over the past 6 months, the community says it has recorded at least 5 fire outbreaks from some of the openings within the area, including this incident which occurred about 3 weeks ago.
Whatever measures that the people will need to take to stop oil activity, if necessary, they will do it to protect lives.
The federal government knows what to do. They can build gas plants and then commingle the gas and then use it to generate energy.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, has paid compensation to property owners affected by the right-of-way on the Borokiri section of the 3.75-kilometer Okrika-Borokiri Road and Bridge project. The NDDC Assistant Director in the Department of Utilities, Infrastructure Development and Waterways, Engineer Martins Isiche, disclosed this during an inspection of the Okrika end of the project last week.
The 3.75-kilometer Okrika-Borokiri Road and Bridge project was initiated by the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, back in 2012. While work on the project got stalled before the emergence of the current leadership of the interventionist agency, the Dr. Samuel Obuku-led management has remobilized the contractor to ensure the completion of the project as part of its ongoing completion of high-impact but abandoned projects of the Commission across the region. Inspecting the project recently, Assistant Director Engineer Martins Isiche disclosed that compensation had been paid to property owners affected by the right-of-way on the Borokiri axis.
Started from here because here is accessible. We have been able to access the bridge directly. In Borokiri we have just paid compensation and we're planning for the people to move out. Demolition will start there very soon. In the next 6 months, of course, we have a plan of doing some short span into the water, like 5 span. In the next 6 months, I believe that we should have completed that.
During a similar inspection of the road in January this year, the Commission's Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Honorable Boma Iyaye, the bone of contention at the time was the issue of compensation. With this bottleneck now out of the way, the Commission noted that it is following up closely with the contractor to ensure the delivery of quality work. The Okrika-Borokiri Road and Bridge project comprises 3 bridges, which are the Kolabi Bridge, the Abotoru Bridge, and the Okpoka Bridge. When completed, the project is expected to provide an alternative route linking Port Harcourt City directly to Okrika local government area of the state, cutting out the long journey through the Eleme axis of the east-west road. The people of the area are eagerly waiting and anticipating the completion of the road and bridges project.
Actually, we are grateful. For more than 20 years or 30 years, we need this project, and we all need this bridge. People know that we have problems with our borders, the Gonis. Anytime we have problem with them, they know to cause outside. So when the airport do this bridge, it be a shortcut to us.
Okay, we are giving them 100% space.
no problem, no commotion. Nobody can come and say, this. Everybody just praying to the work for the work to move forward and so fast, so quick.
Meanwhile, work is nearing completion at the Ka-Ataba Road and Bridge project, another major NDDC project that was revisited by the current leadership after suffering many setbacks in the past. The project, conceived to connect the upland local government area of Kana to the riverine Andoni local government area, is almost completed, and it's expected to be officially opened for use by President Bola Tinubu in the coming weeks.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, has assured beneficiaries of the Commission's Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program of its commitment to meeting all financial obligations to ensure a smooth academic experience abroad. Dr. Ogbuku gave the assurance during the pre-departure briefing and awards ceremony for the 2025-2026 scholarship beneficiaries held in Port Harcourt last week.
It is a dream come true for these 200 successful candidates who participated in the 2026-2027 Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program sponsored by the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. What started with a simple online application process, followed by a computer-based test, and finally an interview process, produced these successful candidates. To prepare the successful beneficiaries for life and studies abroad, the Commission last week organized a pre-departure briefing and award ceremony at the Presidential Hotel, Port Harcourt. Among the beneficiaries are Ibimuwei Oluwaseun from Ondo State, who secured the scholarship on her fourth attempt, and Sonny Ade Ubomazekie Oniso from Rivers State, who succeeded on her second try.
I'm really grateful that I was able to meet the necessary requirements. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'm honored to have been selected. With my MSc in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, I'll be able to develop innovative solutions for the Niger Delta region, right? Particularly in the area of environmental monitoring, flood prediction, and industrial automation.
So the day I saw my award letter, my email, I felt so happy. My previous course was Fisheries and Aquaculture, my BSc course. So there are some challenges from the fisheries economy. So going to study sustainability and environmental management, it will help me know what to do. Like climate change can affect fisheries. Of course, water pollution can affect fisheries. So if I know all these things, I'll be able to know what to do.
Presenting award letters to some of the outstanding candidates, the Managing Director of the NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, reassured beneficiaries that the Commission would provide the necessary support throughout their academic programs.
Since we came in, none of our scholars have been stranded abroad. For us, it is a frontline charge, payment of scholarship, because we know we have our children abroad and we do not want them to suffer for one bit. This is a directive that has been given to us by Mr. President to ensure that the scholars we're sending abroad do not suffer, so that they don't also constitute nuisance abroad.
The NDDC Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program has continued to rank among the Commission's most impactful human capital development initiatives, providing opportunities for talented young people to acquire advanced knowledge and skills in specialized fields. Parents of some of the beneficiaries who attended the ceremony described the scholarship as a major relief.
It is a big deal, I must tell you, considering the times that we are in right now in Nigeria. The financial burden, the exposure, the opportunity, you cannot beat it. This management board has been awesome.
On my husband and I alone, it wouldn't have been possible. But we thank God that NDDC have made our dream come true.
With this and several other educational and vocational training programs, the NDDC continues to equip the teeming population of young people in the region with the skills and knowledge needed to become self-reliant and meaningful drivers of economic growth and development across the Niger Delta.
Inside the Niger Delta, Electoral Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Electoral Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability, and infrastructure development.
Cubana Millennium City, Asaba, a statement in luxurious living. Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doyediri has reaffirmed this administration's commitment to completing the long-awaited Phase 1 of the Nembe Brass Road project. Governor Diri, who inspected the over 54 billion naira project last week, commended the level of work done so far, noting that the 21-kilometer road, when completed, will open up economic opportunities and connect far-flung riverine communities in the area to Yenagoa, the state capital.
After many failed efforts to connect Brass local government area to the Bayelsa state capital, Yenagoa, by road, a vision dating back to the pre-colonial era is gradually becoming a reality, with the first phase of the Nembe Brass Road taking shape. Brass, which sits at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, hosts several key national assets, including one of the 5 onshore oil terminals in the Niger Delta, used for crude oil export. Other major facilities in the area include the Brass LNG project and the Brass Fertilizer and Petrochemical project. The 21-kilometer Phase 1 of the Nembe Brass Road was awarded for construction in 2022 by the state government at a cost of over 54 billion naira. Inspecting the project last week, Governor Diri said he was impressed with both the pace and quality of work.
Simply, I feel accomplished. It is one thing to have the dream, the vision, and the other thing to have the will. And we thank God for granting us the will and the grace to do what we have done. And so I just feel accomplished.
Governor Diri also commended the federal government for stepping in to undertake the construction of the 22-kilometer Phase 2 of the road, which includes 9 bridges.
When I had this dream of constructing this road, he was not the president. There was another president. I went there severally, wrote letters severally, but nobody listened to me. But the moment this president came, he listened to me. He took me in and awarded the second phase of this project. And we cannot stop thanking the President of the Federal Republic and also urge the contractor to do exactly what Cetraco is doing by ensuring that they deliver the second phase that has been awarded to them by the federal government of Nigeria.
The project is one of the major road infrastructure initiatives of the Diri administration, aimed at connecting the 3 senatorial districts of the state to the capital by road and promoting even and rapid development. Originally conceived in the 1940s by the British colonial administration as part of plans to connect communities across the Brass and Nembe kingdoms, the road project has remained on the drawing board for decades. Today, however, residents say they are delighted to witness the steady progress being made.
It's not easy to construct a road in this terrain. As somebody from this place will know the challenges you pass through to travel through the creeks to Brass and other connecting communities. But from what the contractor is saying, by December, I think we will drive this road to St. Nicholas, where it will take 10 minutes to Brass. So we, the Nembe Brass people, are really happy, and we thank the governor for this project.
Inside the Niger Delta.
A delegation of Catholic priests from 3 dioceses of Warri, Iseluku, and Bomadi have encouraged the Delta State Governor, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborewori, to continue with its development strides and inclusive governance across every nook and cranny of the state. The clergy gave the words of encouragement and commendation last week during an interaction with Governor Burewari at the Government House in Asaba, the state capital.
The Catholic priests, who were led by Reverend Monsignor John Ike Aduba, said they were in Government House Asaba to identify with Governor Sheriff Oborewari and appreciate what they described as his fair and inclusive approach to governance. Speaking on behalf of the delegation, Very Reverend Professor Jude Obionu of Warri Diocese commended Governor Oborewari for carrying every part of the state along in his development agenda. He noted that the administration's projects and policies are positively impacting communities across Delta State.
Because what the church wants is good governance, is the ability of government to be able to bring the dividends of democracy to everyone, wherever they are. And I think that is what your more agenda has been trying to achieve since your tenure began. So we appeal to you as the governor of the state to keep doing the good work that you are doing, that you reach out to everybody. You are not a tribalized governor. From the work that you are doing, we have noticed that you touch every nook and cranny of the state. And we pray that you will continue to do so.
Responding, Governor Oborewari will recall and continued support.
My focus is to ensure that people enjoy the dividend of democracy through massive infrastructure renewal, human capital development, empowerment programs designed to help our people overcome any challenges and enhance peace and security. And as a Christian and elder in my church, I believe this is what is expected of me in this exalted office.
He also acknowledged the role of the church in building a peaceful and progressive society and called on Christian leaders not to relent in engaging with both citizens and political leaders towards achieving this goal.
They are praying for the state. Say, pray for those in authority. Even those you do not love, you don't like. Pray for them. Even those you do not like. Because there are so many sentiments today. Pray for them. At a particular time, God can use anybody.
The governor also assured the delegation of the state's continued support for mission-owned schools and other faith-based initiatives that contributes to human capital development. He further disclosed that the government would look into their request for support for the Catholic Pilgrimage Center at Oleri in Udu local government area, including the possibility of constructing an access road to the facility.
Inside the Niger Delta.
For decades, the Calabar-Oron water route has served as a critical transportation corridor, linking communities across Cross River and Akwa Ibom states. Every day, traders, fishermen, civil servants, and other commuters rely on the waterway to move people and goods, often choosing the route because it is faster and more convenient than traveling by road. But while many passengers say the waterway remains one of the most important transport links in the region, they are now raising concerns over security threats, safety standards, and the condition of the water transport system.
Long before modern highways connected many communities in the Niger Delta, rivers, creeks, and waterways served as the region's natural highways. Even today, water transportation remains central to economic and social life across many coastal communities. One of such routes is the Calabar-Oron Waterway, a busy channel that connects Cross River and Akwa Ibom states and supports the movement of passengers, seafood traders, and other businesses. This route and means of transportation is still loved and preferred by many commuters within and outside the region.
Right now, I'm in emergency. I have to use water, which I know that at least in less than about 45 minutes or so I'll be there. But if I apply road, I will not reach where I'm going in time.
Despite its economic importance, concerns are growing over the safety of passengers and operators using the route.
We passed through this water in the night, 7, 8, but now, by 6 everywhere, or by 5 now, they said that they should close. Sometimes people that have business to do, they couldn't go for their business.
Even if you travel on the road mistakenly, armed robber can attack you. The same thing in the water. The same thing in the water. Militancy can be attacking you when there is no security. But when there is security, I don't think that those things will be able to take place.
Beyond security concerns, passengers are also worried about safety standards on some boats operating along the corridor.
It should give a good life jacket that if someone puts on, that person will know that it is very, very safe.
Some safe is jacket, life is not inside. So I will plead with government to help us with good life jackets.
Another issue of concern is the state of the Calabar waterfront.
Because of one market, where the doors, where they sell, they sweep put for gutter. So if the rain fall, you can enter this big gutter, we see so. You affect fish, you affect boat, you affect ship. See if you water flow, go and for gearbox, it cause overheat, the engine catch fire.
3 years ago, Maritime came and do cleaning of the water, but since then they didn't come back again.
For many regular users, improving security, strengthening safety measures, and maintaining cleaner waterways will not only protect lives, but also help unlock the full economic benefits of water transportation across the Niger Delta.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's the size of our package on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles showing right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria for these stories and many more. Until next week, I am Mamode Akuga thanking you for tuning in. Bye for now.
Just found a new home, your favorite shows, your biggest stars, now closer than ever. TVC Entertainment.
TVC Entertainment, now on DSTV channel 164.
TV Entertainment, something for everyone.
Across continents, Nigerians are making their mark, building businesses, shaping landscape, creating impact, carrying the green-white green with pride. But beyond these success stories lies one powerful truth. We are stronger when we connect. Join us on Diaspora Connect, a program that bridges the gap between Nigerians abroad and opportunities back home. Each episode showcases the inspiring journeys of grass to grace and the resilient spirit in the diaspora. From entrepreneurs driving change to professionals investing in the nation's future. Don't miss the program every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. on TVC News. Together, we're building bridges that strengthen our identity, our economy, our nation.
No faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello everyone and welcome to Ekiti Decides 2026. I am Itoma Edu.
It's been 8 hours since accreditation and voting began across the 16 local governments of Ekiti State, and most polling units recorded a large turnout of voters today.
And we have our reporters spread across the polling units in the state. More than 1 million registered voters, over 97% PVC collection, 16 local government areas, 107 words. Quite interesting.
177 words.
77 words. Oh, 177 words.
Indeed, indeed. You know, it's been, do we call it a roller coaster? 16 local governments are involved in this. And of course, we know that Ekiti is quite unique in its own way.
You
right?
can say that again.
But it's good to see that in most polling units, the electoral umpires representatives were, arrived early. Yeah. And while there were complaints of hiccups in some certain polling units, but then eventually the beavers got working and then activities kicked off in earnest.
You know, if an election happens and you don't have hiccups, then there's something wrong somewhere.
Well, perhaps it means we've attained that perfect state.
But you see, what I found quite interesting in today's election is the turnout of voters. You know, voter turnout, I believe, was much, much better than the last election they had in Ekiti State. It was 37% then. We've not been told how many percent it is today, but I believe it's going to be a little bit above 50%. What do you think?
Yeah, I also want to believe that, especially considering that we had a large number of people, registered voters first, and then people who also picked up their PVCs. 97.1% of voters, people actually collected their PVC, so that is a good one. We just hope that that translates to actual voting, because that would be a plus for the state. And also, it's not about people just getting their PVCs, because people get, to be frank, people receive their PVCs for different reasons. For some, it's just a form of formal ID. You want to register for this, okay, you need something. It's either your passport or your national ID. Oh, I have my PVC. And then you submit it. So it's actually step out there. And I also observed that there was a somewhat balanced representation. There were some polling units where you had more women, more females, but at some other polling units, there were more men. So it's like a competition of sorts.
So when you look at it from the gender spread, you really can't say we had more men participating or more women participating, because, as you said, in some of them, we had more women, and in some of them, we had more men. But the interesting thing for me is that a lot of people from Ekiti State came out today and voted. And I hope that it will continue in the general elections and other elections that happen, especially in the southern part of Nigeria.
That, obviously, is the expectation. Indeed, residents of Ekiti State have made their choice. And at the moment, sorting and counting has commenced in some areas. In some polling units, voters commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for improvements in the conduct of the exercise, particularly the early arrival of personnel and election materials.
Okay, well, we have joining us lawyer and PR expert Jide Ologun, also joining us. I think Dr. Ekere will join us later, but Mr. Ologun, thank you for coming.
It's my pleasure.
You did not only come, you came early. And we appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
From what you've seen so far, can you just give us a general idea of what you think this election, this Ekiti election portends, or what it translates to?
Thank you very much. You know, I'm particularly impressed because some of us had the fear of apathy in Nigeria right now, that quite a number of citizens started saying their votes don't count. And we've been trying to let them realize that, you have to make your vote count. And from what we've seen in Ekiti State, it's encouraging.
Okay.
And on the part of INEC, the materials in majority of the places were brought early enough also. And I also read in some cases where the electorate also showed up as early as 6:30 for an election that was meant to start at 8:30 a.m. So if we put all this together, I think the Nigerians are beginning to realize that we can still trust the ballot to be the process of choosing leadership, because the whole essence of having the electioneering processes is to choose leaders who will manage our resources and who are expected to create commonwealth for common good. And interestingly, we are talking of a term of 4 years. So if you miss this opportunity, then legitimately speaking, except those representing you in the House of Assembly or at the National Assembly, as the case may be, at the national level, choose to impeach a non-performing leader. So, and if you've gone there, if peradventure some people do not make your vote count, then that's not your fault. It's the one who betrays that will be accountable at the end of the day. So I'm happy, and on the part of INEC, like I mentioned, INEC appeared to have, improved in terms of bringing materials early enough. But again, some of us did not expect anything less, because it's an off-cycle election, just one state, and after this, we go monitor how Osun will go. But I think also INEC should realize that right now, all eyes are on INEC, particularly when we are in a season of distrust now. So INEC has to prove to the world, not just to Nigerians, that we can indeed have a transparent, a credible, and fair election in Nigeria, handled by that independent umpire.
Indeed, and this is actually considered a litmus test for the electoral umpire. See how they perform here in Osun, and then in next year for the general election. Well, let's now bring you some of the reactions from the accreditation and voting at polling units today.
Well, the report across the state has been positive. The election is going on smoothly. People are exercising their franchise. They are happy. Voters' turnout is impressive. And I'm so happy and glad that there are people listening to my call that they must come out, and exercise their franchise, because there's a linkage between what is happening today and their future.
So far, there's no basis for assessment at the moment. We just started the exercise. But as we move ahead, if there's any issue, I will let you know. The materials came timely. There was no problem about that. They came even before some of us came here. So there's no issue about the arrival of the materials.
I'm impressed by the level of the voter turnout. Before leaving my house, I made calls across the state to see how things were going in different local governments. And I'm impressed with the report that I got as to voter turnout. On the part of INEC, I'm also impressed with the report that I got with respect to the promptness of the INEC officials in getting to the various polling units and bringing the necessary material that people needed to vote. I see this as an improvement on the previous voting exercises that we had, and I know that it can only get better with time.
I think this is going well. No issues, no incidents. The INEC people are alert to their duty. The police are doing very well. There are enough security men on ground. And it's an improvement on the past, relatively. And I feel the process is good. That we should continue in this process in this manner, and that everybody in Ekiti should accept the outcome of the results.
Security, I will give them 100%. It's a one-day election. So definitely security has been massively deployed through all the security agencies, and Ekiti has always been a peaceful environment. So, and at this time now, you're going past 12, the security has been very wonderful. I use this opportunity to thank our security agencies.
At this your age, yes. So it's that civic responsibility as so far I'm alive. Okay. I must always perform my civic responsibility. You understand that? Okay. The loser and the winner should coordinate to make the state move forward.
But what we have observed or seen so far, everything is going very well. The crowd is massive, and secondly, the conduct of every voter is going very well. It's very peaceful, and the beavers is working very well. According to what we have seen here, there's no itches at all. Yes, sir. I'm very sure with this conduct, with the way things are going, this election in this very unit will be rounding up very soon because everything is working pari passu. The election here, what I'm seeing within the people of Ekiti people is like they love whosoever they want to vote for. We cannot deliberate for them. We can't say anything for them. I can see they love whosoever they are voting for. I will just advise everybody to just cast your vote. If you want to stay behind to monitor your vote, you monitor. If you don't want to stay, go home and watch your television. You will get to know the outcome of the result thereafter.
Early arrival of election officials and materials was observed at various polling units across Ado-Ekiti. Many of the officials arrived at their polling units as early as 7:15 a.m. They immediately commenced the setting up of voting cubicles, pasting of voter information posters and registers, alongside other pre-election procedures. From Irona Ward 11, Unit 36 and 11, to Okesha Ward 10, Unit 7 in Ado-Ekiti, as well as Okenyime, voters turned out early to exercise their franchise. Priority was given to the elderly and persons living with disabilities during the voting process. Some local observers, including PWDs, attested to the peaceful and orderly conduct of the exercise.
Thank God, the place was very peaceful because we person with disability, we used to afraid where the violence is always be going. But immediately we got there, the security, everything is going on smoothly.
At Afo Ward 1, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, cast his vote at about 9 a.m. alongside his son, Boluwatife Fayose.
But from this takeoff point, I think this is going well. No issues, no incidents. The INEC people are alert to their duty. The police are doing very well. There are enough security men on ground. And it's an improvement on the past, relatively. And I feel the process is good. That we should continue in this process in this manner. And that everybody in Ekiti should accept the outcome of the result.
Electorate also turned out in large numbers in Ifaki-Ekiti and Edo-Ekiti, in Edo's local government area of the state.
It's peaceful. You can see the environment is orderly, and people are turning out in large numbers here in this unit. And I've gone around as a leader in this ward to monitor. There has not been any issue of voter apathy. No issue. There's no issue of voter apathy. We can see our people coming out en masse to vote.
Security operatives were deployed across strategic locations to maintain law and order while voting proceeded peacefully in the areas visited.
From Afao to Iworoko to Ifaki-Ekiti and now Edo-Ekiti, the exercise has been peaceful so far, and the electorate are hopeful that this will be sustained till the end of the process. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Edo-Ekiti, Ekiti State.
Reactions there from the length and breadth of Ekiti State as residents trooped out in their numbers to decide their future for the next 4 years. Who becomes the governor of Ekiti State? We would get to know as the election rounds up. Let's now bring in TVC News senior correspondent Solomon Ajaziogu, who has been on the field. Solomon, where exactly are you, and where in the election process has that particular unit gotten to?
There's been some drama here in Ekiti, where the elections are going on for the governor who becomes the next governor of Ekiti State. It's the opposition stronghold where I am. This is very close to Oshaguru Hall, exactly in front of the polling units of the major opposition candidates in this election. It's in mild drama. We were at one of the polling units where sorting and counting was going on, and then a particular party seemed to have taken that one polling unit. But then it seemed that all of the gains that that party reported at that polling unit was erased by all the outcomes, in all the adjoining polling units. Now, one beautiful thing about Ikere is that one of the major opposition candidates comes from here, and then the deputy governor also comes from here. So it's battle royale. Every result, every thumbprint, every ballot paper is contested here. Not just contested in terms of the thumbprinting, but contested in terms of the sorting, in terms of the counting, in terms of validity. Voting is still going on at the polling unit at Osagburu Hall, where the main candidate, the opposition candidate voted, because it's a massive, 755 registered voters is what you have at that polling unit. Incidentally, that polling unit is also the collation center for this ward in the whole of this area. And so as the polling officers finish the counting at their polling unit, then their senior officers, their supervisors are also coming here with heavy security presence, men of the police, men of immigration, men of the secret service. Everyone is here in the Osagburu Hall, where the collation will commence after the calculation, after the counting of the votes. But then that one unit with 755 people, that unit is still voting. That's because once you're on the queue at 2:30, you must vote.
It's quite interesting that in all the polling units around Ikere, that's the one you decided to go to. Quite very interesting, isn't it? Okay, taking into consideration that Ikere is so keenly contested, some people will believe that that will be a hotbed, the possibility of violence and all that is very high and so on. In spite of all those considerations, did we have a lot of people coming out to vote?
Well, I'm not sure I got exactly what you said there.
Okay.
Could you please take it again?
Let me take it again. I'm saying, taking into consideration that Ikere Ekiti is so keenly contested for, because according to you, one of the opposition candidates is from there, and the deputy governor of that state is from there. Normally, people will believe that maybe there will be violence, maybe there will be a lot of tension. In spite of all that, did we still have a lot of people coming out to vote?
Well, if you mean violence, well, maybe some tension, but we are yet to see some real violence, even though 2 men were taken away from one of the polling units and presently in the custody of security men here at the Osagburu Hall. They were not picked at the Osagburu Hall. They were picked here. They were given here at the call for attention over a mob action against those from against the polling officers from one of the polling units. They had counted the results, that they had sorted the ballots, counted the results, and with so much contention about which ballots were valid or not. And when they wrote down the results, and an individual who was not an agent that I saw at that particular polling unit came challenging the way the results were written, saying that they were not clear. And that came as a surprise to a lot of people, because there was an agent there who signed the papers, who signed the document when the result was declared and pasted right on the wall of the unit. Now, it became a serious contention, and before we knew it, security agents were all over the place, swarming all over the place to forestall any problem. There is a bit of tension, really, with people waiting to see what the counting, what the outcome will be, especially at the Osagburu Hall, where a major opposition candidate voted. Now, the picture you are seeing at the moment is that polling unit where every ballot was contested.
Indeed, I can really imagine everyone would be on their toes to ensure that nothing funny happens to their votes. I mean, that is their mandate for the day. But just taking it from where Etoma ended earlier, I see a queue behind you of people who are still standing in line to vote. If you compare the number of those left on the queue to those who have already successfully voted at that polling unit, how much longer do you think it might take for the process to conclude in that place?
Could you help me to speak up a bit louder?
All right,
I
Solomon.
didn't hear that because a car was honking restlessly here.
the driver, I guess, is excited and really just wants to know what happens at the end of this process. So I'm talking about the queue. 755 voters are actually expected to vote in that place. Whether all of them come out or not is what we don't know just yet. But I'm asking about you putting into consideration the number of people who are still on the queue as we speak, compared to those who have already successfully exercised their franchise.
You see, 755 registered voters in the polling unit is probably too much. We thought that when you have 500 people at the polling unit, then the INEC will have to break that polling unit as it seems. But then there's another polling unit just about 50 or 50, 70 meters away, where you have 196 registered voters. And that was the polling unit that was counted first. That was the polling unit you saw a few minutes ago at the uncompleted building. That one was easy because there were just 196 people there. Exactly this polling unit, 196 registered voters there. Apart from this one is where the major opposition candidate voted, 755. The number is huge. They are still voting, even though that's exactly where the counting will take, the collation will take place. They are still voting there because most of the people were on the queue when voting ended at 2:30. And the rule says if they were on the queue, even if there were 1 million people, well, we do not expect any polling unit to be 1 million, even though we saw one with 1,000 registered voters. I wonder what will be happening at that polling unit if 755 registered voters are still voting here. Until those people have voted, sorting and counting takes place. Before that result will be called and collation can finally begin.
Indeed, Solomon. And of course, we are here for it, waiting for that detail, even as it's announced and moving from there to the local government. Thank you very much, Solomon, for that update. We will get back to you because we are very much interested in what happens in Ekiti and across the 16 local government areas of Ekiti State. You're watching Ekiti Decides on TVC News. We will, at this point, take a break from TVC Entertainment while this program continues on TVC News and our other platforms, including on YouTube, our website, and every other place. Our guest is still here, Dr. G. Logun. He will still be with us when we return from the break. We will also have joining us on Ekiti Decides, Dr. Dan Ekere, who is a lecturer of history and philosophy. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, welcome back. That was Sight and Sound of Ekiti, and the fact that the election is going on very well, it is quite impressive. While all that was going on, we're joined by Dr. Dan Ekere. He's a lecturer of history and philosophy. All right, history and philosophy.
No,
so,
okay, he's striking out the history.
Oh, Department of Philosophy, History Department of Philosophy. Okay.
No history there.
No history there.
Just Department of Philosophy.
Okay, Department of Philosophy. Thank you. My bad. That's how they say it. All right, let's.
Yes.
Have you been monitoring?
I've been on the road actually.
Okay.
Yes. Though I witnessed a few of the reports from Ekiti with respect to voting, as at the time the governor voted and all of that, and a few complaints here and there, and a particular ward where everybody had voted, as at even at about 12 or thereabout, and I understood there were supposed to be about 700 registered voters there, probably up to 150 or thereabout. Maybe you went through the process. I was just wondering how smooth was it that within such a short period all of that happened. So what happened to the remaining? Is it that they don't want to be part of the process? But there have been reports that the turnout has been impressive, and my worry will always be how impressive, because when you talk about percentages, a number of times you don't really know the real figure. We understood about 1.05 million people registered.
Yes.
And out of that number, how many have actually, come out to vote? Perhaps we'll be looking at it from the point of view of the previous election, so we can say there's an improvement. But I've always been worried about what you call improvement, where about 1.something million people voted, and at the end of the day, you decide who becomes governor with what are something thousand votes. It's actually a very worrisome situation to me. And that has been a problem of the so-called issue of the majority. Majority of what, really? So these are the challenges we have always had around democracy. But all the same, almost all the reports I've listened to tend to present a picture of a very peaceful election. And somehow, too, even the issues of vote buying and the rest seem to have been sophisticated and not to the extent that they don't seem to be so obvious to the common man. But somehow we have been told that they are still going on. There have been issues of inducement, issues of intimidation and all of that. But they are not as, I don't think they are significant enough to actually invalidate the process so far. But otherwise, except maybe along the line, there have been other reports to show that something more sinister had taken place. Otherwise, so far, it has been a peaceful election, they said. So let's hope that that peaceful election comes. But there were equally issues about areas where the beavers actually didn't really function the way they were expected. In such cases, I expect that there should be some level of consideration for extension of time and all of that. But in other places where the election are taking place, counting should be taking place.
Yeah.
So we've been expecting the full gist.
Yes, indeed. Our reporters on ground would give us all of the gist. When you spoke about voter turnout, largely, wouldn't you think that that actually rests on the people? Because you collect the PVC, you collect it, INEC is happy, Nigeria is happy that you received your PVC, and the expectation is that on election day, you step out as a bona fide citizen of the country and resident of the state to actually cast your ballot. But you choose to stay back.
Well, it is a very, it's a bit clumsy. It's not as straightforward as you look at it. If it was so easy and straightforward, why do we bother about National Orientation Agency? Why do we bother about, parties, sensitizing people and all of that? We should have just left you, just collect your card, go. So the issue of election is a thing that has to do with everybody. Both those who are qualified to vote and those who are not. Because at the end of the day, the decision of those who are qualified to vote will affect everybody. Even those who fail to vote will equally be affected. So it's everybody's issue. So that's more reason why we must go beyond the question of you collected PVC and it's expected that you come. Agencies have been actually put in place to play some roles. What major role has the National Orientation Agency actually played in this particular instance? Did they do any form of enlightenment? Did they do any form of sensitization? Were they actually funded and they choose not to do the work, or that they were not even thought of at all? Have the parties, beyond the question of one person wants to be governor or the other, actually done any form of serious mobilization and even motivation of, because sometimes you look at the previous elections, the performances and all the rest, those things determine whether people will actually come out to vote or not. Where you don't feel comfortable that your votes will count, sometimes the tendency to want to come out will be, you'll be challenged.
So in fact,
there are a lot of issues.
For us to clear some of your considerations about voter apathy and all that, our correspondent Rafiu Hamid is standing by. Hello, Rafiu. Could you tell us what's happening right there? Do we have a lot of people coming out? Have we had problems where you are? And if we've had, tell us the security situations there too.
All right. Virtually all the polling units in Ekiti have rounded off because they've concluded voting. Sorting and counting concluded. And in all these polling units, they've left for the various ward collation center, from there to local government collation center, after which they will go to the state collation center where collation will be done and winners of the election will be returned by the Independent National Electoral Commission. But generally, the election was peaceful. In all the places we observed, we visited, it was peaceful. Bimodal voter accreditation system worked perfectly in many places that we visited. Here in Ekiti, in Afao Ekiti, in Uroko, in Ikole, and even in Nifaki and Ido. Those are the places our crew went to monitor the situation of things. But one thing that keeps making people to be very happy, particularly those that we interviewed, is that the total number, the larger percentage of people that came to cast their ballot in 2014 governorship election here in Ekiti State, it was 50.2% of the total population of voters, registered voters, that came out to cast their vote to elect the governor in 2014. In 2018, it came down to about 44%. In 2022, it came down to 36%. But people are hoping this time around that at least the number of people that will vote, the percentage will be above 50. This is the first time over 1 million people will cast their votes today. And from the record we got, a 97.1% collection rate was recorded. It was recorded when we talk of voter registration card. So generally, the election was peaceful. We are still awaiting what the outcome of the election will be. A few minutes ago, or about 1.5 hours ago, we were addressed. There was a World Press Conference by the EUSDGN, which coordinates the election observation groups, the IAGA, the Kuka Center, and the rest. They gave a mid-report, or an assessment of the midday assessment of their report, and they were of the opinion that the female gender, they came out en masse to cast their vote. Though if you go to the population, the percentage of the total registered voters in Ekiti State, the female, they had I think 51%, male 48 point something percent, female 51 point something percent. So they came out en masse today to cast their vote. We also heard that some youths also came out to cast their vote. Persons with disability, there was inclusiveness, inclusivity. So what we've experienced so far was a good one, and we are hoping that the process that was peaceful up till around 4 p.m. will continue to be peaceful until till after the process is completed. That is when the result of the election is announced.
Indeed.
On security aspect of the security operatives, as coordinated by the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, they really performed creditably well, though there were skirmishes as reported by the EUSDG and the observation groups, but they still give them a pass mark. The way they handled the situation, there was no militarization of the election. There was no roadblock in all the places I personally visited today. So we're just seeing security operatives moving from one polling unit to another, moving from one community to to another, no harassment, no intimidation of any sort, and people were willing to come out to cast their votes.
I think Ekiti has been largely peaceful over the years, and that expectation, is that would also translate to this particular process. Behind you, Rafiu, I see motorcycles riding to and fro, and we understand that restriction was placed on vehicular movement from midnight. Has that restriction been lifted?
It hasn't been lifted. But at about 7 a.m. in the morning when I came out, if you see the number of motorcycles, vehicles that were plying various roads in Ekiti here, you'll be amazed. Till about 7:40, 7:45, hundreds of motorcycles, scores of cars were still plying roads, and these vehicles, these motorcycles were not on essential duties. So it baffles many people why motorcycles could be plying roads. If you can see from the background, they are still walking, they are still plying the road as we speak. And that restriction, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. hasn't been lifted. But if you look at it from another angle, that is to tell you how peaceful the election was. People were able to come out, do whatever they want to like, do whatever they want to do. They went to their polling unit peacefully. They were even jubilating, they were celebrating, they were cracking jokes in various polling units. Party agents were also on ground, they were exchanging pleasantries, cracking jokes. You won't even know they are working for different political parties. So that is how I think democracy should run, because they have described it, this kind of election, that any election as the celebration of democracy. Election is the celebration of democracy, as we all know. So that is how I think it should be. But this issue of flouting the order of restriction of movement, I think should be dealt with forthwith, because within the next 54, 55 days, this kind of election will be held in Osun State, which has 30 local governments and even an area office, Modakeke, not 16 local governments that we have in Ekiti State.
Indeed.
All right. Thank you very much, Rafiu, for the information you've given us so far. Thank you so much. You know, it is said, Mr. Logu, that because we are having an election, the economy of the state shouldn't be truncated, so to say. I'm saying this because of the movement restrictions that was announced. And unfortunately, the Ekiti people did not take that very seriously. How do you react to that as it affects the election directly? The law says don't go out with your cars, with your bikes, with your bicycles or whatever. And right from 7 a.m., from the very beginning of the day, that order was flaunted. What's your reaction?
Thank you very much. You see, you can make regulations, you can make prescriptions, but there's what we call the moral capacity to implement the regulations. And given the economy of the country now and the need for people to make ends meet, in quote, it will be difficult for government to restrict their movement, particularly when we're even discussing the fact that there is a seemingly apathetic situation towards elections. So it's like, don't bother me. If we have a vibrant economy, or if the government has moved beyond where we are, because it's an anomaly. If some of us want to engage the government, we will say that they are infringing on the fundamental human rights of citizens under the Constitution. Elections hold in the UK, we don't hear the government telling them, close down your shops and stay in your, you must go out to vote. Elections take place in Germany, in some parts of the world, even in some professional institutions, the institutes that we belong to. We have our e-voting. Some even vote ahead of the AGM. So it's a challenge on the part of government that we are even where we are right now. I think the government should look at it. Election by global standard is expected to be free. And I state here that our elections are not free. to the extent that you still limit people. So it's a way of trying to compel them to focus on that election. So it's either you work on the economy to the point where, okay, if you want to restrict my movement, provide for me, and that is a signal. And again, for some, because Dr. Kere mentioned the issue of apathy also, this election is such that apart from trying to restrict the movement of citizens, there's a heavy presence of the security agents, and people will tell their relations, if anything happens to you, will this government take care of you? So we have, you see, election is just a tiny part of the democracy we talk about. It's just the entry point to choose the leaders who will go in there. So I think our focus should be shifting now to governance. You see, because we've spoken so much about dividends of democracy. I bought some shares many years ago, and then I just suddenly woke up that let's trace these things, and I was very happy with the dividends that have accrued, even though I've looked away from that investment. So citizens also should be happy that they're involved in a process called election towards democracy. And what is democracy? You check the Greek root foundation. It says democratio, the demos for common people, the cratio for power, which means the power of the common people entrusted to some to manage the resources of the community to create commonwealth for common good. And can we claim, sincerely speaking, that we have delivered on that mandate? So if the answer, because when I observe some of these elections, I'm worried somehow. You see some polling units and you can use it as a picture of poverty. You see unplastered walls, brown roofs. So you compare it with the kind of society some of us have seen abroad, you don't go to Singapore and generally speaking, you see, and yet we need to focus to governance. Otherwise, and I look forward to that day when you are free to vote, just like you are free to do your business, so that we can trust the process. I think in the 1993 election, the option A4, I doubt if there was any scary situation or whatever, So the government is also, look at the primary of the local government election in the Federal Capital Territory, where the federal minister declared a curfew, and he himself was gallivanting around.
Monitoring the exercise.
Exactly. So we need to really prove to the people that there is nothing extraordinary within the process of choosing leadership that is free, credible, transparent, and that you are free to come and make your choice. And when that choice is made, please deliver. I tried explaining somewhere, respectfully so. Some may not be comfortable with it, but that is how it is. We are the employers. The political elected personalities and appointees are the employees because they've come. An employment exercise is going on now, today in Ekiti, to employ those. So why are you employed? To render service. To who? For the benefit of your employer. It's a contract.
Yeah.
But the reverse is the case. The employee now becomes the employer to determine whether he will pay the minimum wage or not, to decide what to do with a security vote, to decide, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be. Right. Nigeria needs to be transformed. And to anchor my submissions, I want to offer some templates, suggest to them templates that can be studied. For instance, in Switzerland, that is a good optic of democracy. You have the federal, you have the state, you have the canton. So for instance, if a major project is to be carried out by Switzerland, if federal votes for it, state votes, and canton does not vote, that project won't fly. So all of them must vote for it because it's about us. And that's why in Switzerland, you can have about 7 elections in 10 years or whatever, because the people are involved. And you can see prosperity in that environment. And look at the interest rate, it should be in the single digits region, you know. Then again, in terms of the future, because we hear so much in politicking, I use the template of Norway. Norway has a population of about 5.6 million human beings. Yet, the biggest sovereign wealth in the world, about 2.2 trillion US dollars. So you imagine how much a citizen is worth. And what did they do? As leaders within that system, they said, oh, we've made money from oil and gas. Don't let us embezzle the money, this money. Let's invest. And they have invested in blue chips organizations across the world. 2.2 trillion US dollars. Wow. You know, for generations unborn.
All right.
So these are things we need to look at. When people begin to see that governance is given a wider space than politicking, they will be persuaded that we have sincerity of purpose.
So now that you talk about Norway, I'm just thinking about the national team, in the US at the World Cup and all of the provisions they tried to make for their players to be comfortable there. The Ekiti election and vehicular movement, perhaps we could look at it from another angle, that it's also could be a sign that people believe the process is somewhat seamless. Because if there had been some serious breakdown of law and order, I'm sure that implementation of the policy would have really been 100%. So it's like, okay, nothing really is happening. Perhaps we could just allow them be. But then it's important, the point Rafiu made, that we need to watch this because Osun is almost here. And Osun, based on antecedent, it's not exactly as peaceful.
It's volatile.
Yes, it's volatile. It's not as peaceful as Ekiti. Coming to you, Dr. Ekeri, a lot can be said about this election. And then earlier you were talking about voter inducement. We haven't expressly seen reports of that, but perhaps before the end we'll get to see. But before the elections, we heard specifically from the different stakeholders involved, from the security operatives, who said they are ready, like fully ready to deal with such issues. They were even appealing to people to report any case this is. So it's a case of you see something, then say something so that they can act on it. You're smiling. Don't you believe that statement? Do you have any reasons to doubt the sincerity of that?
It's a dicey situation because sometimes those who are telling you see something, say something, are the ones who actually conceal something. So we cannot take that to the bank. The important thing is that the Ekiti election, clearly, there could be some misgivings, but from what we have seen generally, it seems to be on the peaceful side. And it appears that everybody is in high spirit there. And those who needed to vote have voted. Perhaps maybe in a few places they are still voting, perhaps. Now, having voted, those who feel I have done my job, let the other people, those who can't vote, have decided to go about it. Don't forget that these are communities where people go on daily income drive.
Wage.
So at the time you shut down the system, what alternative are you giving? Because if you shut down the system, you don't allow people to do the little they need to do to eat, then you are indirectly saying that come and collect the 1,000, the 2,000 you have to offer. So people have decided that I have casted my vote. There's no need wasting all my time. But there are a few of them. I listened to some women, one a tailor, the other one, I think a trader also, who decided that they will wait until votes are counted. Because their concern is that they are in a community or in a neighborhood where electricity is so scarce. Facilities are not there, the roads are bad and all of that. And they are saying that they want to ensure that they have done their bit. They voted for the ones that they believe can deliver on whatever they have in mind. They have done that. And they want to see to it that the votes are actually counted. Whether their candidate will win or not is a different issue entirely. But they have done their bit. So you can't shut down the system completely and say no movement. And in any case, these are just, it is actually the police who usually give this order. It's not that it's a law that says that you cannot move. All right? The police will always want to do things in order for them to be able to handle the situation. But even in doing that, in some cases, we have seen, like the case of the FCT that my brother here mentioned, the man shut down the system and decided that he would be the only one to move. All right? So that's a very, very terrible situation. We shouldn't be looking at such a... We should be working towards improving the system to the extent that you can vote anywhere.
Yes.
You should be able to cast your ballot, whichever, and go about your normal business. Those who feel like they want to do it, they should do it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But talking about the piece that we all have been talking about concerning this particular election in Ekiti State, there's this feeling that it's a one-horse race. Do you believe that that might be the reason we're experiencing so much peace? The only hotbed, so to say, politically in Ekiti is Ekiti, where an opposition candidate is quite strong because he's from there, and the deputy governor is also from there. So are you looking at this supposed peace that we are enjoying in Ekiti today because it is concluded that it's a one-horse race?
It's not actually a one-horse race. It's just a perception because APC is in it, PDP is there, then ADC, and then Accord Party out of the 13 parties that expressed interest. And you are correct that politically speaking, the influencers appeared to have moved in a particular direction. For instance, almost all the past governors endorsed Oyebanji, and those are influencers who can mobilize their loyalists to hit up the environment if you understand politics. So it now appeared as if the other parties in opposition, just for the purpose of at least let's get involved, because we should also talk about that. Just coming in. And in this age and time, even though we say there is hardship, people don't want to die anymore. You see, electoral education is improving. We used to ask a question here in this beautiful studio. Now, when these politicians win and they are going for their certificate of return, Abi, do they go with their dogs? No. The wife and children, if the children are in Nigeria.
When they are not there, they will even bring them in. They will fly in.
So people are learning. Yes. And the defection some witness has changed their hard line in following politicians. That, okay, you people are pursuing your green pasture. Let's also find a way to manage our own economy. So gone are the days when people want to die for politicians. Not at all. And that also informs their party. Otherwise, in the past, you would have been reading, I'm in pain, oh. You remember that. Different kinds of drama.
Yes.
Those dramas are not there anymore. And I must commend what we have currently in Nigeria. People are learning about what is, gone are the days when things happen and you have to wait for 2 days. Right now, on the spot, online, you are connecting with what is, so I think those are the issues. And we are just advising leadership. It's only God that will not leave office. You will leave office. You see? So what legacy are you leaving behind? Yeah, Nigerians, despite the toughness of the economy, they still find a way of surviving. And that's why I totally agree with this wage concept. For big people like you, that your money comes in, you know what I mean? And for some people, if they don't go out there on a daily basis and go and strike a deal, no food on the table, so you now tell them to sit down because of election, they will ask you, And again, I agree that because I understand the politicians in Nigeria, they have, dynamized vote buying and all those things. Those things are done ahead of time that you cannot pin them to, and that is where you start seeing different kinds of donations to CDAs and things like that. If you know, you know. But then it is still there. It is still there. And because people just want to be within the power circle. And I think that's another conversation that Nigerians should begin to engage. That why is it that in the UK, the Prime Minister, with just 30 minutes pressure, will resign and, and say, I'm leaving your work for you. Why? In Nigeria here, no. I understand.
They're passionate about the work. They're passionate. They're delivering service.
In Nigeria?
Don't you think?
No. Yeah, they are very passionate. I read about a National Assembly member actually weeping, begging his people to elect him for the 5th time or so. I say, weeping for what? So what exactly is there? And these are conversations we should begin to have, because basically, if you look at Section 16 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it says the economy should be managed in a way that wealth is not concentrated in the hands of a few, nor the means of creating wealth. And that is why some politicians are so powerful, they have weaponized poverty. You know, they just, reserve some rice for them. When election is coming, reserve some 10,000.
All right, gentlemen, we need to take a break now. And when we come back from that break, we'll look at, other dynamics that we've seen in this election, and also speak with our team who are on the ground for an analysis of what actually is going on. This is Ekiti Decides. Stay with us.
Vitamin A.
You're vitamin B1. I want you. With nutrients such as vitamins B1, B6, D, and A, Nutri-Yo leaves you energetic and refreshed. Nutri-Yo, my yogurt irresistible. Available in 500 ml, 400 ml, and 125 ml packs just for you. A quality product of Seaway.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide, with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Okay, it's still Ekiti Decide, and things are happening there from what we hear. Some places, election is concluded and they have done the counting and so on, and Bossa, you had the details of some of the things that happened?
Yes, indeed. At the moment, updates that we have from the INEC election result viewing portal, that is IREV, 18% of the results have already been uploaded. And in polling units across the state, we have sorting and collation ongoing. And in some, not so many places, voting is still on for, maybe that polling unit where they had about 755 registered voters. And so, of course, we will be bringing you updates. This is what it looks like on the screen there. That's the IREV, that's the INEC IREV portal. Where these results are being uploaded. But you know that eventually these results are going from the polling units to the ward collection centers. From there, they're going to the local government collection centers and straight to the state collection center where all of the collation would be done and the winner announced in this election. 13 candidates are participating in this election, 13 political parties, and there are 16 local government areas in Ekiti State, fondly called the land of knowledge, the land of honor. There's just a whole lot said about.
We have all sorts of nicknames for our states now, right now. Doctor, some results have been uploaded on the IREV, and we've seen it. The election happened today, coalition happened today, it's been uploaded to the IREV today. Put it side by side, what happened in the last election? What's your take?
Okay, thank you. I think on that note, it will be an improvement, and it is expected, actually. That is the rule as well. After counting, you ought to actually upload right from the unit where votes were counted. So that means, try to comply with the law. That is what that suggests. No, but we equally want to see a scenario where we should be able to do everything the same day. There are bigger nations or bigger countries that actually conduct election the same day. And they even do election across all levels and results come in. How long does it take India to conduct their election? So Nigeria is not up to half of India. Why is it taking us? Election has gone beyond that manual level.
But taking into consideration what we had in the past.
This is even a governorship election, an off-cycle election in one state. And we are talking of a population of registered voters, 1.05 thereabout. Those who have come out to vote are not to 700,000.
Are you sure? Are you sure? We don't have the entire results yet. As you mentioned, it's only 18% of the results that have been uploaded.
Exactly. That is, I'm looking at the reports we've got earlier concerning some polling units, looking at the number of people who registered and those who came out to vote. And this thing almost goes round. Assuming we even have the 1.05 million as in total number, and let's even assume that all of them actually voted, what does it take? Is this something that should take a week? So, yeah, it's an improvement, but I expect that all should be like that. Everything should come up in that manner. Let the votes come in. Let's get the results today. Let's know. There's no point going to bed waiting and keeping awake in the name of who is the winner. Let's get the results and let it be clear. Let everybody go his way.
But just Dr. Kerry, that when the election is still on, the election has to happen. But of course, we understand perhaps beavers didn't function at first, and then later it came out. So perhaps that could cause a delay in some places. Yeah. But in cases where it's working and people on the queue, even after 2:30, they are expected to still be able to vote regardless of the time that eventually it gets to their turn. And that's what we expect to happen. And that might delay the process.
Interestingly, I've done collation of election results in different places. All right, I've done it even at Limosho, that has the largest population. I've done it there. I've done it to Nosho Solo. So these are possibilities. It's just the attitude that matters. These are things that can be done.
So do you think INEC can do all of that between now and 2027, perhaps?
Why shouldn't INEC do it? It should. It should be done. This idea of waiting for days to submit results, it's not the best. We can, if you get the right people, because the challenge we have sometimes is that the results that come from the polling units create problems for the ward who will be collating at the ward level, from there to the local government and all of that. Get the right persons, give them the job, and they'll deliver. We have enough manpower to do that.
When you talk about
that the right person is not written in the forehead.
It's not written in the forehead, and we know that historically,
there are tests for that.
We know that historically, INEC has relied on youth corps members because they are believed to be neutral. Because they are agents of government, as it were, and they are educated.
Neutrality, that you are educated is not enough.
Okay.
You see, we are talking. These are matters of numerals, figures. Not everybody is interested in figures.
So how do you want to get these?
I mean, they have disciplines. I recall that when I registered as a copper, my discipline was stated, my interest and all of that. You show who you are.
But I don't think it's only those whose courses or disciplines are
no, not necessarily. That's why I said the interest of the person should be taken. All right, we are usually tested. You don't just come in and say, okay, you are the collation officer, or you are police. People should go through the right process of trying to sieve, those who can actually do the job. You get it done right from the point of training. You will be able to tell whether this person can actually add up figures. I've had to deal with a situation in one of those elections that we conducted, where even the person who brought it could not even. I mean, it was so challenging. And that is what will keep the man who is collating at the other end there throughout. So the problem is usually from the units. Once you get it right there, the whole thing goes smoothly.
Doctor.
What I was trying to actually achieve, Mr. Logun, is how will you rate INEC? Because see if we're having things done faster and better in this particular election. So maybe in 1 minute, just quickly rate INEC for us.
It's awesome. And let me say this. They say where there is a will, there is a ways. Right from Atlantic City here in Nigeria, we've connected with someone in Ikere, and someone in Ekiti. That's technology. So if we want it done, we can do it. And that's why some of us are saying, do not give INEC the discretions you've given them. Make it mandatory. Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended says that the National Assembly is mandated to make laws for the peace, orderliness, and good government in Nigeria. It's like saying I'm flying to New York City now, and you are telling the pilot, don't worry, if the gear doesn't engage, just watch and see what will happen. No, that gear must engage. We're going to Abuja one morning. We were delayed in the aircraft for about 1.5 hours because everything must synchronize before engaging the sky. So that is the spirit of excellence.
So we must also get to hear from our reporters who are on the field. That's part of the synchronization.
So if we want it done excellently, it's possible.
All right.
It's possible.
So we're holding on to that. Now, on the security situation in Ekiti State, the police monitoring team visited Ilawe to get on the ground situation following reports of pandemonium in one of the units in the town.
We are here at Ilawe at the particular ward where a report came in that there was an incident. And just as we can see, or we can all see, we see that votings are ongoing peacefully. It is not unusual. It is not unusual to have one or two arguments during election. It is not unusual. But the most important thing is that as long as the arguments did not disrupt the voting process, then I think everything can be said to be fine. And just as we are seeing, despite the arguments that occur between supporters of different candidates, we can all see that voting is still ongoing, and that argument has not disrupted the voting process. Immediately I got here, I had wordings with the police officers on ground just to confirm the situation report I received before heading here. And they confirmed to me that everything has been brought under control, which we are seeing. Then regarding police officers from other polling units across all the local government, the reports I've been receiving is that the accreditation and voting are ongoing peacefully, and there are no serious incidents. This is unprecedented, and we can link this high voter turnout to the high level of confidence that voters have expressed over security arrangement that has been put in place. The fracas started from that football match, and it has nothing to do with politics or the election. And as we speak, that same community in Ishan, Ekiti, if I'm right, voting is ongoing as we speak in that community.
CP Abayomi Shogunle there briefing the press on the conduct of the Ekiti State governorship election. Our reporter Zahid Aribisala is standing by now. Zahid, where exactly are you, and what updates do you have for us on the Ilawe incident? And are there other reports that the police had to attend to in the course of this election?
Thanks so much about the interesting conversation you have for me today, and that's
Sahid, it's a bit difficult. Sahid, it's a bit difficult. We will come back to you. I suspect that the weather in Ekiti is beginning to act funny, but we hope that we are able to get back to you and we can have that conversation, because Zahid has been with the police team even before the election, so there is a whole lot that he would be able to share with us. But it's good to hear the Commissioner of Police talk about the fact that the incident in Lawe was properly managed, and that voting, activities actually continues regardless of that pandemonium that was reported earlier in the day. But there was another matter that was mentioned, that an underage person who was learning to drive actually hits a police vehicle. So that is yet another matter. Dr. Kerry.
You see, part of, okay, you see the challenge now. You've created an enabling environment for learners to start driving on the road. Because the person has taken advantage of the roads that were empty. All right? Okay, let's use it today to see how we can perfect our driving skills. Otherwise, if it were to be on a normal busy day.
And that's the video, Dr. Kerry. That's the video. That's the gentleman. So we had to blur the face because that person is underage.
Yes, but that was quite, terrible. That an underage person will be doing this kind of a thing at a time like this, where people are gathered in different places to cast their votes.
Doctor, why are you talking like this? You were a boy. You did some things like this too.
Exactly. No, exactly. We look at the atmosphere. I told you that the issue of no movement and all of that has created if there were to be illegal, you see people playing football on the road. So I think that's what he took advantage of. But it was a bad idea too. Okay. Because to the extent that he has to now, ram into people. It was the police, for that matter.
The police.
What a place to end it.
when that story came out, I had a full laugh, because it's like, I imagine a situation where the guy pushed the car out of the compound and decided to go on a joyride, and he ended up hitting a police car. So that's the end of his adventure. Okay, let us look at this thing that has been going through my mind, Mr. Logu. It's difficult for you to take the outcome of an off-cycle election to rate the umpire. But we've had how many off-cycle elections so far? And it's as if we are having very similar results as far as the umpire is concerned. Are you comfortable that we have an INEC that will give us a good general election based on what we've seen from the off-cycle elections?
It is expected that we should. When you talk of the fact that INEC is created basically for some assignment, one of which is the conduct of election. And so that is why, for instance, INEC does not directly handle logistics, because it won't be fair for INEC that conducts election for 4 years, for instance, to now have a pool of vehicles to deliver material. So they contract that out. And there should be a template that you just work with. I tell them in my church, around April, that where is your Christmas carol plan? Go on. What you implemented last December.
Dr. Logo, please, I want to quickly place you on hold. We'll continue from there, but we have Sahid now. So let's try to get to that conversation. Sahid, you were giving us updates on the Ilawe pandemonium and also other matters that the police have had to respond to in Ekiti State today.
Yes, Abosiri, I mentioned earlier that I'm back where the journey started for me today, and that's at the police headquarters along Old Inye Road. This was where we rode out from this morning for the monitoring exercise of the poll across the state. And of course, we started from Ado Ekiti. We went to some polling units here in Ado Ekiti. And interestingly, the conversation you were having earlier about the underage driver was the second port of call for us at the polling unit where we stopped. That was where the incident happened. Everyone was surprised. The CP was close to where the election was taking place, speaking with the people to exercise calm, addressing the election officials, asking whether there are no issues, speaking to other officials until we had the sound burst. And of course, that was when everybody turned, and we discovered that the man piloting that vehicle does not pass to be a driver, really, because we had to blur the face. If everyone should see that face, you would know that this is an underage. And to also think that we have adults inside that vehicle, it's not as though he's testing or drive testing with a letter permit or something. It was actually conveying them to a location. So it was quite surprising that happened, and the CP ordered that vehicle should be taken to the nearest police station. And I know that they should be answering some questions at this time. So from Ado Ekiti, we moved to different parts of the state. We had a stop at Ekiti. From there, we moved to Igede Ekiti. It was at Igede Ekiti that we got the news that there was pandemonium at Ilawe. And immediately I informed the CP of what our reporters gathered from Ilawe. He said we are heading straight to that particular location. And we got there to Ilawe. At the time of our arrival there, all was calm. The officers on ground had resolved. He spoke with the officer leading the team at that particular polling unit where the Action Democratic Congress candidate was to exercise his franchise, and also spoke to the candidate, asking how the situation started, what were the reasons and all of that. And of course, again, reassured the people that all will be well and all will end well. So voting was in progress at the point where we got there. So from Ilawe Ekiti, we had what I would call a tour of somewhat of the length and breadth of Ekiti State, because we moved through the southern senatorial district and the central senatorial district. We got to towns like Ikogosi, Erijinyo, Aramoko, Okioro. We also got to Temidire Ekiti, Ayegula Ekiti, all of the towns along the way. We were just looking at the situation, monitoring the exercise, the conduct of officers, particularly of the police force, and it was all good in all of the places we went to. And the people also confirmed that the officers behaved professionally and, of course, commended the peaceful atmosphere which this election held.
I'm very interested in Ikere Ekiti because of, the fact that an opposition candidate is from there and the deputy governor is from there. Any security concerns? Did you hear anything emanating from there concerning security or pandemonium or anything?
No, we've not gotten any report from Ikere Ekiti as to whether there is a pandemonium in that particular location. But while we left the headquarters this morning for the Southern Senatorial District and the Central Senatorial District, I also saw a team led by the Deputy Inspector General of Police, DIG Fakorede, also roll out. And I also understand that they will be monitoring situation in the in Ekiti West. Yes, in Ekiti West Senatorial District. So, and that falls under Ekiti, but until now we've not gotten any information as to whether there is a breakdown of law or not. But I know Solomon Ajiziogo also brought updates, speaking about the fact that voting is also still ongoing in some parts of the area, sorting and all of that. So We've not had any issue as that, even though it's regarded as a battleground for the parties contesting this election, looking at the fact that we have a candidate, a major opposition candidate in that particular area. But we've not had anything as to whether there is a breakdown security or law and order in that area.
All right, and
Sahid, that it's still going smoothly.
Yes, that it would go smoothly. That's the expectation. I would like to bring up the issue of restriction on movement with you, because it was the police that announced that before the election started. What are they saying about it? Because behind you also, I saw a bike moved by, and I was just wondering, that's the police headquarters. Has anything been said about that? What time is it meant to be lifted?
I think the peaceful atmosphere which this election has been conducted has allowed for a lot of things to happen, and that's part of why you still see vehicles moving. Even though while we journeyed through different parts of the southern and central district, and those are the towns and the villages along the way, you see lots of movement. And see here they have that preponderance of vehicles moving. Security agencies are not checkpoints of some sort, trying to stop vehicles from moving and all of that. So we see how vehicles moving, and they've not said anything because I believe they have gotten information, the intelligence is all clear, and people are just going about their normal activities. Some who have resumed, like I confirmed, some shops are back open. In some of the towns that we went to, you see the display of wares. Some said in their shops, and things just go as smooth as we reported earlier. So about the restriction, none of them. This is see in Ekiti moving there, heading to the old road, and just passing through the police headquarters.
All right, Sahid, we thank you very much for that update. A long day it's been for you, but thank you very much for all that you have fed us with here in the studio. So we've heard from Sahid. Security, the reports have been that of a peaceful exercise. And I think it's good to see the police operatives themselves moving around and also being attentive to the journalists. When the journalists did mention that, hey, there's something happening in Ilawe, and then they had to just head there straight to attend to that matter.
A police friend of mine told me that we are doing the same job. The difference is that we punish people we catch, you just tell us the stories. We're doing the same job. Okay, we have talked about INEC, we've rated INEC, we've talked about the peaceful nature of the election in Ekiti. But we need to talk about the politicians. 13 of them are vying for the same position. One person will win. Doctor, what will you advise those that do not end up winning?
Wow, I think the game is usually clear from the one that there will be only one winner.
Yeah.
But the challenge is usually with the process. The moment you are not satisfied with the process, that is where eventually the whole thing will drag to the court and all of that. So my concern and admonition here will be that as long as we already have that perception, as long as we know that only one candidate will emerge winner, one party will be winner, and we can only have one governor, the rest should, I mean, as long as the election, because so far we have not really seen much of yeah, there could be underground, whatever, but we've not seen much of any kind of undoing that can actually invalidate the process. So they should queue up and see to it that because the interest should actually be about the people, the state, not the person. So if the interest is about the people, why do you want to kill yourself over, sometimes it could be very painful when you know that you are schemed out of a process that you ordinarily, and again, politicians generally have this attitude about it. They overrate themselves. Yeah, every politician has that problem. There's always this belief that I can win election. I'm going to win. I should win and all of that. Even when you know that in your own house, you cannot win election, there is always this. I don't know what really informs that kind of attitude. So that is one of the things that drive, or maybe at the time I take this thing up, I might get some consolation prizes or something. I don't know if that's the issue. But I'm advising that we already know from the one that only one person will be governor. Let's ensure that whoever emerges should be supported in this process. Let's not give work to the courts. Our election should stop, should end at the ballot box, the station. Let the collation, the place where the headquarters where collation is done and results are announced, be the final place. Because this each time we create this scenario of that is what has led to the issue of off-cycle election. Ordinarily, it would have been along with others. Yeah, but those kind of situations, and INEC equally should be very careful so that you don't create any scenario that will bring about those kind of confrontations of legal interpretations and exercises, keeping the courts busy unnecessarily. The courts have a lot of work to do. Let them do those things. But this is what we can decide here and conclude. Let's conclude it here and let the process, come to an end and governance continue from there. Yeah.
We have spoken about the candidates who are the flag bearers, but what about their loyalists? Because before the elections, you would usually find these candidates come together to send a peace accord. On a few occasions, some of them might stay away, but most times you find all of them come together and then they commit to this deal, this peace deal, as it were. But then their loyalists are out there, regardless, sometimes, because maybe they're just so fanatical. Regardless of what their principal says, they just feel, hey, we will defend you wherever you are. And you find that breakdown of law and order that we all, try to avoid. Dr. Ologun, in your perspective, how much of an impact do you think these peace accords have actually been for us? And in this particular election, how effective do you think it might be, in what we eventually see play out?
Thank you very much. I think the sphere of the peace accord is to assure peace during the elections. Maybe not peace after the election. A president once said, yes, you have the freedom of speech before the speech, but after the speech, I cannot guarantee you the freedom. And already, Oluyede, who is the PDP candidate, complained about late arrival of some INEC materials and things, and that if the election did not come out as free, fair, and credible, that it will go for litigation. So there is no law that prevents that. Yes. The National Assembly should look at it. Though some will come up with the argument of fundamental human rights. And that's why we ask the question, what is so important in that office? In the US, you hardly, even when the candidate that wins does not appear to be like the populous candidate, so let's go on and get things done. In the UK, the same. Now, towards 2027 election, the proposed budget of INEC for litigation, it's about 135 billion naira. Wow. Just for litigation. So it's as if it has become part of the culture. And let me say this to politicians, to everybody. Lawyers don't lose cases. Clients lose cases. That is why...
Okay. But lawyers nudge them on.
Yes! But that is why the political lawyers are wealthy. Yes. They collect your money, whether you win or not. It's up to you.
In fact, if you lose, say, let's appeal.
Sit down, look at if you understand simple English, you too can sit down. That this case I'm taking to court. We have a matter now, somebody in the US that has a case in Nigeria. And Mr. Look, go to court. And I asked him, this case, how much is involved? If I tell you how much to bring now to go to court, will you bring it? So there are several ways. And I think we should come to that point where we remove the sugar from the table to prevent the ants from gathering. What are the benefits in Nigerian politics that makes it a desperate environment? Yeah. And let me speak to the issue of the confidence politicians have. Globally, if they are not ambitious, you don't go into politics. So their psychology is different from the rest of us. And that is why someone will tell you he's going to take over from Buhari and yet at primary, no single vote. But he was so sure that after Buhari will be the next president. You see, so those are the issues. And place Nigerians and addressing the world globally. Let's move from politicking to governance. Governance will help us resolve all this. Governance will give us equitable distribution of wealth. Governance will facilitate provision of basic amenities. Governance will erode that class syndrome. You know what I mean? Governance, because if you look at section 14, subsection 2 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, it states clearly that the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. So, and if we go strictly by that provision, it's talking of the generality of people. So there is really little basis for a senator, for instance, to have about 8 mobile policemen when we complain we don't have enough police officers in the country. So while we have the insecurity challenges, so that if we see that when this bandit started advancing towards the high and mighty, they are talking about state police now. It wasn't a matter to be considered. So, and I have always said the insecurity of one is the insecurity of all. I want us to get to the point where you beg people to come and go to Senate. Beg people to come and go to House of Reps. And how can we achieve that? Okay, Mr. Senator, Madam Senator, your salary will be the same as the salary of a first-class professor in the university. Doctor, you know what I'm talking about? Then you now be begging people that please come and go to Senate for us. But as long as we have what we have there, look at what happened recently. Serap went to court, 110 billion naira for SUVs and support allowances. I mean, that is huge.
But do you really see that happening, considering that these same lawmakers who would make that law, or who expected to make that law?
Yeah.
That's would they show themselves?
That's the question I'm dropping on the table.
That's the challenge.
But that's why I quoted section 4. 3 basic assignments for the peace, orderliness, and good government in Nigeria. And what is good government? Study it. You know, some countries have good government. I said it. There are few countries where they don't even have a military structure because of the level of peace. You know, there are countries where the policemen don't use guns. You know, there's a country that goes to another neighboring country that please give us inmates from your country just to service our facility because the crime rate is so low. So, and I think circumstances is now pushing us to begin to engage governance, not politics. And that's when we get to the stage where you don't need to ask that, okay, give me another time to perform, or that, you know, you go in there and make things happen. And you know, and I think that is where we should be going. And that is why the electorate themselves also should begin to galvanize, you know, because if you look, I read a report that about 70% of the total resources in Africa are in Nigeria. So why should this country be poor?
No, Nigeria is not a poor nation. You know, when you want to take into consideration the resources that we have, the kind of brains that come out of Nigeria. So both human and natural resources, we are good. We're good. The issue is managing those issues. Now, talking about making political offices not very attractive. One of the major hurdles, as she pointed out, is that the lawmakers that are politicians are the ones that are supposed to come up with that law. Do the people have a say in this thing?
Yes, the people actually have a say, but whether they are willing to have that say is a different issue altogether. The people, the law empowers the people to have a say. At the moment, the Ekiti people are the ones who are choosing who should be governor. That is a say, one way or the other. Beyond that, what happens thereafter? A lot of people will just go to bed, forgetting that governance is about the people. And they see it as their assignment, as their business. As
what I'm actually saying is, can the people influence
that's exactly
that
what
political offices are not as attractive as they are right now?
That's exactly what I'm trying to drive at.
Okay.
That as long as the people do not seem to show concern about what happens after election, then the politicians will always have their way. But look at the issue of NSAS, for instance. You know, when the youth were raising issues about the the life-threatening attitude of some police officers, or men and officers of the police. At a point, the government did not even pay attention. Sometimes they just think, oh, these are things we can just take care of and all of that. Until the thing got to that point. At that point, after the NSAS, I am sure that even the government itself got to know that the people can do something. So it's a function of whether the people are willing to do that. Have they been sufficiently motivated to do that which they should do? Because look at the issue of option A4 that Professor Offrey also implemented. A lot of people believe that it was the option A4 that brought about what happened at that election. We saw option A4 in the party primaries, where the way mathematics, arithmetic is done in Nigeria took a different turn entirely. All right? So option A4 is not the reason.
New normal option A4.
So the reason for any kind of change you want is the people. The moment the people are sufficiently pushed to a level where they now say, we cannot do this anymore, we have to, they will bring about that. Nigerians were pushed to the point that they wanted the military out of the space. And they were ready to take anything just for that to happen. And they cooperated, they followed whatever they needed to follow in order for that to be. The moment they left, those who should be in the stage felt, will really happen. And that was what we saw eventually. So the moment the people have moved to that point that this time around we want to make a change, they can make that change happen. These politicians live among us. Even the Abuja you think is so excluded, I'm telling you, if we want to take on them, we will do it. Because it's still the Nigerian people. But where you are one of those who feel that you need to give me something before you go and vote and all of that, you will have the courage to even confront them, to say this, because they will just come. You want to do your marriage, they are the ones. You want to do everything you do around, where do you think the money will come from?
All right, Dr. Kerry. We need to now speak with our senior correspondent, Sharon Idason, who has been out and about today monitoring the election. Sharon, where exactly are you? I know you have been with the INEC team. What can you tell us about what INEC is saying about this process so far?
Well, I was with the state rec some few minutes ago, and it's been monitoring on the field and also at the situation room at the INEC headquarters in Ekiti. And I asked him what would be his predictions, owing to the fact that about an hour and a half ago, counting, sorting, has started. He said he predicts maybe by noon tomorrow that the citizens should be ready to, hear what the resident officer would say as regards the results of the election that just finished today.
Now, by noon tomorrow, when you said noon tomorrow, I was a little bit surprised because we already hear that they have started uploading some results on the IREV, like is it 18% or 13% or thereabout, had been uploaded on the IREV, and the counting is still going on. So why noon tomorrow? Why not 9 p.m. today?
Well, they are going to be working around the clock. The situation room has been activated since 12 noon yesterday, and they are all on ground to ensure that they follow through the process and ensure that the process is completely free and fair. So it was just a prediction. Okay. Before noon tomorrow, the people of Ekiti State should be ready to receive the announcement of who the governor would be.
All right, and let's have a picture of what the situation room looks like. Sometimes there's just heavy security around, such that if you have no business with INEC, you cannot access that area at all. What does it look like as at now?
Well, it's not a room that is open to everyone. It's a room that is just open to some selected workers that have been trained on how to use the equipment there. So right now they are working in collaboration with other observers on the field, and they are receiving up-to-date information from what is happening on the field. Any moment from now, the resident electoral officials will start to return back to the local government area, and from the local government area, there will be onward transmission of these results to the INEC headquarters in Ekiti.
Okay, from what you've seen, how will you describe INEC's level of work, preparedness, and execution of this election?
For me, as a reporter, I would say this is excellent. Maybe because it's an off-cycle election and all eyes is on Ekiti at the moment. Because since yesterday, not even yesterday, for the past 48 hours, everybody has been working assiduously to make sure that the process is effective. Visiting the field, the polling units, you will see that the election materials arrived in good time. It was promised that election will start, voting process will start by 8:30, and in almost all the local government areas, the process started at 8:30. Like I said, it was only a few hiccups that was observed as regards maybe the beavers, but there are rack technicians that went round, that are going round, and they are mobile. They go moving bikes, so that is actually a faster transportation movement to ensure that they solve any technical problems that would have arisen. So you will see that this is the first election after the amendment of the Electoral Act, and everybody is trying to watch the process and evaluate the process. We have almost over 70 civil society organizations.
All right, Sharon. Thank you very much, Sharon, for that update. We will definitely be back to you. Dr. Logan, you heard Sharon there say that, that was like, perhaps not officially official, but at least the guess is that by noon tomorrow, we should know who Ekiti people have chosen to be their next governor. Does that timing, I mean, what's your take about the timing?
I think we can improve on it. We've discussed that earlier because if you recall the Edo State election, which of course was off cycle too, a lot took place around midnight. You know, and we need to earn that trust. It's a possibility. You know, we can improve the system to the point where within hours you get the results. Right? So because between now and midday tomorrow, people will go to bed. Electorates will go to bed. They wake up, those who are going to church and everything. So, and I think that is one thing we learned in IT, talking about technology, is that it makes your work faster. Yeah. The era of AI and things like that. So you can improve on that. INEC should look into that. You know?
Well, I think the INEC director was playing safe. You know, if he says, don't worry, by 8 o'clock tomorrow you are going to have, and something happens and you don't have the results at 8, it's going to be a backlash. There's going to be some kind of backlash on them.
We've been emphasizing governance here. See, I am concerned. Why am I concerned? We've been receiving videos from bandits and kidnappers, which shows their own network is super. And it shouldn't be. And I heard our Minister of Defense saying that paucity of database or whatever is affecting our effectiveness. It should not be heard, talk less of being imagined. That's the point we are making.
Okay.
We should
sticking with the election now.
We should step up, whatever it takes, to present a trustworthy process.
All right, Dr. Lugo.
I don't want to mention the budget of INEC for conducting elections. It's huge.
All right, Dr. Logan, we are seeing improvements on the level or number of results already uploaded on IREV. We understand that as at now, we have 27% of the results already on the INEC election results viewing portal, and that's it live on the screen. And then the last time we spoke, that was about 40 minutes ago. It was 18%. Now it's increased to 27%. So we do hope that before and by evening, would have a larger percentage of those results up there. Yes, so we are expecting to see more. Okay, so coming to you, Dr. Ekeri, yes, we've heard about that prediction about what time this might end. And what does this tell you about INEC's activities? We know that we have tried to evaluate their performance, promise versus performance. But what do you say about that?
Like Barrister Logo just said, it's still, I know INEC is still work in progress, but I think very sincerely that we can actually move far more than this. Because interestingly, technology has equally been brought to bear on this, both legally and whichever. It has been approved. We can use technology.
Like full electronic voting.
Yeah, BVAS is technology. All right? So if BVAS is going to do accreditation and you have to upload it to the RF portal and all of that, at what point is this supposed to happen? All right? Because voting ends at a point. We've already given timeline. It's only in areas where you have some challenges that you see me having, voting. And that cannot be a major, part of the whole process. What will it take to actually add? The figures are already there. What does it take? So I'm thinking that we can do better. Okay. Yeah, it's good that they've given us that timeline, but I expect that should be a timeline that you now beat it and people will say, oh, they actually mentioned and they came earlier. If that is the way they are handling it, it will make a lot of sense. Yes. But let's not hear that it will go beyond that. So
if you hear, what will you do?
It would make sense. It would have, it will show that they're not serious. Okay. Yes, that for me is the way it is. Because we have come to a point where these things are so easy to do now. It's not a matter of funding. You don't have problem with funding. It's not a matter of technology anymore. It's a matter of the will.
But also,
particularly being one state.
Honestly.
All right then.
Okay, gentlemen. Beautiful discussions we've had with both of you, and quite in-depth analysis we've also had from both of you. Jide Ologun, lawyer and PR expert, we want to thank you so much for not only coming, but giving us, from your experience and everything, what you give to us during the program. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. God bless Nigeria.
And Dr. Ekere, lecturer. Okay.
Department of Philosophy.
Department of Philosophy. I'm not going to say history anymore. Department of Philosophy. Thank you so much.
And it's always a pleasure to be here.
All right, and thank you, viewers. That's what we can take for now. Do remember, we still have the coalition going on in Ekiti State. The results will be coming out, and you should know that we will be the first to give you that information. Bosede?
Indeed, you can trust TVC News to bring you all of the details. We have our crew on ground bringing us a lowdown of how it is going on. We will be, we'll have the TVC News at 6 come up at the top of the hour, where you will also get some updates on the Ekiti governorship election. Remember that you can get updates on this election and other matters that we are monitoring as a station on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and X, TVC News Nigeria. Also, we have updates for you on Telegram, WhatsApp, and TikTok. Yes, get the update there. And watch us on YouTube live, 24/7, TVC News Nigeria. Thank you for being a part of Ekiti Decides. TVC News will be bringing you all of the updates and that very crescendo announcement of the winner of this election. It's been a pleasure having you join us on this program. I am Aboseti Adeniran.
And I am Itoma.
Good evening.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on Star Times, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a Star Times decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via Star Times app or visit any Star Times office or dealer outlet near you.
Star Times, enjoy digital life.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear, faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Albert Chinua Lumogu Achebe was born November 16, 1930 in Ogidi, Nigeria. He went to Government College in Umuahia, Nigeria. In 1948, Achebe won a scholarship to the University of Ibadan to study medicine, but after a year, he changed his major to writing. After graduation in 1953, he became a script writer for the Nigerian Broadcasting Service (NBS), eventually becoming the head programmer for the discussion series. In 1956, he visited London for the first time to take a training course with the BBC. On returning, he moved to Enugu and edited and produced stories for the NBS. Achebe was unhappy with books about Africa written by British authors such as Joseph Conrad and John Buchan, because he felt the descriptions of African people were inaccurate and insulting. In his spare time, he worked on Things Fall Apart. The novel was published in 1958. The book won immediate international recognition and also became the basis for a play. His second book, No Longer at Ease, published in 1960, is set in the last decade before Nigeria achieved independence. In 1961, Chinua Achebe met and married Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they eventually had 4 children. The third book in the African trilogy, Arrow of God, was published in 1964. Achebe published his fourth novel, A Man of the People, in 1966. The novel tells the story of the widespread corruption of Nigerian politicians and ends in a military coup. During the Biafra conflict, Achebe's house was bombed and his friend Christopher Okimi was killed. Achebe and his family went into hiding in Biafra and then fled to Britain for the duration of the war. From 1972 to 1976, Achebe held a visiting professorship in African literature at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. After that, he returned again to teach at the University of Nigeria. He became chair of the Association of Nigerian Writers and edited Uwandi Igbo, a journal of Igbo life and culture. Although he wrote many essays and kept involved with the writing community, Achebe did not write another book until 1988's Anthills of the Savannah. In 1990, Achebe was involved in a car crash in Nigeria, which damaged his spine so badly he was paralyzed from the waist down. Bard College in New York offered him a teaching job and the facilities to make that possible, and he taught there from 1991 to 2009. In 2009, Achebe became a professor of African Studies at Brown University. In 2012, he published the essay, There Was a Country, a personal history of Biafra. Achebe won the Man Booker International Prize for his life's work in 2007 and received more than 30 honorary doctorates. He remained critical of the corruption of Nigerian politicians, condemning those that stole or squandered the nation's oil reserves. In addition to his own literary success, he was a passionate and active supporter of African writers. However, Achebe died in Boston, Massachusetts on March 21, 2013, after a brief illness. He is credited with changing the face of world literature by presenting the effects of European colonization from the point of view of Africans. He specifically wrote in English, a choice that received some criticism, but his intent was to speak to the whole world about the real problems that the influence of Western missionaries and colonialists created in Africa. His life was an inspiration and sentimental to Western culture, promoting customs and values about traditional African society.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on TVC News at 6. I'm Abosede Adeniran. We are staying with development in Ekiti State as residents elect their governor for the next 4 years. Sorting and counting commenced at about 4 p.m. in most polling units as voting continues in some places in Ekiti. So far, the election has been described as largely peaceful. Security operatives has also been on ground to forestall breakdown of law and order. Candidates of major political parties, including the governor of Ekiti State, Biodun Yebanji, voted at their polling units across the state. And moving from there, still in Ekiti State, TVC News senior correspondent Sharon Ejason and our senior reporter Rafiu Hamid monitored the process and spoke to key stakeholders about the conduct of the 2026 governorship election.
It's a bright morning in Ekiti as residents were seen moving to their various polling units as early as 6 a.m. I had a chat with INEC Rec in Ekiti State, who spoke on the activated Electoral Operations Support Center and the overall conduct of the election.
I have to thank the citizens of Ekiti for their peaceful conduct during the elections. And I have to thank the INEC officials for meeting the target we set for them, that they must be at the polling unit at 8 o'clock, so that people should come and meet them and not that people waiting for them. And we are able to achieve that one around 9 o'clock through our, we have electoral monitoring office that do all those things, and we're able to achieve that one by 98% by 9. Yes, we are going to have the announcement done as soon as the collation is done. We are expecting to be at least before 12 tomorrow, everything will have. We are expecting that before 12.
The Senate Majority Leader of Nigeria, Senator Michael Okoyemi Bamidele, representing Ekiti Central Senatorial District, reacted to the conduct of the election by INEC. He appreciated voters for the large turnout at the 2026 governorship election. He also made comments about the Electoral Act and its impact on the election.
I'm impressed by the level of the voter turnout. Before leaving my house, I made calls across the state to see how things were going in different local governments. And I'm impressed with the report that I got as to voter turnout. On the part of INEC, I'm also impressed with the report that I got with respect to the promptness of the INEC officials in getting to the various polling units and bringing the necessary material that people needed to vote. I see this as an improvement on the previous voting exercises that we had, and I know that it can only get better with time.
In a few hours from now, the returning officer will announce the winner of the 2026 Ekiti gubernatorial election here at the INEC headquarters in Ado-Ekiti. Sharon Ijason, TVC News, Ekiti State.
Well, the report across the state has been positive. The election is going on smoothly. People are exercising their franchise. They are happy. Voters' turnout is impressive. And I'm so happy and glad that there are people listening to my call that they must come out, and exercise their franchise, because there's a linkage between what is happening today and their future.
People have been here for about 1.5 hours, and only 5 people have voted in my polling unit. That's what they do all the time. So I am suspecting that there's something wrong with the INEC process. I'm going to hang around. If they are voting 5 people per hour, that is sad. Something is wrong. They have called the RATEC for the last 45 minutes. He hasn't been here. You cannot de-enfranchise these people. It is sad for democracy in Nigeria. Although I'm still very confident that my people are going to stay here peacefully, and we are still winning this election.
So far, there's no basis for assessment at the moment. We just started the exercise. But as we move ahead, if there's any issue, I will let you know. The materials came timely. There was no problem about that. They came even before some of us came here. So there's no issue about the arrival of the materials.
Security, I will give them 100%. It's a one-day election. So definitely security has been massively deployed through all the security agencies, and Ekiti has always been a peaceful environment. And at this time now, you're going past 12, the security has been very wonderful. I use this opportunity to thank our security agencies.
Early arrival of election officials and materials was observed at various polling units across Ado-Ekiti. Many of the officials arrived at their polling units as early as 7:15 a.m. They immediately commenced the setting up of voting cubicles, pasting of voter information posters and registers, alongside other pre-election procedures. From Irona Ward 11, Unit 36 and 11, to Okesha Ward 10, Unit 7 in Ado-Ekiti, as well as Okenyimi, voters turned out early to exercise their franchise. Priority was given to the elderly and persons living with disabilities during the voting process. Some local observers, including PWDs, attested to the peaceful and orderly conduct of the exercise.
Thank God, the place was very peaceful, because we person with disability, we used to afraid where the violence is always be going. But immediately we got there, the security, everything is going on smoothly.
At Afa Ward 1, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, cast his vote at about 9 a.m. alongside his son, Boluwatife Fayose.
But from this takeoff point, I think this is going well. No issues, no incidents. The INEC people are alert to their duty. The police are doing very well. There are enough security men on ground. And it's an improvement on the past, relatively. And I feel the process is good. That we should continue in this process in this manner, and that everybody in Ekiti should accept the outcome of the results.
Electorate also turned out in large numbers in Ifaki-Ekiti and Edo-Ekiti, in Edo's local government area of the state.
It's peaceful. You can see the environment is orderly, and people are turning out in large numbers here in this unit. And I've gone around as a leader in this ward to monitor. There has not been any issue of voter apathy. No issue. There's no issue of voter apathy. We can see our people coming out en masse to vote.
Security operatives were deployed across strategic locations to maintain law and order while voting proceeded peacefully in the areas visited.
From Afao to Iworoko, to Ekiti, and now Ekiti. The exercise has been peaceful so far, and the electorate are hopeful that this will be sustained till the end of the process. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Ekiti, Ekiti State.
Senior reporter Ayodeji Muradio joins me now on the news for more updates. Ayodeji, where exactly are you? And walk us through what you have seen so far as resident of Ekiti State trooped out to vote the next governor.
Well, it has been an hectic day. We moved from Ilawe to Ekiti, and we were also at Ekiti, and everything has been going on peacefully. Some of the polling units we visited, we have a large turnout of voters. They came out as early as 8 a.m. to be part of the exercise. And I also want to tell you that other officials who conducted the election were also on time. They came as early as 7:30. Many of these polling units were opened as early as 7:30, and they started pasting names of voters on the wall. And they also came with voters to check their names. And after checking their names, accreditation and voting started immediately. And they voted in some of these polling units in Ilawe. Unit 2, Unit 4, Unit 5, and 6 were all there to monitor the exercise. And it was peaceful throughout, except in Unit 2, Unit 6, where the ADC governorship candidate voted. And there, they alleged that there was vote buying, which led to a kind of protest, and it was later resolved. His driver was injured in the process, but thereafter, the exercise was going on peacefully. So it has been peaceful in some of the polling units I visited today. And I also want to tell you that we have security operatives who also were on ground to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order. So far, so good. The election has been peaceful. But I want to tell you that we recorded there were low turnout of voters in some of the polling units, while in some polling units we have large turnout. But be that as it may, it has been peaceful in some of the polling units I personally visited in Lawe and did it today.
All right, and from your interaction with election observers and even voters themselves, what can you say about their take on the exercise?
Well, let me start with the observers. Some of the observers from the station room that I met at Ilawe, they said I need to be commended because there were early arrival of voting material, and they also commended the peaceful conduct of the election, the security agency, as well as the voters themselves who conducted themselves orderly. So they commended them for coming out early as possible. And also, I spoke to some of the voters who also expressed similar. They also commended the electoral body for a yeoman's job. And voting has ended in many of the polling units I visited. Counting and sorting and counting have also ended. So they are expecting that the result will be collated and announced at the local government level before the results are moved to INEC office here in Ekiti.
All right, then. Ayodeji Muradio, many thanks for that update and well done. Yaga Africa has alleged discrepancies between the ballot papers, result sheets, and the list of candidates published by the Independent National Electoral Commission in the ongoing governorship election in Ekiti State. In a statement, the group drew attention specifically to the Form EC8A polling unit result sheets, which provided spaces for 15 political parties as against 19 parties carried by the ballot papers in circulation. Yaga says INEC's final list of candidates, as updated and available on the INEC website as of 18th of June 2026, reflected 14 parties that fielded candidates. It also mentions that after INEC published its initial list of 12 candidates in January 2026, subsequent court rulings and late administrative changes altered party and candidate participation. Yaga Africa called on INEC to publicly clarify the final list of parties and candidates and explain any differences between the ballot papers, result sheets, and earlier announcements. We'll take a break now and return with more stories. Please stay with TVC News.
News is not just about the headlines. It is the ripple effects of the headlines. It is the ability to connect the dots of anger, grief, pain, repression, hope, and triumph. It is staying on the story till attention is gotten and action is taken. When we say at TVC News, we are first with breaking news. It is not just a position. It is a philosophy, a principle, and a culture.
TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you for staying with us. Let's move away from Ekiti State, but we are still talking election matters. The Ondo South senatorial by-election was conducted peacefully across the 6 local government areas that make up the senatorial district, with voters turning out to exercise their civic responsibility in an orderly atmosphere. Reports from various polling units indicated that electoral materials arrived early in most locations, while ad hoc staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission were on ground ahead of the commencement of voting. Security personnel were also deployed across polling units to ensure the maintenance of law and order and to prevent any breakdown of peace during the exercise. Speaking after voting, Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the election and commended voters for their participation.
We expect turnout of our people, even though it's a by-election, but a lot of work has been done by the candidate of our party, in person of Professor Dayo Faduile, a former president of Nigeria Medical Association.
The assessment is a great one. We have had so many information coming from a lot of the polling units, and it has been very, very favorable. The INEC staff have reported promptly at the duty posts. We are not hearing of any security breach, and the people are coming out in large number.
They realize that this election is very important. They came out, and security has been well provided for everybody. So far, so good for us. We have not had any report of any incident. We have not recorded any casualty in any manner.
The people are willing, and you can see that they came out as early as possible. But naturally, because of the network problem, we're having some challenges.
There is no anything, but the only thing since morning, the beavers are not working.
As concerns about mental health continue to take center stage across the globe, the Mentally Aware Nigeria initiative remains at the forefront of promoting awareness, reducing stigma, and providing accessible mental health support for young people and communities across the country. Zainab Akonde tells us more.
Approximately 1 in 6 young Nigerians aged 15 to 24 experience mental health challenges such as depression and anxiety. In response to this growing concern, the Mentally Aware Nigeria initiative has brought the issue of mental health awareness to the forefront through these events, creating a platform for education, advocacy, and support.
We started the education from primary to secondary education to tertiary institution and even to community, addressing that knowledge gap among the youth, teaching them about mental health, pointing them to where they can get the help. And we've seen tremendous results.
According to experts, stigmatization remains one of the major factors contributing to a culture of silence, preventing many individuals from seeking professional help.
He doesn't want to be seen in general public because they are ashamed. And even when or it's assumed that it's an evil spirit. And then you see the solutions tend to be very, very crude and arcade, and also essentially making people to go into hiding.
They further educated participants on common symptoms of depression, including persistent sadness, loss of interest in daily activities, and changes in sleep patterns.
So-called withdrawing to self. I just want to stay by myself. I don't want to go out. I don't want to socialize. I cut off from friends. Those symptoms, when you see or you observe in your significant other or your friend behaving like that, you will begin to suspect that this person is depressed.
They changed my life even without me paying 1 naira. Money changed my life so much. So thank you very much, Money, for doing this. You have impacted so many lives, myself included.
The event concluded with a call for collective action from government agencies, educational institutions, healthcare providers, and community leaders to prioritize young mental health, promote awareness, and create accessible support systems for young people across Nigeria. Zainab Akonde, TVC News, Lagos.
We turn attention to Kebbi State, where the Assistant Comptroller General of Customs in charge of Zone B, Nsikan Patrick, has commended the Comptroller of Customs Kebbi Area Command, Ibrahim Atawali, and his men for their performance in anti-smuggling operations and revenue generation during a 3-day official visit to the state. During the visits, the ACG assessed operational activities and engaged with officers and men of the command to strengthen capacity and improve service delivery. She commended the command for its dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the mandates of the Nigeria Customs Service.
We do this periodically to be able to understand the challenges that are within the command and also provide solutions to our operating procedures. So I came around, so I would tour a few of the borders to see how work is being done. And we also ask the area controller of what we can do to make it easier. The most important thing is to also encourage the custom officers within this challenging terrain of insecurity and banditry and life-threatening situations to take care of themselves.
Well, let's talk climate change. The United Nations Children's Fund, in partnership with the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, has launched the second phase of the Climate Resilient Infrastructure for Basic Services project to strengthen healthcare and education facilities against the growing impact of climate change in Jigawa State. The project, unveiled at a stakeholders' inception meeting in Dutse, will rehabilitate and upgrade 24 public facilities across the state, including 14 primary healthcare centers and 10 basic schools, with integrated water, sanitation, and hygiene services. Speaking at the event, UNICEF Chief of Field Office Kano, Shafiqur Rahman, said the initiative is designed to provide climate-resilient infrastructure capable of withstanding floods, windstorms, and other environmental challenges.
Actually, we have expanded in the CRIPS 2, which also shows that how we have successfully implemented the first projects. Now we are going beyond, the 2 states which were Kano and Jigawa. Now we have, expanded across the other countries, including Katsina and including other states. So we have expanded that one, and in Jigawa particularly, we are addressing 24 facilities, 14 primary healthcare and 10 schools, and water and sanitation would be across all those health facilities of 24, particularly in Jigawa. And we have more community involvement of that one. We have more supervision and monitoring by the government counterpart.
We shared his effort and concern over the intervention for the UNICEF in repairing, maintaining, and bringing more facilities to both our healthcare and primary school institutions in the country or in territorial government, particularly in the Jigawa State.
Away from that, the National Productivity Center says Nigeria's 2025 Productivity Index has recorded a significant improvement ahead of its official release next week. Director General of the center, Bafa Dannagodi, disclosed this in Abuja during a road walk organized to mark this year's World Productivity Day. This year's celebration is themed boosting efficiency, optimizing personal and professional resources, and celebrating work practice. The center says its partnerships with government agencies and the private sector through its social, technical, economic, and management framework have helped improve efficiency and productivity across key sectors.
This forum to spread the productivity message and continue to arouse productivity consciousness in Nigerians. This is because from our engagement, we come to know that the awareness of productivity is still low, and we want to make sure that every Nigerian is productivity conscious.
The government had put in place so many mechanisms to tap those resources that were not in place before, but probably people just using it for their own gain and they don't remit anything to the government. Bring together MDAs, ministries, other processes of the government and do the checks. That's what gives us the improvement of the 2024 productivity index of the country.
Well, that is TVC News at 6. For more updates, visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News Nigeria. We have updates for you on WhatsApp and Telegram at TVC News Nigeria and on TikTok, tvcnews.ng. Watch us live on YouTube 24/7, TVC News Nigeria. I am Abosede Adeniwa-Aderemi. We'll be back with the news at 7. Stay with TVC News.
No faith and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Every clash of ideas begins the same way. Differences could be a disagreement,
two voices, two views, standing apart,
or an argument.
A battle to win, to prove, or to conquer.
Both are born from differences. One can open the door to respect.
Sound, are you ready?
And the other close it with fire. Two perspectives, but one big issue.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm good to go. So do we argue to fight or disagree to understand?
3, 2, 1, we are live.
This is the big...
Station with the best news bulletin as of today, TVC News at 10.
And the winner is TVC.
Being the best is never simple. It is pressure, precision, and the responsibility to get it right.
Behind every headline, there's a powerful engine of network engineers and technical teams working round the clock, keeping the newsroom alive, connected, and on air. Producers shaping the stories, editors refining the truth, graphics designers and promo producers bringing clarity and impact, filling our screens with content that informs, educates, and empowers. And then the brave reporters who dare it all, stand in the rain, the heat, the tension, to bring live, accurate coverage to Nigerians all year round. The anchors who ask the hard questions, interrogate the issues, and keep the nation informed with courage and balance.
Yes, it takes a lot, but here at TVC News, we are always ready to give our best, telling the Nigerian story from the Nigerian perspective.
TVC News, Best TV News Channel Nigeria Broadcasting Awards, and the Best Television Station Nigeria Media Merit Award. TVC News, First with breaking news.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Gone are the days when women were considered weaker vessels or just ideal for a particular gender role. Now, women are taking bold strides even in environments many would describe as anything but welcoming. And only a few places capture that challenge better than the Lagos Motor Park. This is the daily route of one of the busiest transport hubs in Nigeria's commercial capital. For years, the faces that defined this environment were almost always male. The drivers behind the wheels, conductors hanging by bus doors, and the street urchins controlling the flow of passengers.
We should take ownership of our environment. We should pamper it, nurture it, and treat it well. Not defecating in the open, not weighing in the open, not dumping the waste wherever it suits us. But to see Lagos as ours and to collectively fix it.
The Ministry of Environment, them to work it day and night.
Have you ever wondered why a city with over 20 million ambitious people has become so comfortable with excessive noise? From dawn to dusk, megaphones to late-night generators, and many other sources of noise. It sometimes seems as though we have normalized sound levels that are harmful to our health, well-being, and environment. In this episode, we take a closer look at noise pollution in Lagos, its causes, its effects, and the efforts being made to address this growing environmental challenge. We'll also examine how waste management operations are being strengthened through the deployment of waste compactors, donated by a government agency to support improved environmental sanitation across the state. This is the Lagos Environment. I am Ebiarido Buba, and I'll be your host.
Ayo, come and see, Papa, Mama, see the road is good, see as water clean, no yama yama, drainage work, gutter flow, brother, sister, no more beggy, see the land is green, no, clean environment, now the Lagos where we dream, oh, now him with the sea, oh, now him with the sea, you.
A report by the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency shows that noise accounts for nearly 40% of environmental complaints received annually. In our first story, we find out how this figure was determined and examine the major sources of noise pollution across the state. Beyond the statistics, we also explore the impact of excessive noise on public health, productivity, and quality of life, as well as the measures being taken to ensure compliance with noise regulations. Here's the report.
Lagos is often described as the city that never sleeps. From bustling markets and busy roads to religious gatherings, commercial activities, and a vibrant nightlife, life in Nigeria's commercial capital is constantly in motion. But beneath the energy and vibrancy lies a growing environmental challenge: noise pollution. According to the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, noise pollution topped environmental complaints in 2025, accounting for 3,300 of the 8,437 complaints recorded across the state. That means nearly 4 out of every 10 environmental complaints received were related to noise. Dr. Tunde Ajayi, the General Manager of LASEPA, explains how these figures were recorded and what they reveal about the state's growing noise burden.
Amongst the things they complain about, you have 1, noise. Number 2, air quality, emissions, fumes from generators, from industrial sites. Number 3, effluents from industries, effluents being poured on the road, even from restaurants, right? So preventing all of those is what encompasses, environmental protection. And what I think will constitute the 40% will be noise as a percentage of every other complaint that we get. So the 40% is from all of these numerous complaints. And on the average day, we get about 70 to 80 complaints. If you prorate that over a 3 months, 1 year period, that gives you a very huge number of connection and engagements that we have with the people of Lagos. So the complaints, yes, will reduce because we're very efficient. We've been very active on our jobs. And so people can reach us much easier.
For many residents, excessive noise has become an unavoidable part of daily life. But how serious is the problem and what impact is it having on the health and well-being of Lagosians? From early morning prayers and church services to generators, traffic congestion, transport hubs, markets and nightlife, Lagos residents are constantly exposed to varying levels of noise. The result is an environment where silence has become increasingly rare. A cross-section of residents described noise pollution as a major challenge, affecting comfort, productivity, and well-being.
It affects our mental reason because sometimes you have something in mind that are bothering you. But when you get to some environment, the pollution was so much that you cannot concentrate on what you are thinking in your mind. There are certain environment, the noise, 2 people bringing out 2 speakers at the same time. You don't even know the one to listen to at the same time.
I live very close to the road and the vehicles running unnecessarily even without any reason, and things like this too. Even in the market, you hear, so it's a general thing.
Even though for our students, if our students are in the class, maybe they are trying to doing a lecture and they hear some noise outside, it's going to attract them. So I think it's very obvious, it's not done. If you want to do something like this, you got to do it in your compound. That's why you see a lot of people run to estates. Because inside estates, there's going to be a peaceful.
On the roads, motorists constantly blare horns in frustration, impatience, and traffic navigation. Commercial buses, trucks, and private vehicles add to the constant city soundscape. Together, these contribute significantly to Lagos' growing noise burden. Experts warn that normalizing excessive noise comes at a cost. Noise pollution occurs when unwanted or excessive sound disrupts normal activities and affects well-being. In Lagos, sources vary from markets, transport parks and traffic congestion to religious centers, entertainment spots and generators. While many residents acknowledge the role of religion in society, they also believe reasonable regulation is necessary to protect surrounding communities.
The law specifically says that you are not allowed to use public address systems in open air. Lagos Environmental Protection Law of 2017. And it says that public address systems for use in public are banned, right? And so this law governs our administration of noise regulation in Lagos. So the first thing we do is to make sure that anybody who has, whether stationary or mobile, has to do it within a confined space. So you cannot just blast music in the open. The second thing is that that space that is confined must now be soundproof if your neighbors are uncomfortable with it. Of course, there are standards and there are measures, there are monitors. Some of them can even be on your phone. There are applications that people can download.
Another major contributor is the widespread use of generators. With unstable electricity supply still a reality, generator noise has become part of everyday life. For regulators, the rising complaints reflect more than inconvenience. It is now a public health concern.
Noise has a psychological effect. And the psychology of noise is such that it disrupts at the time you should be sleeping, if it disrupts your sleep, that can lead to an increase in blood pressure, can increase your anxiety and all of those things. Also, noise sort of has a way of conditioning your mind to expect chaos or disorder. Scientists will say entropy. So noise is an evidence of entropy. Everything is just disorderly. So exposure to noise gives you all of those signs that I mentioned earlier.
As a major public health issue, many residents are believed to experience varying degrees of hearing impairment due to prolonged exposure to excessive noise. For children and the elderly, the impact is even greater.
On the medical side of things, every time we have a noise advocacy event, which we do about 4 of them in a year, every time we have a noise advocacy event, we have free hearing tests. So a lot of the time, people are partially deaf, or some will say temporary deafness, some will say partial deafness. People are partially deaf because of the amount of noise they've been exposed to over the years. And this is one of the reasons we've done it with bus parks, because a lot of the drivers are now almost deaf to even the horns. You have to scream, you have to shout. The conductor beside you is shouting from morning till night.
To manage this, LASEPA has established approved noise limits ranging from 35 decibels in sensitive areas like schools to 90 decibels in industrial zones. Yet, many communities still exceed these limits. Beyond complaints, environmental laws already prohibit certain noise-generating activities in public and residential areas. Section 177 of the Lagos State Environmental Law restricts the use of loudspeakers and public address systems in residential zones for commercial or public announcements. Despite this, compliance remains a challenge. One of the key steps taken by the agency to address noise pollution in the state is the deployment of noise monitors, increased advocacy, and the active shutdown of non-compliant facilities. The agency has sealed numerous properties, including nightclubs, lounges, and religious houses, for repeatedly breaching state environmental noise regulations.
There's been at least a 45% reduction in the number of religious houses that host vigils. And this is from data evidence. So many churches have cancelled vigils because their neighbors complained and they are uncomfortable with it. A lot of them have cancelled vigils. And this is as a result of our insistence on the standards. The fact that you do business, whether it is religious or commercial, is not a license to irritate your neighbor or to deprive them of sleep. Now, certain religions have to make a call for prayer. And we have to understand the peculiarity of our society, right? And the religion that has to make call for prayer has 2 minutes to make the call. After that call, everybody goes back, and turn the speakers that are inside into the people that you're talking to. For those that have to do a procession, we usually have to make sure we regulate how many speakers they can go out with. Yes, they can call, they can, have sound, but then it is very regulated. They have to get a permit to do that. And the permit makes sure there's at least 1 or 2 staff from here who will make sure you are moving fast enough to not constitute a nuisance to the people who live around you.
Authorities stress that tackling noise pollution requires regulation, enforcement, awareness, and community cooperation. Citizens are encouraged to report violations and be mindful of their environment.
And on the average day, we get about 70 to 80 complaints. If you prorate that over a 3 months, 1 year period, that gives you a very huge number of connection and engagements that we have with the people of Lagos. So the complaints, yes, will reduce because we're very efficient. We've been very active on our jobs. And so people can reach us much easier. If you know you can reach someone to help you with a problem, you're unlikely to go all out and, mention it on social media as it were.
Noise pollution accounting for nearly 4 in every 10 environmental complaints, the message is clear. It requires sustained enforcement, public awareness, and responsible action from all stakeholders. Through continued collaboration between government, communities, and individuals, Lagos can maintain its vibrancy while ensuring a healthier environment for all.
Efficient waste collection remains a critical component of environmental sustainability and public health. As part of efforts to strengthen waste management across the state, the Lagos State government recently took a delivery of a new fleet of waste compactors donated by a government agency. The equipment is expected to improve waste evacuation, boost operational efficiency, and support ongoing efforts to maintain a cleaner and healthier environment. This report takes a closer look at the importance of the compactors and how they will contribute to improved waste management services across Lagos. Please watch.
As one of Africa's largest, fastest growing cities, Lagos faces the enormous challenge of managing thousands of tons of waste generated daily across its communities. Government estimates show that Lagos generates about 13,000 tons of waste every day, making efficient collection and evacuation critical to public health, environmental sustainability, and urban development. To strengthen waste management operations, the Lagos State Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources has taken delivery of 10 new waste compactor trucks donated by the Lagos State Lottery and Gaming Authority. The donation comes at a time when the state is scaling up efforts to improve waste evacuation services and enhance environmental sanitation across Lagos. The compactors are expected to improve waste collection efficiency, reduce turnaround time for evacuation, and enhance service delivery in communities with high waste generation. They will also support ongoing environmental sanitation initiatives and strengthen efforts to maintain cleaner and healthier surroundings across the state.
Imagine if we have 10 more from other places, 10 more, 5 more, 20 somewhere. Before you know it, we have compactors statewide. So on behalf of the Lagos State Government, Ministry of the Environment and Water Resources, I want to thank my brother, my friend, Bashir and his agency for this thoughtful donation of 10 brand new compactors to us to intervene in our municipal solid waste cutting. This goes a long way. You may think, just 10. We know something is in the works. I'll give us over 120 in the next few weeks, through also a collaboration. And this is how we seek to solve a problem, not just by doing choo-choo-choo, it's just by being proactive and fixing it.
Beyond improving waste evacuation, the state government says it is pursuing a broader strategy focused on sustainability, recycling, reuse, and resource recovery. Officials say multiple partnerships have already been established to divert thousands of tons of waste from landfills through recycling and other recovery initiatives. The goal is to gradually transition from the traditional collect and dump model to a more sustainable waste management system where waste is seen as a valuable resource. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu recently directed an immediate scale-up of waste evacuation operations across the state. In a statement issued on June 18th, the governor announced measures to intensify waste evacuation efforts across Lagos, including the deployment of additional trucks and personnel to clear refuse backlogs in affected communities. While describing recent waste buildup in some parts of the state as temporary, the government says significant progress has already been recorded in several locations, with further improvements expected in the coming days. Authorities say the newly acquired compactors will complement ongoing evacuation efforts, improve operational efficiency, and strengthen environmental sanitation across Lagos. Residents, market associations, businesses, and community leaders are also being encouraged to support sanitation efforts by disposing of waste responsibly and avoiding activities that obstruct drainage channels, roadways, and designated waste collection points. Officials maintain that protecting public health and sustaining environmental standards requires collaboration between government and the public, because keeping Lagos clean is a responsibility shared by all.
Noise pollution affects people in different ways. While some residents believe excessive noise has become a normal part of life in a busy city like Lagos, others say it negatively impacts their health, productivity, and overall well-being. We took to the streets to find out what Lagosians think about noise pollution, its causes, and what they think can be done to reduce it. These are their views.
Noise pollution in Lagos State, to an extent, it has been brought to a minimal control. So I think what the government can do is to do more of public sensitization by enlightening people that the danger part of it, the measures that can be taken to curb these excesses from our churches and mosques. Sometimes even our neighbors.
Noise pollution is very bad to the head, mostly to the eardrums, which are attacked to the sound. So, and to your noise pollution has a wave.